Hello everybody, what a beautiful morning. Back at the COTA, Circuit of the Americas facility here in Texas. John Hindhaugh with you for this opening part of the 13 hours that will make up the second half, if you will, of the race here. We started with the full 24 hours of Dubai back in January, worked through Mugello, Spa and Brno and Portimao before heading to Barcelona for another full 24-hour race. That was a cracking event, wasn't it? And that ended off the European part of the 24-hour series presented by Hankook in 2019. Here for the final of the Continents Championship here in the United States of America. Austin, originally incorporated back in the 1800s as Waterloo, sitting astride the Colorado River, founded by Stephen F. Austin, of course, which is where it takes its name. Always has prided itself on being a little different. Keep Austin weird is the hashtag and the t-shirts you see around here. The state capital took over from Houston in 1839 and has certainly brought people from all over the states to enjoy music, to enjoy great food, and of course motor racing, now the home of the US Grand Prix. Plenty of good places to enjoy downtown as well, about 15 minutes away from the circuit, or an hour depending on how bad the traffic is. Nick Damon is out in the early morning weather. It was chilly overnight. Good morning, Mr. Damon.
Hello, John. Hello, everyone. Hello, world. This is Austin. This is the COTA 24 Hours Part 2. 13 hours of fun. It is a beautiful morning. Though, if I'm honest, it's a little bit fresh, as we say in the UK. I think it's 4 or 5 degrees, a bit chilly. Seb's got an extra layer on the camera. Perhaps I should have done as well. And you can tell it's cold because the drivers are not quite as much in evidence. But luckily, our pole man is here from the WeatherTech Racing, the Black Falcon car number 4. Jeroen Bleekeman, your own first half of the race, mission accomplished. You got yourself a lap in the lead.
Yeah, no, we had a great run. We got lucky a few times, to be honest, with the Code 60s, so that really helped. Unfortunately, right at the end, we got a puncture, so we lost about a lap, so we could have had another lap, but we're not complaining. I mean, we had a great run so far. All drivers rotated through their own pace, so it's looking good.
Great drive by your teammate, Felipe Fraga. He got the car, the Top Sport car next to you just in the last couple of laps, just before that Code 60 came out. Was a big cheering when he got the lap ahead?
Oh, yeah, we were on it. We were watching, you couldn't see it on TV, but we were watching the sector times, and whenever they would cross the lines at the sector, we knew if he was ahead or not. And I think about 10 or 15 seconds before that Code 60 came out, he was side by side. So we knew it was going to be tight, but he made it. And it's worth a lap, so it's a big deal.
So just about half the job done. The second half about to start. But we start with a huge number of questions. How good are the tyres? How much fuel have you got? And how tricky will it be in the first couple of laps? That's 3 questions. I want an answer to all of them. You're not a politician.
Yeah, no, I think we got pretty fresh tyres. Felipe did, I don't know, maybe 15 minutes on them. The Herbert car got new tyres. They put new tyres on. I think the other AMG has some older ones. And then fuel-wise, unfortunately, because of the puncture, we're pretty empty. But I think we still got more than the other guys. But it'll be close.
And any worries about starting on this very cold tyres, cold weather? Or can you get enough heat in the 2 warm-up laps?
Yeah, we're going to get another warm-up lap. But I think, anyway, you got big brakes on these cars. And you can get them up to temp. So it should be all right.
Thank you indeed, Jeroen, in the leading Black Falcon number 4. I've just heard there are 3 warm-up laps. That's how cold it is. 3 laps warm-up. Now, hang on. Seb, from here to here, what's that? 4 meters? No, it's a lap. This car is a lap ahead of the car here, the 90 Top Sport race. That's, in fact, that's actually 5.4 kilometers, that gap. It doesn't seem it. Hang on. I'm just going to break my 5K record there. 5.4 kilometers, 2 seconds. Fabulous. Basically, I'm filling, because this Top Sport car, WRT, none of the drivers are here. But they've done a brilliant job. Axel Jeffries, Mike Conrad, Enric Still and Lucas Stoltz. Great stuff. So we'll shift back. We'll go back to 4th. And to the leader in the AM class, and a very chilly Shane Lewis. Shane, you're very brave. Most of the drivers haven't bothered. You could have stayed in for another 10 minutes.
Yeah, they told me they didn't come out yet, but I wanted to see what kind of condition our car was in. If you take a close look at it, it's been beat up pretty hard. Car got hit from the back, got hit in the front, so it looks like it's the end of the 24-hour race, not the middle of it.
Now we'll have a look, actually. So come around, let's have a look at this diffuse damage. Come with us, Shane. So there's been a bit of repair done. This is the damage that was done with the coming together with the Monlau Competition 107 car. Now, Shane, normally these cars are aero cars. There's a lot of downforce there, but after the accident, it didn't really seem to affect your speed very much.
Well, it has a little bit more than it probably looks from the outside. Also, we're missing some diplanes in the right front. So it definitely has affected the balance of the car, but here, more where you place the car, what you do, we're kind of more on a conservative tire strategy than not. So we're not flat out, we're just 9/10 flat out.
Thanks, Shane, and good luck. And there's certainly the policy that CP Racing have been carrying on really for the last 3 or 4 seasons in Creventic. Just go as fast as you can to finish as high as you need to, and very rarely do you see him off the track. Right, this is the car which normally starts a favourite. It's the Herberth car with the crossword. That one says Austin, that says COTA. And they are running quite well at the moment, but they had some problems towards the end. And I'll just see if I can go a quick word with Ralph Bone. Ralph, how would you sum up the first half of the race for your car and your team?
Well, we got through in the end, but we are fighting a lot with the speed we have. Yeah.
What was the thinking with the stop right at the end, where you took some tyres, like a few minutes to go, but you didn't take fuel? What was the thinking about that?
To have fresh tires for the start today. That's the only issue.
Was it just not possible to take fuel and then not lose a lap?
Yes, that's the reason. If we would have taken fuel, we would have lost another lap.
Now, what we've seen is that we've seen interesting. We obviously watching you guys drive for so many years, and normally you and Daniel are very, very close in lap time to Robert and Alfred. But this race, there seems to be a much bigger gap between the two pairs. Why is that?
Well, maybe because we're missing 1 day of testing time, and let's see what happens today.
So you just see Iron. Okay, so Ralph and Daniel, much quicker. Oh, back one car. It's the car that's second place. So personally, I've now decided this is probably my favourite car in Creventic. I love the blue and white Audi. It's a proper family team. And let's see if I can find one the family to talk to. Where are they running around? Let's have a look. Ah, there we go. Dr. Kirchhoff. You're in a big battle with the CP Mercedes, Johannes. What is your secret to beating them?
Oh, that's good to be faster. And of course, it's all about the tactics. I don't know currently how much gas they have and how much gas we have. So it really depends on some little issues. But fundamentally, we have to be faster than them.
At what point in the race do you start racing them and stop just doing your own race yourself? So when do you start concentrating on the competition?
From the first lap on. It's a 24-hour race, but as we know from our experience in the past races, sometimes it's only seconds after 24 hours which make it the first or the second or third place.
Dr. Johannes, thank you very much indeed. And I have this is now my favourite car for this year. There we go. And across the car, you cannot miss the Volt Racing Highlighter Pens special, as it would be if it was in Indianapolis. Luckily, it's been toned down mainly by the dirt on the side. Trent Hinman looks like he's going to be starting. Trent, you've managed to turn the brightness down with dirt, so that's helped us all.
Unfortunately. Why? What's wrong with it not being bright? Come on now. We're trying to heat it up a little bit. I'm cold right now.
We're all cold.
Oh, God, I know. But, no, for the most part, this Volt Racing Porsche GT3R has been working really well. So I think we're on a similar strategy to the 4, just, may or may not be 6 laps down. So we got a bit of time to make up. That's okay. We're having a good time here. We're just getting a lot of seat time, getting Alan a lot of time. His first GT3 race, sorry. So he's having a really good time in the car, and hey, we're just here learning and having a good time.
And how are you finding it? You're used to Porsches, but more recently a GT4 Cayman. This is a GT3 911. Very different beast.
Yeah, a hell of a lot different. The perception definitely changes when you're going, upwards of 10 to 12 seconds a lap quicker than what you would in a GT4 car. So it's not necessarily like an even step forward. But either way, it's an awesome car, having a great time with it, and it's always a pleasure to drive when you have a great team around you, great team setting it up. So kudos to Park Place Motorsports for giving us a great car.
Local team from Dallas. Now, does the 911, does it suit this COTA track? I mean, you've driven, I'm hoping, big American, many cars at COTA. Is this one suited to especially the vagaries of the track now with the bumps?
Yeah, so that's one strong point of this car. It does handle the bumps relatively well, but we're pretty good in Sector 1. So those high-speed, high transition corners, turn 1 all the way to turn 9, we feel pretty good. It's just the tight, twisty stuff in the back that's kind of catching us out right now. So we still need to figure out a little bit of performance in Sector 3, but for the most part, we're feeling pretty good with, on average, how we are throughout the entire lap.
Great stuff, thank you, Trent. That's Trent Hinman from the 72 Volt Racing's opinion of COTA. But let's get a real expert to talk us around. John Hindhaugh, tell us about the COTA track.
Well, it was 2017 when I last raced here, but I've driven around it since, only in road cars. Across the start-finish line, you sort of take a deep breath and get yourself ready for turn 1. From turn 1 downhill, short shift through turn 2, and set yourself up for the S's. Heading in 5th gear and holding 5th for the first couple of parts, then down into 4th for turn 6. Get all the way across to the left-hand side at 7. Ride the curb at 8, short shift over the bump at 9, and then hammer the curb at 10. Downhill, pick your spot for the left-hander, down a second before the long back straight. Pull your straps down a little bit, make sure the air's going into your face. Braking for 12, a little bit difficult, it's slightly downhill there. 13, 14 and 15, in fact into 16, you've almost got to think about as one continuous set of corners. Then 17 and 18 sets you up for the 19. Get all the way across to the left-hand side. That's dropping down the hill there before you brake for 20, back down into 2nd gear, the final corner on the circuit, and then you're back onto the pit straight. That's 3.4 miles or 5.5 kilometres, and you should be doing that if you're in one of the top cars in about 2 minutes and 10 seconds, which is far less time than it took Tim to walk down. Took Nick to walk down to the front of the TCE part of the grid.
Thanks, Barry. With
Sorry,
Evo
Bob.
in the pole position for TC. Evo, well, you've put together another great team, and more importantly, you haven't had to have your son in the car.
No, apparently we also seem to be able to do it without him, although he's very focused on the strategy, and that's working out quite well for now. And for now, we only have to see to get the car home.
It looks like your experience in these events is really paying off. You managed to get the car in with 45 seconds before the cut-off last night. I suppose it is an advantage. You come in here knowing how the Creventic series works so well.
I think it helps, yes, it helps. Of course, the experience, although through the years, helps it. And I hope other teams can also look at it as a part of the strategy and part of the race, and doing that part well as well. It's not only putting in fast lap times, but also doing the right things at the right time.
You've got the lap on the field. Do you now go conservative?
Yes, we will. We will look at the others. We will look at the strategy of the others, and but still is a long race, 13 hours, and the circuit is very heavy on the car, so we are absolutely not there yet, and we have to keep our mind focused.
Heard the track is particularly hard on front-wheel drive cars because they're getting off the curbs, bouncing up, potential drive shaft problems, drive shafts wear. Are you mitigating for that?
Yes, there are some parts where we even lose the throttle because avoiding wheel spinning, and the drive shafts are can be damaged then eventually. So we are trying to drive around those parts.
Not wishing to preempt, but you won the last race at Spa. Have you ever won back-to-back?
Wow, I don't know. We've done many races. I have to ask Rob. Rob knows all the details and everything, what happens which year, etc. So I think yes, but I don't want to look at it now.
No, don't jinx it. They probably have. Okay, so the 101 car is on pole in the TCE class. Across the other side, it's the 114, one of the Autorama cars. They are all, as you can see, getting themselves ready. I'm not sure who's in the car. Hello, sir. Which of the drivers are you?
Sorry?
Your name, sir?
Stefan Tanner.
Ah, Stefan. So you're starting on the front row. You're a lap behind. What are the tactics?
Keep the tire warm. No, it's we go straight to the podium. But now it's very hard with it's very cold. Tire, the car, yeah.
Are you going to be racing the 101 very hard to try and get that lap back as quickly as possible?
Yeah, we try, but I think it's 2 laps in the front or 3. Yeah, the race is long.
It is indeed. Thank you, Stefan. And the race is long. Copyright every endurance racer ever. Okay, so back in third place, we have the 188 car. This is the little Audi RS3 that's not really, not whisper it, not really doing as well as we thought, but has been plugging around the laps with Vincent Rakadama, with Stefan Parra. It's good to see Stefan back, but they're all sitting in and ready to go, and the seats are quite a long way back. Then you have the 112 car, which is the second of the Autorama machines. Now, I unfortunately, John, have a little bit of bad news. I've had it in my ear that we've lost the Sin car, the amazing sort of McLaren Lotus Elise looking machine. Mr. Trustwell popped up and said, "Do you know you've lost your Sin?" I thought that sounds like straight to say the first thing in the morning, but that's the Sin car. So that's the 401 machine, which had problems just towards the end of the day. Moving back now, we have the 131 car, which is, of course, the anti-Bury machine, which lost so much time during the first couple of hours. The Top Car Sport bypass count is the official name for it, but one of the favourites, but had a mystery electrical problem. Now, what's also happening at the moment, oddly, if you turn around, Steph, is they're pushing the 112 car back. So I'm not sure whether that might be. It's picked up, it's done some work, and therefore it's several laps back, and therefore it's not being put. Oh no, it's been pushed off. Oh, the 112 is leaving the grid. I wonder what that's all about. No idea why this is. Do you know what the problem is? No one knows. Any idea what the problem is? Why has it been wheeled off?
Yeah, they're going to work on it in their garage, get it going.
Okay, now that's because overnight they must have known they had a problem, but if you work on the car overnight, you get a 10-lap penalty. Therefore, they are obviously have a problem they feel they can fix in less than 10 laps. So they lined it up. At the point when they're allowed to take the car back off the grid, they did. They've wheeled it back. They'll fix it theoretically in less than 10 laps, and they'll lose very little. So anyway, John, we're at the back of the grid. The lights are going out. We're going to kind of wander down with the Volkswagen. Seb and I will see what's going on with the 112. But yeah, I think this is a good point, John, for you to take over and give us a rundown of what's going to happen in the next 13 hours.
Cars will be driving around, and the checkered flag will come out. That's the elevator pitch. The remaining cars then on the grid, the Sin R1 GT4 from Racers Edge Motorsport, the 401 car. Now that was the car that brought out the late full course purple last night, the code 60. And that car then, having been dragged back to the pits on the end of a tow rope yesterday evening, not restarting this morning. And that car then, with Paul Trustwell just joining me here, now, is it not going to restart at all, Paul, or are they still working on it now? Good morning, by the way, sorry. Should say good morning, Lee.
No, well, we said good morning earlier on. I've just been playing Hunt the Sin, actually, because I noticed it wasn't on the grid, and so I thought, well, I'll go down and see where it is in the garage. Couldn't find it in the garage either. It's not at the end of the pit lane. So if anybody else around the circuit would like to join me and play Hunt the Sin this morning, then we can do. But no, it doesn't seem to be there, which would be an absolute disaster for it to have caused that code 60, but for it to have been a terminal problem. So yeah, apart from that though, they do all seem to be present and correct.
And as far as we know, there's been no overnight changes to any balance of performance.
No.
Right Turn Lover tweeting in at RSL_studio, which is how you get in touch with us. Says the Porsche was short-legged in terms of stint length. RTL, we did mention this yesterday, that they did get a slight reduction in their fuel allowance, down to 85
down to
litres
85
now.
from 90, yeah, so 5 litres less for both Porsches.
Which in fact only probably costs them a couple of laps, but what it does do is saves them about 33 seconds
John,
at the fuel stop.
They're going to use the same amount of fuel through the race, no matter what. All that's being restricted, so they're still allowed to use that same amount of fuel through the race. It just means they can't put it all in at the same time. So all it means is they're just going to have to stop possibly once more over the course of the 24 hours, so it's not a massive penalty.
Down with the 112 that was wheeled off the grid, one of the Autorama Volkswagen Golfs. Now, they've been wheeled down to scrutineering, not to their pit box. The problem is the starter motor, or starting the car, is not working. So they are trying to work out how to get the engine started. I think they've been wheeled down here to, there's plenty of tools they've got, but just they've got another starter motor, as you can see. They've got some big, heavy guns. But I think the reason being is they're trying to do this without incurring the 10-lap penalty, hence the reason, as the race hasn't officially restarted yet, they're down at the scrutineering bay with the tools, lots of shouting, but I'm thinking they're not going to be allowed to actually work on the car till the green light has gone, because that's obviously the start of part 2, and when that happens, they'll be allowed to start it and not lose the 10 laps. That's what I think.
Absolutely right from what I can work out, Nick. Yes, that's the green flag signals the start of the race, and therefore if you start working on the car before then you will incur the 10-lap penalty. Nobody else, to my knowledge, has incurred a 10-lap penalty, although I did have a question which I wasn't able to answer about one of the Kelly Moss cars, or the only remaining Kelly Moss car, which is lined up slightly further back than it should be according to where it finished yesterday. So we'll try and work that one out pretty as quickly as we can. The problem for Autorama is that that's their championship car. The 112 car is the one which is hoping to win the championship of the continents and is currently in the lead of the championship of the continents and really just needs to win this, or just to finish this race in order to score sufficient points to take that trophy home. But if they can't get the car going, then that is going to be a big problem. 3 formation laps and everybody weaving around and braking and accelerating. For those of you with the ability to watch, we've got a number of onboard cameras today, including on that 112 car in the pit lane, the Autorama Motorsport, so we'll be able to see exactly what happens with that. At the front of the TCE part of the race and leading TCR, the red Camel Jordan.NL, which is the 101 car. Stephen Licorice behind the wheel of that one. The 450s, Danny Van Dongen starting the RHC Jorgensen Strom BMW in GT4, second in the class there. 710 is the Lippert Lamborghini, that's sitting in 9th position and leading SPX car collection number 34. Nick's favourite from the outside. The view of Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff as he heads up to turn 1 is just a big ball of sun in the sky. Trent Hinman will start the 73 Volt Racing Porsche GT3 R991, and he's going through turn 1 now, looking at the back of that number 34 Audi. Through turn 2, you can really feel the bumps there as you drive through, and they've certainly gotten worse than I encountered here in 2017. Under the bridge, turning there at racing speed, flat into turn 3, riding the curve on the right and the left through 4 and 5. Turn 6 is where you think about your downshift. There's almost 2 apices at turn 6, and it's the second one that you really need to catch. Turn 7, you can take quite a lot of curb on the inside there. I prefer to turn in later to keep yourself in the middle of the road. Turn 8, get up onto the curb on the right-hand side, because that straightens out turn 9. And the reason you want to turn 9 to straighten out is because there's a huge bump on the exit of that, almost as if the road has begun to fall away underneath you. Turn 10 isn't a corner for the purposes of lifting or braking, it's flat out through there. Then you have to pick your braking point for turn 11, the left-hander that takes you onto the back straight. You can take a little bit of the inside curb there, but it's got one of those orange pyramids there that if you get up onto it, really upsets the car. Down the back straight, which isn't quite straight, there's 2 little right-hand kinks and 2 rises as well in the back straight. This is the part where you're looking in your mirrors, you're looking at your dials, maybe even talking to the pits or listening to the pits at that point, already looking into the distance and the curbs on the right-hand side. There are 2 distinct curbs here, and it's the second one that you're aiming for. That's where you're starting to get into the braking area with that curb on the right-hand side. The countdown markers are on all the way on the fence there. It's a slight downhill turning, so you can turn in a little bit early and let the hill take you through. You're trying to be smooth there as you come into turn 13. Can take the inside curve there if you want, but the important part is to get all the way across to the right and straight line towards the orange exit part on the far side of the gravel trap. That's what you're aiming for there before you turn back to the turn
15. 16, well, you've got a choice. Do you do the Max Verstappen line and go in early, or do you take the apex on the right-hand side at the middle of the corner and then stay inside the final bump, which is what Trent Hinman decided to do. Turn 19, all the way across the curb to the left-hand side so that you don't run track limits on the outside of the track. Turn 20, look for the road coming in from the right-hand side. That's your braking point. Down to second gear again. Feed the power on. Don't use too much of the exit here because they're very nasty sausage curbs at 90 degrees to the direction of travel. Did notice as well that Trent Hinman, Paul Truswell, they've done a proper fix on the rear camera and put gaffer tape. The rear camera was floating about everywhere yesterday and looked like some kind of horror movie going on. I don't know where it's dropped into the rear of that Porsche, but it certainly wasn't giving a proper view there. So it's back to a bit of glass pointing backwards through the rear window.
Yes, I don't know quite how that works. On the grounds that you're allowed to clean the mirrors and the windows, then I suppose taping over a rear view camera screen counts as that same kind of maintenance. So a slightly unusual way to do things, but seems to work out all right. Perfect conditions though, John, for this restart, for the remaining 13 hours of this race. You couldn't wish for a nicer morning. It's a little bit of hazy sunshine. It is a bit chilly, but I mean, lovely track conditions. You were suggesting last night that there might be a bit of dew on the circuit, but it's absolutely bone dry. And of course, those people that have put new tyres on last night will now be saying, yes, we're good shape now. And of course, the other thing, these 3 formation laps will be eating up into some of their fuel because they won't necessarily have known last night how many formation laps there were going to be this morning.
You'll be in the highest gear that you can, Paul, just trying to let the car tick over. The interest at the end of yesterday evening in both the GT category and the TCE part of the race was who did what in terms of tactics towards the end of the race. We did lose the TalkSport Mercedes towards the end of yesterday. That was with a few hours to go. The Winward Racing Mercedes, the 433 car, that car is not coming back. Atlanta Speedworks, that was earlier on in the day for the Honda, wasn't it? The blue and yellow car with an engine problem. Of course, the BMW M4 GT4, the second car, if you will, from RHC Jorgensen Strom. They basically used that as an extra practice car for their drivers. Not a bad idea if you've got a spare car to do that. The Kelly Moss Road and Race Porsche, number 910, didn't start. In the TCE category, the Red Camel Jordan.nl machine, the 101, waited until the very last yawning moment. They could not have done another lap. 45 seconds, we reckon, before they came into the pit lane, before the pit lane closed for a full service. So that was new Hankook tyres and a full tank of Gulf Racing fuel. At the front of the field, it was... I'm not sure how much the tactics played into it because it was rather bad fortune, Paul, from Black Falcon, who appeared to have had, well, what Joe Bradley last night called a suspect puncture that brought the car in when we weren't sure whether they might or might not come in, but their minds were rather made up for them.
And they do have that lap of an advantage on the rest of the field, just as the 101 Red Camel Jordans has a 2-lap advantage on the rest of the TCE division. So both of our race leaders at this stage are in good shape. Looking out for cars that might be lowest on fuel and therefore likely to perhaps be pitting earlier rather than later. 717 Cor Oyser with the Mark VS, the Mark II V8. That will probably be an early pit stopper. And TalkSport, they never got in for fuel. Remember, once that pit stop happened for Black Falcon, TalkSport said, we're going to have to stay out now. So I reckon TalkSport has at most 8 laps of fuel aboard.
And they made that decision because they thought they might be able to stay on the lead lap. But in fairness, Black Falcon and particularly their driver yesterday evening had other thoughts on that, and in fact just squeaked past before we went to full course caution. That's all in the past now. The green flag is in the air and we are running again, and Jerome Blakemorlan and Lucas Stoltz charge up the hill, followed by up the inside there Robert Renard in the Porsche. Lovely start round the outside for CP Racing, but staying out of trouble there. But it's Black Falcon and Jerome Blakemorlan who continue to run at the front of the field. Good restart there with Car Collection Motorsport, starting with Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff behind the Ferrari. And great news, the Wolf race, the Wolf Power Autorama car that was in the pit lane has restarted. Now, whether they will get they shouldn't get a 10-lap disadvantage there, because they waited for the green flag to hit the starter motor with a hammer.
Exactly. If that was all they did, then good work, and that's got them on their way very rapidly indeed. The question is exactly what had to be done, and then the question mark, particularly with a problem like this car's restarting, they have to turn the engine off when it comes in for its pit stop every time. So that is a worry hanging over the Autorama. Not the Autorama team, is it? It's the 112 Baz Kooten car that had the... No, it was an Autorama, sorry. I thought Baz Kooten down there, but I think he was just checking that no work was done. No, Christian Klotzer has taken the car out, number 112, and he will now be trying to maintain and consolidate that fourth place. They don't need to win the class to win the championship of the continent, but they do need to bring the car home within the top, I think it's the top 5, so they're currently 4th, but it will depend as well on who else is featuring. Unfortunately for Red Camel, they haven't had a great season this year in terms of the championship of the continent, so although they're in a commanding position in this race, they're not in a very good position in terms of the championship.
To me, as though the 112 Konstantin Kletzer and that Autorama Golf did not get straight back up to speed as it was going through turn 1, so we'll have to keep an eye on that as it heads around. Jerome Blakemoreland from TalkSport WRT, Lucas Stoltz, then Ranauer, then Shane Lewis. So as you were at the start of the race, Car Collection Motorsport second in A6AM2, that's CP Racing, Shane Lewis, white, red and blue car. Then the HB Racing Ferrari, well, that was a change because Kirchhoff was looking at the back of that car and into the pit lane early for the 906. And this is the Andrew Davis-driven Kelly Ross Road and Race leading the 991 category. Nick Damon, drama early on.
Well, yeah, they were waiting for it, running it in. I assume it's got a problem they want to sort out. Again, they wanted to avoid the 10 laps. Also behind me, the 107, the Monlau competition car, has come into the pits. They're having a bit of a shifty at the front right. They're in very different parts of the pit lane, as you probably hope you can see if you've got the pictures, but I'll tell you about, they're having a good old look at the rear of the car, sort of more... Obviously, the engine is behind where they're looking, because they're looking ahead of the axles, and they obviously have an issue. I think they have a little bit of a... They do have a 9-lap lead, so they've got a chance to have a shifty at this. Now there is some tie wrap work going on, and I think they discovered that some of the elements are loose. I think they're also looking at the air cooling scoop for the rear brakes. I'll tell you what, it's amazing how much heat that car has generated in just a couple of warm-up laps. They certainly have warmed it up, and they are scooting around. They're not yet doing anything very obvious. So Monlau, they obviously also have discovered an issue overnight they didn't want to lose 10 laps for. It's not the fact that one of their rear brake lights isn't working, but that is happening, by the way. So that's obviously a producer for PC Bradley to worry about. So they are... Yeah, so Tom has brought it in. Now he's ready to roll again. So that was very much a case of they've patched up some stuff they probably weren't allowed to patch up. And he's gone straight out without taking fuel, which is a bit odd to me. Unless they are brimmed up, it seems that if you've done the trundling down the pit, you may as well take more fuel. But what do I know? I'm just a humble pit reporter, not a strategist.
Thank you, Nick Damon, down in the pit lane. While Nick was bringing us that, Shane Lewis was... being overtaken first by Trent Hinman in the Volt Racing car down at turn 12 at the end of the back straight, and he was followed through in fairly short order by Nikolai Ragivu in the HB Ferrari, having to use all the curbs coming into turns 14 and 15, then did the cutback into the tight left-hander in that stadium section. So starting nice and gently for CP Racing Shane Lewis on that last lap. And that's sensible because they are still leading the A6 AM category. New fastest lap of the race last time around. Now, is that this portion of the race, Paul, or is that overall? 2:08.067 for Jalon Bleekemolen.
It's purple because it's in this section, but the fastest lap from yesterday, 2:07.160. So it just goes purple because as far as the timekeepers are concerned, this is a new race, although everybody has credit laps, on the subject of which Shane Lewis there, as you said, was being overtaken on the road, but not in terms of his positions. He had laps on both the HB Racing Ferrari of Rogivu and also on the Volt Racing Porsche. So although he appeared to lose 2 places, he is in the position that he should have been. And we've had a sin, Sunday sin. The car is out 4:01, so somebody won the prize of Hunt the Sin. I couldn't find it, but it's appeared from somewhere and it's come out onto the circuit now.
So can you tell, Paul, from what they've been credited, they're down on 205 laps. Does that mean they did get a 10-lap penalty for being towed in last night at the end of that session? I'll leave you to work on
they had
that.
20 laps for it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Right. I will leave you to work on that at the moment. So, as we stand, and if you're new to as we stand, and if you're new to Creventic Hankook 24-hour racing, it may look a bit odd at the moment with the bright red sin. They're now at turn 9 and heading through 10 to 11, as Paul's just mentioned. Well, that is very good news. But think of what we've had overnight as a very, very long safety car. So imagine the cars were all going around the track and burning up tyres and time, and everybody was getting freezing cold. Because when we've restarted this morning, they were all in the order that they were on the timing screen. However, there were laps between them. So when we see some passing here, that is people unlapping themselves, perhaps from the car in front, and taking some track position back, but they have not yet made up the positions, and that's why the timing screen hasn't started. Now, news on the sin, no sin embargo here.
No, 20 laps is the penalty for that car,
right.
So they are going to have a lot of catching up to do.
And with the 906 car, the indoor skydiving special, had a quick chat with Alan about what the problem was, Alan Mentai. They're replacing the drive shaft bolts. Now, if you remember yesterday, we had drive shaft problems for 2 of the other Porsches in the car. In the race, sorry. They both have replacements. That would be the, I need to get my numbers out now, don't I, for the 9 Series. So the 980 and the 978 Speed Lover car have both replaced drive shafts or had drive shaft related issues. They're taking the opportunity to do front and rear pads. They've done the front already. The rear is being done just because it's easy to do, but they are doing a full service. And they are effectively, I think they've all gone round, and the Porsches of this type, the Cup Porsches, are not enjoying something to do with the way the circuit is configured, the bumps, and it's causing them issues through their drive shafts. I turn to my right, John, and the number 90 Tok Sport car is in by WRT. As you were absolutely right there from Paul, they had very, very little fuel, running on fumes. You probably went, what, 3 warm-up laps? No! And the 4 tyres come on. Obviously, the driver stays on board, because the thing to remember, of course, is a free driver change. So Lucas Stoltz stays on board, and it's a reset as well overnight. So if you've done 2 hours up to the end of last night, you could start the first 2 hours as well. I'm not sure. Has anybody finished and started the 2 halves, Paul?
Oh, I'll have to tell you.
It has happened in the past.
Later next week.
It has happened in the past, definitely.
I honestly don't know. I mean, but there's no reason why not. I mean, you've had time to have a perfectly good night's sleep and more rest than you would normally have to do. There was... By asking me that question, I've completely forgotten what I was going to talk about in the other... on the other hand, it was the Tok Sport Mercedes making its pit stop. That's
yes,
right.
Yeah.
I asked the question last night of the race directors, and the great thing about Creventic is they're so accessible. And I said, how many formation laps are we going to have tomorrow morning? Because it does matter as to how much fuel you need to have aboard. And I was told, we're not going to tell you yet. Now, I don't think that was me. It wasn't that they were trying to keep it from me. I think they genuinely were not making it public how many formation laps they were going to have. And so it really is a bit of a lottery, but you do need, it's a bit like these fuel regulations where you always have to keep 1.5 litres of fuel in the car. You do need to have enough fuel in the car, not just to do one formation lap, but to have enough to do 3. And then you can't come in at the end of the final formation lap because the race hasn't started at that point. So you can only come in once the green flag, once you've taken the green light. So it actually, in effect, meant you have to do 4 laps before you could get back on again. So Top Sport, as I say, coming in fairly early. The other one that I'm expecting to come in pretty early is Kurt Oyser with the Mark II V8 in second place currently in SPX. So expect Kurt to be coming in, and that could be an opportunity, depending on how much he was celebrating last night, for Jim Briody to get in the car in these early morning laps here at COTA.
Now, there is a proper battle out on the circuit between Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff and Shane Lewis. There's only 9 seconds between them. Herbert Motorsport then up into second after the pit stop for Lucas Stoltz. He's still in fuel at the moment, but it won't be long before Robert Renard, who's behind the wheel of the number 91, the Crossword car, has to come into the pit lane down through turn 10 and 211 onto the down to 11 on the back to turn onto the back straight, and still really getting used, if I'm honest, to the Herbert car not being the plain white Porsche. It's still a bit of a shock to my system that they went to the funky design on that car
it's funny,
this year.
It's still pre-coat on
yes,
the
yes,
front,
it is, yes.
but all of a sudden you don't say pre-coat anymore, you start saying Crossword.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, it's a colour scheme or a livery that car has used all season, so I think we should start getting used to it. The car, as you say, into second place with that pit stop from Top Sport, and they are a lap behind, just a lap behind, but only just over a lap behind. When the race finished last night, they were a lap behind and a good half lap, so they've gained back half a lap just by virtue of that virtual safety car that you described, John. The safety car has bunched them all up, so that's given them a bit more of an advantage coming back into this portion of the race, which is, of course, means that the race isn't even half over yet. We're still to reach the half distance point.
And we never ever want to see anything not being tightened and falling off that number 91 car, because Precoat do micro encapsulation technology for adhesives, particularly for thread coatings. So
yes, it's what do you call it? Lock.
Like a
Loctite.
Like, yes, exactly so, Paul. I'm sure that's a brand name as well. And it is available here in North and South America as well. And in fact, that car is in the pit lane. The Herbert Motorsport car. Did it stop for tyres before going for fuel, Nick?
No, it's got fresh tyres and it stopped for fuel. I still think they should have stopped for fuel last night.
Well, they would have fallen off that lead lap. I mean, you were talking to...
Well, they're off it anyway.
Yes, but they would have fallen 2 laps behind.
I know what you're saying.
They were... It was a close call for them. So... yeah, I mean, they would have had to stop for fuel at some point. Now they're doing it, and so now they will lose that second place already.
Tyres and fuel for Shane Lewis. Tyres done, about to take the fuel now, and with that, of course, he'll give up the lead in A6 AM to Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff. The bit I didn't understand last night, Paul, about the Herbert guys was they made 2 stops relatively close to the end. The first time they decided to take fuel only and not tyres, and then subsequently they decided they wanted to take tyres, and that at that point they couldn't afford the extra time to take fuel. Whereas if they'd done both when they came in the first time, they would have been in a better position and not had to come down the pit lane twice. They lost
exactly,
a minute there. No, not getting you there, Paul. I think your console's gone a bit odd. Ooh, just got an electric shock there as well when I touch that. What I'm going to quickly do is what is called a hard reboot. because you were getting a bit scratchy there anyway, and not just because you had a frog in your throat. We'll wait for Paul to come back in a moment and discuss that. Another fastest lap by Jerome Blakemolen, 207.219, getting very close to the overall fastest lap of the race, but certainly the fastest in this sector by some margin, by a couple of seconds and more. Let's give it one more go, Paul.
Yeah, Felipe Fraga managed 2 minutes 7.1 yesterday on lap 3, so that was very early in the race. Jerome Blakemolen trying to do the same thing. We were having a bit of banter yesterday about who was quicker. Was it Felipe or was it Jerome? And I think Felipe came out on top of that argument, so Jerome Blakemolen will be trying to restore that if he can.
Leader in the 991 class, Andrew Davis, going back out again, Nick Damon. So whatever ailed that car was fixed, and crucially fixed without losing the lead in category, although they've lost just over half of the lead they had.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. They decided, I think they've done a precautionary change on the diff bolts. I'm wondering if Porsche, the drive shaft bolts, I'm wondering if Porsche kind of looked at the other cars and went, you know what, guys, if you've got the time, that might be a good idea, because they pulled it in after lamp, very planned, and then also obviously did the brake change as well. So they've managed to get a lot of maintenance work done in 4 laps of time. And as you say, John, because they haven't suffered the issues the other 991 cars have by this preemptive maintenance, they may well have pulled off a masterstroke.
So that was the drive shaft bolts, was it? Rather than the diff bolts?
Because we had drive shaft failures on the other 991 classes have happened. I think the only one I'm not sure about is the Porsche Lorient car, but the rest of all had drive shaft issues. I would not be surprised if a Porsche engineer has not walked out and gone, this combination of ripples and bumps and everything else and curbs is putting unexpected loads into these Cup cars. We suggest you do this.
Just to answer your note, by the way, the guys who finished last night, Nick, and I'm indebted to the 24-hour series, at 24H series, the guys who finished last night and started this morning, Robert Renard, Tom in the Herbert 91 Porsche, Tom Black in the Monlau Cupra 107, Jerome Auger in the Autorama 114, and the 112 car has just made heavy contact with the barriers, and he may have been helped there by the Porsche. No, he's just gone straight on and couldn't get the car stopped at all. Are the front wheels still spinning there? Yes, I think they are. That's a turn 15, and the front wheel still, that's a stuck throttle for the Autorama 112. So going horribly wrong there for Konstantin Kledza in the number 112 car that was a bit recalcitrant this morning in starting. He's managed to get reversed. That'll be a code 60, I'm sure, and is, well, what an absolute brilliant piece of luck for Black Falcon here, Paul, because they can now come in and top off their major competitors have all taken green flag pit stops. I don't know really what happened with that. It must have been a stuck throttle for that Autorama car. Also, a slight bit of outbraking on the Sin, the 401. Ross Smith behind the wheel of that. I'll quickly run through and finish my thought whilst the Autorama car is being dealt with by our ever-vigilant marshals. So, Robert Renard in the 91 Porsche, Tom Black in the Monlau 107 Cupra, the Autorama VW Jerome Auger, Axel Koenig in the 464 Black Falcon GT4 car, Alexander Sherpen in the Leipzig 710, Jean-Francois Demorge in the Porsche Lorient number 911 Cup car, and Konstantin Scholl in the Speed Lover 980, all ended yesterday's race and started part 2 this morning. Fine piece of very quick work there by the 24H series Twitterage. Thank you. So that answers your question, Nick.
Thank you very much. And it is a procession of cars going past me, unsurprisingly, with the code 60, I can just see the white Mercedes, which isn't number 4, the 464. I believe the 91 is in, and more importantly, I can see the Herbert car at the other end where I am, and that's getting what looks like full service, or having... they're doing their brake service. They're doing their brake service now for the Herbert car, a long way away. We've had the car that's very quietly going about its business and leading the championship of the continents. That's the Lippert Lamborghini, the 710 car. That came in, took a tyre and fuel. No driver changes, obviously, because these guys have started and will be continuing. I think the Herbert's car has been released again. I'm pretty sure that it's almost certain at this point all the pumps are probably full. As the 911 car come past me, in the very, very distance I can see our leader in with the 4 car. So the 4 car is going to get tyres as well, but you're able to... Now, interesting, 2 things. First of all, we lost the Speed Lover car, the 978 in the back straight, and don't forget that 112 car with the stuck throttle was the car that started from the pit lane and wasn't warmed up properly.
Yeah, good point. Actually, I thought it was at turn 15. I'm entirely wrong. It was actually at turn 11. He went so far off the circuit coming through turn 10 and trying to spin the car to not hit the barriers. I've never seen anybody go off there. The good news is that he's back on the track and driving very slowly indeed. There'll be some damage to the front of that car. That was a very nasty moment from Konstantin Kletzer. He did a pretty good job. The Nissan Titan pickup truck that is serving as one of our safety vehicles, the 978. It's just a couple of 100 metres down the circuit. Penalty being soaked up for the 188 AC Motorsport Audi as it comes in, and the 91 car has gone out, having done its brakes, and is now in fuel for Herbert Motorsport. And Nick Damon has our leader.
With a brake stop as well, so the Black Falcon team have taken advantage of the chance to do a brake stop. Now, of course, the Talksport car had to fuel earlier and hasn't come in during this period, so that will probably make up about half a lap, but they have lost hugely out of this, and it has fallen absolutely perfectly for Black Falcon, to be honest.
Nick, just to tell
Ferrari,
you, in terms of changing the brakes, Black Falcon normally take about a minute and 7 seconds to change the brake, to change the tyres when they come in, and it was 1:47 when they went into the fuel. So 40 seconds more to do a brake change. That's just extraordinary.
Say the fronts though.
Right, okay.
But apparently they'll still charge you £100 labour for an hour.
Or part thereof.
Exactly.
Or part thereof, Nick.
And we had the 73 car in. As I looked at a lot of the cars, a lot of the A3 cars decided this is absolutely the time to change the front brakes. The 34 car collection car is doing it as well. So the A6 cars have gone, right, this is a fantastic brake. It's almost halfway. Let's change the brakes. The drivers are all staying on board, and it's almost like we're getting a total reset with new cars at halfway, but some are a couple of laps behind others.
Yeah, it's just a good handicap race, isn't it? And absolutely right that Black Falcon taking that opportunity as well up at the front of the field. As far as Autorama is concerned, this is a proper drama, isn't it? Because they were leading the Championship of the Continents coming into this round, but they do need to score points because AC Motorsport...
With the 112 car, Paul? Or the 114?
No, this is 112.
Right,
it's the 112, which is the challenger in the Championship of the Continents. The 114 is just a kind of extra car to try and steal points away from the competition. And, well, it was a good theory, but the 114 car was doing better than the 112. But it's still doing its job of taking points away from the competition. However, with both AC Motorsport and Red Camel's performances in TCR, AC Motorsport currently in second place, Red Camel's leading, they are in second and third places in the championship respectively. So this could yet turn into a bit of a last-minute advantage for, initially, AC Motorsport with the Vincent Rademacher car currently being driven, yes, it's Vincent behind the wheel of that car. But they're going to have to be lucky in order to get ahead of Red Camel, because Red Camel are a little bit further behind in the championship.
The 112 Autorama car, drama for them, as Paul says, with 100 minutes to go at the end of the code 60. So coming down to the braking area at turn 12, and he turned left, Konstantin. He had to, desperately trying to get the car stopped. Hits the Tech Pro barriers, 3 layers at that point, and the front wheel still spinning wildly in the gravel underneath the Tech Pro barriers. Very scary moment. So clearly Nick Damon has stuck throttle there. So maybe they need to hit the throttle return with the same hammer that they hit the starter motor
There
earlier.
needs to be some hammer work, mainly on the front of the car, as it's obviously pushed in heavily by the impact with the barriers, and they've been crushing onto the wheel arch. They're going to have to try and remove it there. The car came back under its own steam. It was interesting, actually. They waved both me and Seb out the way, even though we weren't really static, just in case it couldn't turn or stop. So they're obviously quite worried about what caused that. Stuck throttle, obviously one of the most, if not the most frightening thing that happened after, probably the second most frightening after brake failure.
Can I add a fire in the engine bay in a front engine car where you can see the flames licking out from underneath the bonnet in front of you? Yeah, that's pretty scary as well.
Still stop and get out.
Only if it hasn't burned through your front brakes.
Yeah, that's true. If you actually are physically on fire, it's more of an issue. But they changed drivers, actually. Konstantin's got out. Not quite sure who's got in.
Konstantin's got out.
Mettler who's got in.
Presumably to go for a lie down in a darkened room. The Porsche 978 Speed Lover car, that's been delivered back to the pit lane, but this one is on the end of a tow rope. So something is... Oh, hang on. They're looking at the right rear of that car, Nick, and they were pointing, and I think they've got a drive shaft failure on the right rear of that car.
That would be my guess. Wouldn't surprise me. We'll just stay with the Autorama drama, mainly because I love the way it runs together. So we can get a word with Konstantin. Let's just have a quick shift here, see if we can try. So, we'll just see if Konstantin can have a quick word with us. Konstantin, that looked very scary. What happened?
No brake pressure at all. So we were basically just rolling. And the only thing you can do is just destroy the energy by turning and screaming. Yeah.
I think the front wheel, from the camera, it looked like the front wheels were still spinning as you hit the barrier. Was it still driving on?
Yeah, no brakes. No brakes, so, yeah.
And was that from something to nothing, or had you felt the brakes failing earlier?
I felt it one lap before that, but I just thought probably that the tires are still cold. But then I talked with the pit and said, well, brake pressure is not optimal, but yeah, normally it covers when you pump, and didn't. So, well, we have to check. So these things happen.
Indeed, Kozib. The important thing is you're absolutely fine. Thanks, mate.
All fine.
I still think, I tell you what, he might have been getting brake fade because of the fact that he wasn't coming off the throttle. The throttle wasn't coming off when he was slowing down, because there was that didn't just roll into the barriers. The front wheels were spinning wildly as it hit the Tech Pro. And a quick note about the 978, and Nick will nip out and confirm this. Alan Prosser has sent me in the zoomed in shot of the car stopped on the back straight. Thanks, Alan. And that's had a big crack up the rear end, as it were, and the exhaust pipes, which exit right from the middle of the back of the Porsche. Well, the left-hand side one is bent over considerably, and that car will not be breathing correctly. We're back to green flag racing, coming up to 12.5 hours still to run. Paul, analysis of those last pit stops at the sharp end of both of the races in GT and TCE.
As you were, really. I think probably, again, as you were saying at the time, Black Falcon have had the advantage, but they kind of had that advantage before because they had more fuel aboard. They've been able to turn that advantage of more fuel aboard now into a 2-lap lead over the top sport Mercedes. So it's still Mercedes 1 and 2, but now a 2-lap lead for them over the top sport car. And the Herbert Porsche, Robert Renauer, has also come in to have his brakes changed, but he had the penalty earlier on of a non-Code 60 fuel stop, which they needed because they couldn't get fuel yesterday evening. He has dropped as a result to 3rd place, although he is on the same number of laps as Lewis Stoltz with the Mercedes. He's around 48 seconds behind between those two in second and third places. As far as Red Camel Jordan.nl is concerned, they still have this 2 lap of an advantage over the rest of the field. Now Vincent Rademacher in second, it wasn't always Vincent Rademacher in second place, but the question was kind of remain over the 112 car, which desperately needs points in order to secure its championship position. The car still receiving attention in the pits, has been there for some 6 minutes now, so they'll be trying to get that car out. But the problem for the Autorama team is they can't just switch the points over to the 114 car. It's the 112
Yes.
that has to score them.
Yes.
And if they don't score any points, then they're going to end up losing the championship with the continents.
Really? Oh my goodness! So that is real drama for Autorama.
They need to get the car out, and I mean, to finish, to score points, they need to finish within 60% of the number of laps competed by the leader in that class. So AC Motorsport Red Camels will be trying to score as many laps as they can, but Autorama do need to finish in order to score points. If they score pretty much any points at all, I think they need about 10 points in order to take the championship. They were 14 points ahead coming into this weekend, so they should be able to maintain it, provided they score points, but they do need to get a finish in order to do that.
It's Paul Trustwell, along with me, John Hindhoff, and Nick Damon down in the pit lane. And Nick's going to say?
Doesn't look like it's had too much damage on the back. It has had a squidge.
Is it?
Yeah, it's had a squidge on the exhaust, but that's not doing anything. It's basically just looks unpleasant. It's not constricting the flow really, given the fact that you don't need exhaust that big. You've only got 2 of them. They're actually doing exactly under the car what we saw the 906 machine do a couple of minutes ago. Unfortunately, it's already failed for them. And they are looking, well, actually, maybe look at the inner edge of the drive shafts rather than the. That seems to be the problem. It's the inside edge of the drive shaft, so where it connects to the gearbox rather than it connects to the hub. And if Seb, we can see they have 2 new drive shafts prepared. Seb, see me? No. So the drive shafts are here on the ground. Very nice ones. They've been stickered up and prepared. So it's quite a drive shaft.
Oh, just lose this one for a moment there. Go ahead.
So it's kind of a marvellous example of the problem. She'll ask, so the problem is the bumps.
Yeah, definitely the bumps, 100%. It's because of the bumps, and we are not the only Porsche that has these problems. I think all the other Porsche teams have the same problems.
It's basically, we just seen the 906 did a preemptive change. I mean, is it because the cars are bottoming out that's damaging it, or is it just the weird torque it's getting?
It's just the torque lifting, going up over the crest, and some of the bumps you really, the whole car really lifts. So, I mean, over 24 hours, even 12 hours is mad. It's very bad for the car.
So, have Porsche been involved, or the factory or the teams been saying you need to change this, or?
Not for our team. I'm not sure. You need to ask the team owner.
Okay, thank you very much. That is. I need to. Sorry, I'm very. Unfortunately, the second page of my list. So I think it's our Singaporean driver, isn't it? His name on the 978. That would be Gerald Tan. Sorry, Gerald. Who's we found out yesterday is a 10-pin bowling, snooker, and something else star as well within Singapore. Porsches, you see, not as reliable as you think, John.
I think Porsches are perfectly reliable as long as you don't try and drive them over curves too fast.
Well, we've not seen it before. We really haven't. BMWs used to eat drive shafts. Remember Kurt Oyser going through drive shaft after drive shaft. The earlier versions of the 991 Cup car didn't used to do it. So I do wonder if there's been a slight change in the newer versions of the Cup cars.
It's certainly possible. Nikolai Rokivu has just set the fastest lap of the race. Phenomenal time. He just got a clear lap or something, but that Ferrari, which has kept its powder dry up until now, had a problem with the refuelling in yesterday's portion of the race and lost a couple of laps whilst the valve on the fuel filler was replaced. was awarded a, yes, it's still there, 2 minutes 6.728 for Nico Rogivu in the 41 Ferrari. As I say, it had that fueling issue yesterday, and that's why it lost 2 or 3 laps whilst it was being repaired in the pits. But since then, it just didn't quite seemed to have the pace. But this morning, the car doing absolutely great guns. It's currently in 7th place overall, 3rd as far as the A6 AM cars are concerned, behind the 34 car collection car and the number 85 Shane Lewis CP Racing Mercedes.
Paul, just a note that Nikolai Rogivu is on another quick lap, and if he can get through the next 3 corners without being held up, he's set the 2 fastest sector times already, and he's heading down towards turn 19 now, and as he goes through it and down towards turn 20, straddling the curb, right way to do it. A little bit more cloud this morning, so the track temperature won't be coming up as quickly as we were hoping. There was a bit of heat in the sun this time yesterday. It's a little bit wide out the final corner. And does he improve? He does, and that's the first time we've seen a 206. 206.357.
Well, his previous one was 206.
Yes, it was a 206.
It's gone from 206.7 down to a
2.5
206.3. So, wrinkle your eyes up and you can almost see Matteo Malicelli in that car. It's an HP Racing Ferrari. It's an entirely different Ferrari. It's still a 488, but it's an entirely different Ferrari from the one which we normally see in Creventic races. But Nikolai certainly had his breakfast.
He had his 3 Weetabix this morning, didn't he? Whatever it was that was in his breakfast bowl, everybody will be wanting some. Oh, I love his line through turn 8 and slides through turn 9. Really committed to 8 and 9. Love the line over on the red part of the curve. You can certainly see where he's making up the time. Good news for Autorama. Their current drama has been dealt with, and the 112 Championship of the Continent leader is back on the track with a little more gaffer tape around the front end of that car.
Yes, the concern must be for if it was a braking issue, why the braking issue occurred, and whether they're going to be able to deal with it. If it's purely a question of the pads being down, and no, not from personal experience, but from what I've been told, that pads get very thin, and then all of a sudden you've got nothing at all. So the last little bit of pad wear can happen very rapidly indeed on you. So I just wonder if that's what happened on the 112 car. Now they've replaced the pads and probably discs as well. All should be well, at least for the next few hours. They may need another change before the end of the race, because we're still not at half distance in this race. We've had just over half an hour of this morning's event. My screen is telling me, yes, 12 hours and 22 minutes still to go in today's race.
Well, they're pushing very hard in the 112. They know what they're doing. Straight out of the pits, cold rear tyres, and the Autorama VW Golf being absolutely committed to the corners through the S's, and a huge rear end slide on the outlap by Yannick Metzler. So getting down to business very early indeed. It's one way to warm up the rear Hancocks, of course. Martin Haven, sometime contributor to Radio Show Limited, and his dulcet tones have graced our airwaves in the past. The man who is the world expert on touring cars, particularly world touring cars. By the way, congratulations to Andy Prior on his victorious return to Macau after being away for a better part of a decade, I would think. Martin always says the rear wheels on a touring car are only there to stop the exhaust scraping the ground. Well, Yannick Metzler rather bearing that out in the battle-scarred number 112, still with its additional LED lights just about hanging on the front of that car. I'm not sure what they're going to be pointing at by the time we get dark at 6 o'clock tonight. We may have to inform air traffic control at Austin Bergstrom Airport.
Could be pointing into the sky.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, it's a testament to the Golf, but it's also a testament to those Tech Pro barriers, because there are other forms of barriers that you could have had out there which would have done considerably more damage not just to the circuit, but to the car as well. So testament to both of those. Aaron Bleekemolen is being inspired by what Nikolai Rokivu is doing. This is a bit of a happy hour. I said yesterday evening we wouldn't get a happy hour, but this is a happy hour because Aaron Bleekemolen has just done a 2 minute 6.747, which is the fastest lap for that car, and if it wouldn't be for Rokivu's times, then it would be the fastest lap of the race. But because Rokivu's been down into the sixes, so Aaron Bleekemolen also thinks he can get down into the sixes. Last year's fastest lap was in the sixes. We got down into the 2 minute 6.971 during the race last year, but not quite as quick. We went to the 2 minutes 5 in qualifying, so we're not quite at qualifying pace, but certainly pretty much ideal conditions at the moment.
Hello to Monty Elysium, tuned in Daytona, whilst also hearing the sound of classic cars running at Daytona International Speedway. Hope you and Billy are well. Presumably see you at the 24, Monty, and good luck with the studies. I know you've been working really hard recently. Good that you've got some time for yourself this weekend. Third position for Robert Renard in the Herbert Prickett Motorsports Porsche. Coming into the stadium section through to turn number... No, that's... yes, that is turn number 15 this time. And heading into that triple pressure right-hander. So defines the second or third part of the lap, if you will. Really split this lap up into 3 distinct parts. Turn 1 to turn 9, you really have to think of as a single entity because it is a rhythm section, and by that I don't mean a man with a double bass and a hoopy frood on a snare drum, but it really is, you get one part of that wrong, it's all going to be wrong. Then you've got the run down to the back straight and the end of the back straight to turn 12, and then from 13 really through to turn 20, think of that as the third sector, and that again all strings together. You have to remember that. Yannick Mettler, I said he was getting down to business. 2:22.332 is a fastest lap of this part of the race for that car. Is that a fastest lap of the race for this car as well, Paul? Or again, is that just this part of the race for Mettler?
I'll just have to look that one up.
Whilst you do that, Nick's going to give us some news on our SIN embargo this morning. Or no SIN
longer embargoed.
Yes.
In the pits. Looks like a standard stop, so they're just sticking on a complete set of new boots. I assume pick up some fuel. Whatever ailed it last night was fixed at the cost of 20 laps, and it was off the track, and then it turned up and we found it, and here it is. It's had a wash as well. It's the cleanest car here. They've taken the advantage of it being off to get rid of all the majority of the tyre detritus as well. So they've done a good job on that car, clean to run. Still not an endurance car as far as it goes together, and they're having a little bit of problem on the rear right. I think it's just a problem with its seating properly. At this point, they're so far behind, they just need to make sure it gets there without doing any more damage. They're already cleaning out. It's had a bit of a run across the grass, judging by the amount of grass they pulled out of the front of the car. So it's had a little bit of a minor, tiny off, but not one that's got any trouble. And the driver stays on board.
So not really designed as an endurance car, but working well as a lawnmower, which is fantastic for the SIN.
You have to go quite a long way off to get to the grass because there's curbing around most of it. Great battle going on for third place, except it's not for third place in the TCR class, but a battle between the third and fourth place cars. They're separated in reality by 2 laps, but Antti Buri in the top car, Baz Koopman car, number 131, has just managed to get past the 114 Stefan Tanner car, and with all due respect to Stefan, Antti Buri is a quicker driver than Stefan Tanner, so hardly surprising that Antti has managed to get past Stefan Tanner. But it will be interesting for Stefan possibly to learn some lines from watching Antti Buri go round in the not the same but similar cars, the Cupra and the Audi, not that dissimilar.
How quick is Nikolai Rogivu? Well, quick enough that he is gaining on the leader. Now he's 10 laps down on Jaron Blake-Mullen and Black Falcon's Mercedes in that at number 41 HB Racing Ferrari. But anytime you say that a driver is catching Jerome and about to take a lap from him, unless Jerome's got an ailing car, that is the sign, surely, of a driver doing something right. Now, the only thing I do worry about is how much he's taking out of his tyres there. In the battle for A6 AM now, it has swung the way of Car Collection Motorsport. Johannes Kirchhoff still at the wheel of the 34 car. There is a bit of a battle though, as Shane Lewis is trying to gain on Trent Hinman, whose pace has just dropped off the last couple of laps. And he's lost 1.3 seconds last time around. And now the gap then between the 73 Volt Racing Porsche in 5th and the 85 CP Racing Mercedes. Not in the same class, those two, but that is an overall position, under 14 seconds now.
Yeah, certainly is coming down. And behind Shane Lewis is Nikolai Rogivu, of course, in the HB Racing Ferrari. He's another A6 AM class car, but he's got 3 laps to make up before he actually gets past. And just to go back to the question you asked a few minutes ago about Yannick Meckler in the Autorama car, that time of 2 minutes 22.232 is faster than the car went yesterday as well. So
that was an absolute best lap for that car.
It was an absolute best,
okay.
yes. And at the same time as he was doing that, so Stefan Tanner was going pretty quickly as well in the Autorama car. Stephen Licorice has just put in the best lap of his day so far, not of their car, but of the day so far for the Red Camel car in the lead of the GCR class at 2 minutes 25. So Stephen Licorice going quickly as well in the 101 car.
And heading down towards the left-hander onto the back straight as he brakes and turns in left-handed. And then revs up through the gearbox, all paddle shift of course, up into 5th gear. He'll snatch 6 just at the top of the rise. Looking in his left-hand mirror, nothing there at the moment. And the suspension control in the middle of the dashboard there, not illuminated at the moment, so I don't know if they're having some problems with that or whether it's been disabled to stop Stephen messing with it.
Or whether the brightness control is just not quite set up.
Fair point.
As high. I know they are using the tractive system this weekend. They weren't using it at the Spa 500, the TCR 500 at Spa, which they also won, but it wasn't allowed in that race. It is allowed in this race, so they've got it back on again.
ST Racing's BMW leading GT4 with Anthony Lazaro coming into the pit lane for its service. This is the black and gold car, and it's soaking up quite a long penalty at the moment at the pit-in end of things. And Anthony from Georgia pulls away, having spent, I would say, probably a good 25-30 seconds there in the pit box, in the penalty box, excuse me.
Easily that, yes. That could even be for a penalty last night, because unlike most of the race, if you get to penalty at the end of the race, it doesn't just get added to your times. If you get a penalty yesterday, you do have to add it to, you do have to take it today. And as and when what we normally get with the way the system works these days is that they tell us the penalty details after it's been served. So when it's actually been taken, we don't know what the penalty is, but we do get information about it after it's been served.
Nick Damon?
Yeah, just say the 3A88, it came down. Interestingly, they've got a full service, so it's the first kind of program driver change we've had from the start. Been running, what, 49 minutes, so half of 2/3 of the session. Everyone else has gone through. The only time a driver's got out is because there's been a problem with the car. So interesting. Took 50 minutes, first driver change. The next time these guys are going to come in, they'll be changing drivers.
Just a note, Paul, about that TCR category. Does it help Autorama that they entered 2 cars in the category in terms of how many points they score? I realise the points per individual car go to the individual car, but for example, when we talk about the VLN, the more cars you have, if you go over a certain threshold for points,
Yes.
then you get more points for your finishes.
Yes, it's 8
As the Sin's
10,
back
I
in, by
think,
the way.
are the number of cars in the class where it matters. The main purpose of having it there is, of course, to finish further up than the competition and therefore take points away from the competition. How many cars do we have in the TCE, or the, I should say TCR, because it is purely TCR? We had 7 cars starting, so if it would have been less than 6, then there would have been 1 less point, but there's no difference in class between 6 and 7 cars being in the class. But of course, when Autorama entered, they didn't know how many cars were going to start, but it does enable you to score more points in the class if you have more cars. In terms of points for a win, over 10 cars in the class you get 20 points for a win. Between 6 and 10 you get 19 points for a win, and if there are under 6 cars in your class you only get 18 points for the win.
And up the pit lane, well, towards the end of the pit lane, the Sin has come in again. Oddly, it came in a very weird way, where it was flashing lights, rotating lights, obviously doing some sort of electronic rotation of its CPU. I thought it was going to go into the garage. It's not. It's been sat on the apron with some people kind of waggling things. It didn't even connect to the computer, which you'd normally expect of a electrical problem. So they've now done that. They just waved it off in the most laconic way possible. There's no urgency whatsoever. Yeah, off you go. It's fine. Don't worry. Come back in again later. And he's gone to get some fuel. So perhaps there's a big red button saying reset, and they've done that.
You are sounding a bit Marvin the Paranoid Android this morning when you talk about that car, Nick, to be honest.
Well, he's having a good time. Well, the team itself, obviously, their urgency has gone because of the 20-lap penalty.
Yes, true. Good point.
So they are all taking it very easy. You're not getting the frenetic action of a car. You do get the fizz, 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 fizz. It's like, oh, okay, let's have a look. Yeah, all right, okay, let it go again. It's fine.
It's a lovely looking car.
It really is. It's a nicely proportioned car. Reminds me a bit of a Harrier or something like that. If you go back to the Sintra, actually, as well, using some parts of the same name.
Yeah, no, there's lots of echoes of various other track day cars that you might see. And there's that car, the car that's racing, is a bright red car. The one that is in the back of the garage, which is there as a kind of spare road car parts supply or something, is in a kind of gunmetal grey colour, and looks very nice. Just an ordinary, you think, well, that's good.
And what engine does that run? Have we found that out?
Chevy V8.
It is a Chevy. I heard somebody talking about that yesterday, actually, now that you've said that. It's an LS3 engine, Nick's just told me. I saw a venerable piece of American iron presumably in the middle of that car. A couple of people tweeting at RSL_studio asking about Nikolai Rogiviu and where's he come from, as we we'll trip over 300 laps next time Jerome Blakemolen comes through the start-finish line. Well, he started his career very traditionally in Rotax Max Challenge in 2019 in Switzerland, and then went to the KF3 Championship. He's done a bit of Formula 3 in between his karting, including the ATS Formula 3 Cup in 2014, ADAC Formula 4 in 2015, bit of Blancpain with Zach Speed in the Mercedes in 2016, and he paired that up with some ADAC GT Masters before hopping into the V2V series in LMP3 for Inter Europol in 2017, GT4 European Series in the KTM Crossbow in 2017 with more ADAC GT Masters. He did turn out in a KTM Crossbow and an Opel Astra for Teichmann Racing in the VLN in 2018, and then I did a bit of Blancpain and 24 hours of Spa last year before jumping into the European Championship here in the 24-hour GT Series for Top Sport this year. Still doing the GT Masters as well. That is the little rundown of Nikolai Rogiviu, who is just 23-year-old and years old, despite the name, is a Swiss national.
And he was here in the HB Ferrari last year as well, so he has recent experience in the last 12 months of COTA in that HB Racing Ferrari.
So a moment or two ago in the FS's, Jerome Bleekemolen, straddling one of the pyramid curves through the second part of the Esses, so turn 4, still had the left hand Hankooks on the red and white curb, but by far the majority of the car off the circuit, and far enough, as I say, to put the sump of that Mercedes engine right across that raised part. Calculated risk or pushing too hard? You be the judge, Dick.
Yeah, well, I think it's pushing too hard. We're talking about these scenes we can now. Paul alluded to the car at the back of the garage. It's not gunmetal grey, it's matte black. But the good thing about it is, by looking at this car, you could see the bits they've had to replace. Because if you look down here, they have a broken drive shaft. So they've obviously had to replace the drive shaft. They've also, there's no exhaust on this side either. They've had to replace the exhaust. There's an upright, there's a wishbone top arm missing. On this side, they've got the upright, they've got a hub area. They've also taken off the upper wishbone from here. So basically, the entire history of the Red Sins race can be told by the bits missing from the black sin at the back of the garage. John.
Spin at turn number 11 from Axel Sartingen in the Black Falcon Team Techstar Mercedes-Benz. That's the SPX third position. Just got on the throttle a little bit too eagerly on the exit of turn number 11. Or did he shift down a gear too far or something like that? That's a very odd place to spin the car. I wonder if that car double shifted down on him and locked up the back when he wasn't expecting it.
He gave a bit of a fright as well when he came back onto the circuit to Konstantin Scholl in the 980 Porsche. He was concerned about getting on the track and necessarily waiting for a gap, and Konstantin had to take evasive action. They took him off the track, so that might need to be looked at some point. Coming up to the end of the first hour of this portion, so we can raise the milestone of half distance. It's strange to be saying we've done an hour and now we're halfway through the race, but we've still got 12 hours to go, so don't get too excited just yet. Lucas Stoltz has completed 18 laps on this portion of the race. He didn't come in during the Code 60, so expected Luca to be one of the first pit callers, but it won't be for another 15-20 minutes or so yet. But just comparing average lap times, which I like to do, here at Bleekemolen's average lap time since the Code 60, 2 minutes 8.2, Lucas Stoltz 2 minutes 8.6, Robert Renauer 2 minutes 8.8, Nikolai Rokivu 2 minutes 7.7.
Just looking at the front end of the 464 Mercedes in the SPX class, you can clearly see some white gaffer tape in the underside of that splitter at the front there, and that tells you about how much cooler the temperatures are this morning, because they've blanked off some of the cooling areas in the front of that car. Now, why they would only blank off the brake cooling on the right-hand side and not the left, I'm not entirely certain, unless there's something else behind there, maybe an oil cooler instead, or the other side has fallen off.
I think it's more likely that the other side's fallen off, John, to be honest.
We use our left brakes a lot more than our right brakes on this circuit, therefore we tried to get the brake temperatures on the front discs to balance up.
There is another, I can't remember which one it was now, but I think it might have been go for the Kelly Moss car 906, but there was one car that I've noticed that has an awful lot of blanked off radiator at the front of it. So I noticed, I had a quick look when I was up on the grid just before this restart, and I think it was the Kelly Moss car, but almost the whole of the front is blanked off with tape. But of course the advantage is it is pretty chilly at the moment. It is due to warm up massively, so it's going to up to about 14-15 degrees Celsius by the end of today, but it's easy to remove gaffer tape, get this cooling air in there.
Well, and when you come in, you task one guy who's going around the far side of the front of the car to just literally pull the bits off as he goes through once the temperatures have come up on the car. Overcooling a race car is as bad as undercooling a race car for a couple of reasons. One, because nothing is working at its optimum, but also when you put that tape on the car, it will slightly change how the car aero works. So therefore, it will change the handling of the car. The Mark II completely missing the corner. Oh dear me, that's all four wheels to the left-hand side of the marker. We're live trackside, and in 22 seconds from now, so basically when I stop finishing this, stop talking in this sentence, we will be halfway through the race, live in sound and vision from the 24 hours of the Circuit of the Americas, the final round of the Hankook 24-hour series and Championship of the Continents. And there's 12 down and 12 to go. So let's take a look at how they stand then. It is Black Falcon Mercedes by 2 full laps now, is it? Yes, it is, over TalkSport, and Lucas Dalton second after a frantic first hour, which saw the intervention of the purple flags and really felt quite nicely for the Black Falcon team, who hadn't yet taken their early pit stop. So 4 from 90, and the German domination at the head of the field is completed by, in third place, some 56 seconds away from the TalkSport car, Robert Renard in the 91 Herbert machine. Another German manufacturer in fourth position is the leader of A6 Dr. Johannes Kerkhoff, has done a brilliant job in the opening stint of this second half of the race. Down on 297 laps, he's got about a minute on Trent Hinman in 73 Porsche Volt Racing. That's not the same class of car, of course, and Trent has got about a minute as well on Shane Lewis. That is the CP Racing car. That's the second of A6 runners, just ahead of the Ferrari of HB Racing, with the very quick Nikolai Rogivu, who has put the fastest lap of the race in at a 2:06.3 in this morning session. Rest of the top 10, Court Oyster Racing, that 717 Mark II V8 Coupe is leading SPX in 8th position, with Court at the wheel at the moment, despite his corner cutting. And behind him is Harold Schlotter, Leipert Motorsport, Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. Under half a minute between the first and second in SPX. The 10th position is the leading 991 category car, and that is in the hands of Andrew Davis, who started this morning for Kelly Moss Road and Race. A little bit of a drama for that car. It has been in and out of the pits for what we think was a precautionary change of drive shafts on that car. It's completed 280 laps, and if we look further down the GT field, the next 991 is from Porsche Lorient Racing, the number 911, funny enough, from Jean-Francois Demorge, who is sitting on 276 laps at the moment, down in 12th position. The GT4 battle has been keeping our interest as well. The RHE Jorgensen Strom car has Ben Strom at the wheel of 450 and sits in 14th position. They've completed 269 laps, and just 1 lap behind, I'll check that, 6 laps behind, is the ST Racing car. Harry Gottsacker, normally a Hyundai racer for Brian Herter Automotive, the 388 BMW in 2nd position. At the bottom end of that top 20, there are cars who've had problems, including the TalkSport WRT car had issues last night, as did the Racers Edge Motorsport Sin car. They got docked 20 laps for problems at the end of last night and working on the car overnight, but that car has been in and out the pits this morning and is still running, which can't be said for TalkSport number 70 or Winwood Racing number 433. I doubt we'll see the 19th and 20th cars again. As far as TCR is concerned, brilliant piece of strategy last night from Red Camel Jordan.nl. Stephen Licorice started the car this morning and has held that 2-lap lead to AC Motorsport in the Audi in 2nd position. This is a really important battle for the championship. Autorama have their car in third position, but for them, in some respects, that's the wrong Volkswagen Golf. The 114 is not the championship leading car. That's down in fifth position, and now 8 laps off the lead in class. So Grensport leads its class in a class of its own, literally, and the Atlanta Speedworks car has been out of contention since it had an engine problem yesterday. That's how we stand then, with 11 hours and 55 minutes to go. Now, Trent Hinman has just gone by the CP racing car, has he? No, he's just been caught by the CP racing car of Shane Lewis. This is very un-Trent-like. They are not in the same category. The bright yellow 991 Cup car being caught by the mainly white with blue and red number 85, and that Porsche is certainly not up to pace, particularly where I would expect it to be strong through the faster corners. And the answer is quite simply that car is proving a handful for Trent Hinman. Lots of input to the steering wheel for Trent, a very experienced racer. Comes out to the final corner nicely and heads up towards turn 1, and indeed puts a little bit of real estate between itself and the CP Racing Mercedes. But it would seem to me as though Trent is struggling with rear grip on that Porsche, and that is very unusual and also very worrying. Down through turn 2 and into the S's now.
Yes, Trent's been out there for 18 laps. Shane Lewis didn't come in during the code 60, so if anything, Shane Lewis's tyres should be in worse condition than Trent Hinman. But as you rightly say, over the course of the race, Shane's been getting quicker and quicker, whereas Trent's times have been kind of slowing up. And I think Shane Lewis is going to be able to get past the Porsche, at least on the track. And that is actually a battle for overall position as well.
Yes, it is, yeah. Not class position, but overall position. But, that is 5th overall we're looking at.
Quite, so and Shane has been closing up there, so I think he's going to be in a position to continue his charge in A6 AM. They've got, what is it, they're on the same lap as well as the Audi up ahead. It's a minute behind, so Shane Lewis, if he's losing time behind Hinman, needs to push his way through in order not to lose ground to Johannes Kirchhoff, because he's closed up practically a lap on the car collection Audi in the course of the hour of this race we've had this morning.
Yeah, there's something awry with that number 73 car, I think. We'll send Nick to have a bit of investigate after he's told us about the number 980. Konstantin Scholl has brought the MRS GT Racing Porsche in from 3rd in its class.
He has, and it's a standard stock, full driver tyres and everything else. There's still a little hole in the front left of the car where it's got a big scuffage of tyre, and it's also picked up a little bit of, it's gone through the bodywork. But yeah, that's all standard. They're now in the point now in the middle of the race where hopefully they've done the replacements of the drive shafts, and it won't happen again. No. I must admit, it does seem that they aren't going to last 12 hours unless they can find a way of changing what they're doing. And that's them. But as we said, the star of this morning so far, which is Nikolai Rogivu, is coming into the pits for a full service himself. So he's set some blistering times in the HB Ferrari number 41, and now he's going to have a little bit of a rest and a lie down. Oh, he's not. No, he's staying on board. He's staying on board. He's going so fast, they're just giving him tyres and sending him on his way, John.
That's going to take him close to the completion of his 2-hour driving time limit. He's obviously been at the wheel for an hour already, although actually it's just less than an hour because he came into the pits during the code 60. But by going for a full tank full of fuel, as much as the Ferrari is allowed, then they'll be able to get Nikolai in the car for a little bit longer. And as I say, they're moving up the field as far as A6 AM is concerned. Still in 3rd place, but with 3 laps of a disadvantage on the 85 Shane Lewis driven car, which John still hasn't managed to get past.
Yeah, I feel Shane is getting a little bit frustrated now. He's clearly been held up in the twisty bits, but the Porsche is pretty quick in a straight line, and even when he comes out onto the back straight, right up the rear tailpipes of Trent Hinman's Volt Porsche, he's losing maybe 1.5, 2 cars lengths by the braking area, and he just can't get through. and then he's all over the back of that Porsche through the medium, slow, and even some of the faster corners as well. And that's not very Porsche-like. It looks at the moment like the only thing the Porsche is doing well is accelerate and brake. It really doesn't want to turn. Adam Brynjolfsson, the man behind Bolt Racing, Park Place Motors up at Dallas, running this car, as they do with the number 73 Porsche in IMSA competition, which is why the 73 is on that car.
But of course, if the car is moving around on its tyres, the last thing that Shane Lewis wants to do is to take any risks and push his nose up where it's not welcome, because you know, and Shane will be able to see what's going on and think that I need to get past him in a straight line. I haven't got the horsepower to get past him in a straight line. Therefore, I need to get past him under braking. But the car looks so unstable under braking, I daren't go through. So I think that's part of the reason, as you described, for the frustration that might be setting in. It's Shane there.
Shane lighting up the rear handcuffs. He came out of 1 down to 2, and for once, under braking, the Porsche wasn't quite the equal of the Mercedes-Benz. Now down through the S's, Porsche changing direction pretty well, but by the time we get to turn 6, Shane's all over him, gets too close, and a bit of aero push, and Shane onto the dirty stuff, and we'll have to clean off his handcuffs now and mount another charge to the back of that bright yellow car.
But look how quickly he catches up again, John. You know, it's you know, he did lose he's lost 10 lengths, but I think Shane will be able to close up.
And they've got the leader coming up behind them now, Paul, and this might just give an opportunity for Shane Lewis to drag in behind the leader. The Porsche really, well, Shane Lewis very close to track limits in the middle of there, and I wonder if that just threw him off his game a little bit. No, it was down through turn 6. He just got into the aero wash of the car ahead and couldn't get the car turned around. But I wonder if Bleekemolen might actually help that other Mercedes as they come in. A6 AM leader in the pits.
Yep, so this is the guy they're both chasing, whilst they're, of course, currently just chasing each other's tails, but this is the car overhead. Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff taken out in a very ungallant way. Max Edelhoff, obviously much smaller, puts in a seat insert, hops into the blue and white 34 machine as the final tyre goes on, just putting the safety restraint on it. Just all tyres done, so at this point they could have left, but they're still sorting out the driver positioning. And they've also just pulled out the data card as well, and replaced it with a new one. Down and away, as well, and carry on in their quite successful attempt to win A6 AM here. And to my right, Jeroen Bleekemolen has got himself trundling down the pit lane as well. So let's. Luckily, only half the pit lane to walk up there, and I can see what he's doing. So, run an hour and 12 minutes into this second part. This will be a driver change as well. Be interested to see whether it's Ben Keating or Felipe Fraga. So he had to stop at the code 60 earlier. So they have taken on fuel and tyres about 20 minutes in. So run 50 minutes. I think it seems quite small of stature. So it's actually Cooper McNeil, the tall and lanky McNeil. I think that a couple of people, different people were ready to go there, because the first person was a bit shorter, but they are doing a full service. Jeroen coming out. It's Fraga. No, it's Fraga. This long distance view, you see, I must get my eyes tested. Fraga gets in. So they are rotating. They are rotating the drivers, the fast drivers, to try and cement this lead early on. And I assume they'll let Cooper and young Mr. Taben have a go later on.
Well, you're very sweet, Nick, because that was me shouting in his ear that was Cooper McNeil, and I was corrected by both Joe Bradley and Paul Trustwell here. So Nick wasn't failing of eyesight. He was just repeating the wrong information that I'd given him in his ear. Thank you, Nick.
The only restrictions aren't on Felipe Fraga. The restrictions are on Bleekemolen in that car, Lucas Stoltz as far as the Toxport car is concerned, and on Robert Renauer as far as the 91 Herbert car is concerned. I'm surprised that Bleekemolen came in before Lucas Stoltz did, because Lucas Stoltz came in, remember, right at the beginning of this session. just before we went to the Code 60, whereas Blake Molan came in and got fuel whilst we were under Code 60. So I say I'm slightly surprised that the Top Sport car has been able to keep going as long as it has. So that's enabled the first to second gap to come down. Lucas Stoltz will be coming through next time around and going on to his 309th lap, which Blake Molan has already completed. But next time he comes around, it will still be 1 lap of a gap between the two of them, subject to how much longer Blake Molan stays in the pits. Because of course, although he's left Nick Damon standing, or at least Felipe Fraga has left Nick Damon standing, the car is still in the refueling area, getting more Gulf fuel.
Still that battle continues with Shane Lewis behind a very oily rear end of the Park Place Porsche, and Shane Lewis's pace is not where I'd expect that and Shane to be, so there's clearly not all well. They might just be running to a time, of course, but I don't see that, and it just looks to me as though that Porsche is struggling a wee bit.
But on the other hand, as we were saying, Shane Lewis can't afford to take any risk. He would far rather just sit there than throw the Mercedes off, and he'll have Nathan McBride, no doubt, in his ear saying, just get past when you can.
Yeah. What's interesting to me is, time after time now, the 85 of Shane Lewis, as I say, being held up, Trent Hinman behind the Porsche, and I'd expect Trent to be quicker than that. But Shane gets off the corner onto the back straight, turn 11, much quicker. But before they're over the first rise, the Porsche has a car's length on it. So that's got the pickup speed down into the stadium section. We'll go down to Nick and the race leaders, Black Falcon, in just a moment. I just wonder if there's going to be a bit of a dive bomb into the final corner in a couple of minutes' time. And a seconds time, so we'll stick with this for a moment, Nick, if we may, as they head through turn 19 now, and now down into turn 20. If I look out of the window, which way do they come into our view? No, it's still the same way. Another lap, another 5.4 frustrating kilometres, 3.4 miles for Shane Lewis, as Jeroen Bleukemollen joins us this morning.
Well, Jeroen, you're a lucky boy, aren't you?
Oh yeah, going out early in the morning, nice cold air, new tires pretty quickly because of the Code 60, so yeah, it was great, really nice to run. Car is still in really good conditions. We did the brakes, so yeah, we gotta make it to the end with those, but it feels good.
Could the Code 60 have come at a better time?
I don't think so, no. We've been quite a few times lucky, yesterday as well. Not the first one, but the next 2 or 3 we've been lucky, and also this morning. I think the Porsche had luck as well there, like us. The other AMG a bit unlucky, but it can come around as well. So it's a long way to go, and you know that if you have 2 or 3 Code 60s that go against you, then you might lose 1 or 2 laps.
Felipe's got in to follow Felipe Fraga. You're doing the majority of the driving, you two guys. When are we going to see Cooper and Ben get back in?
Yeah, definitely. They'll be back in the car next up. They're looking forward to it, and yeah, it's great. I mean, the car is so nice to drive, so it's just driving around with a smile.
Thank you, Ron. Weird thing is, we're only just over halfway.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. It's a long day ahead. It's almost hard to imagine, but yeah, it'll pass quickly, though. That's usually how it goes.
Great stuff. Thanks, Ron. Well done. Cheers, mate.
Yeah, brilliant stint from him. Star of the first part of the race, though, Nikolai Rogivu, the 24-year-old Swiss driver. New fastest lap of the race for him in that HB Racing Ferrari. A6 third position, and desperately trying to make up the 4 laps between itself and Max Edelhoff, who's taken over the Car Collection Motorsport. The battle on the track is for 5th position. 2 different categories of cars, 2 very different philosophies of cars. The rear-engined Porsche Flat 6 and the front-engined Mercedes GT3 coming down to the final corner again, where we left them a couple of laps ago when Nick started that interview. Now we've got some traffic ahead, including the Andrew Davis leading the Kelly Moss Road and Race with the 991 category car and the leading SPX car. So 2 class leaders ahead of this battle as they go through turn 1, and very cleverly Kurt Oyser makes sure he's out of the way of those cars as he goes down the hill. Oh, he hasn't been able to let them through, and this could get a bit tasty through the S's now, as Shane Lewis perhaps sees an opportunity. Got close here, what, half a dozen or so laps ago, then lost the aero on the front of the AMG number 85. Oh, up the inside of turn 6 for Hindman on Kurt Oyser. Pushes Oyser wide, and Shane has to follow him through to stay close to him through to turn 8 now, as they climb over the top of the rise at turn 9. Still got Andrew Davis. Thank goodness these are all very, very experienced drivers. Oyser with 75 24-hour races under his belt. Andrew Davis has driven everything in pretty much every class, so he's used to being the quickest and the slowest. And this time, there's almost an overlap there as Trent Hinman, to stop the Mercedes getting a run there, pretty much parked it on the apex of turn 11. But this is, Paul, a battle for position.
It absolutely is. And you're saying, you know, Shane doesn't want to take any risk, but he does want to get through. He's going to go now, I think.
Down the inside at turn number 12, and finally he gets the overlap. But Hindman's going to tough it out on the inside to 13. He's going to throw it in there. This could be dangerous. And that's pushed the 85 of Shane Lewis wide. He loses the back end for a moment, but he gets the inside for the next set of left-hand corners, and that should be it. Stout defence by Hindman all the way through that, but there's clearly, to me, Paul, something not quite right with that number 73 Porsche.
I don't think so, actually. I think it's just, I mean, yes, they're both, you know, well into their stints. Trent Hindman 24 laps in, Shane Lewis 26 laps into their stint, so the cars are getting a bit more warm. But I think what you mentioned a little while ago, John, is absolutely right, that the Porsche is just able, with that rear engine, the weight is over the rear wheels. That's where you want the weight, to push the driving down on the track. That will give them Lewis is through. I think you can see him not necessarily disappearing, but certainly being able to move ahead. And of course, he now leads the A6 AM class. Not only does he have 4th place overall, he now leads the A6 AM class with that pit stop that we saw from Dr. Johannes Gershoff handing the car, the 34 car collection car, over to Max Abramoff. And so we now have Shane Lewis not only taking over 4th place in the race, but leading A6 AM with car collection still back there in 2nd place, because the HP Racing Ferrari, despite Nikolai Rockybu's efforts, is still 3 laps behind.
Good morning to Shea. Adam. Why can't I hear you? I know why. Go on.
Good morning, John.
Too many buttons to push this morning. I've only had 1 cup of coffee as well.
No.
Yeah, that's where I'm heading off in a little while. Shea just noticing that Ross Smith was a wee bit late there in the race's edge scene. That car did come out this morning. It's been back in and out of the pits a couple of times. Got a 20-lap penalty overnight for the issues that they had in working on the car. Trent Hinman then just slipping back to 5th position as Shane Lewis goes up to what is now 4th after the pit stops ahead. Felipe Fraga reinstalled in the Black Falcon car. And fastest lap of the race for Max Edelhoff in that car collection motorsport car. Brilliant run this morning. A stint and a half for Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff. Took the advantage of an early code 60, which was for the Speedlover number 978 Porsche, which did a drive shaft going onto the back straight at almost the same time as the Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Volkswagen Golf went straight on at turn number 11 with fading brakes and we think a stuck throttle as well.
I think it was more the Golf that caused the
yeah,
16
true enough,
rather than the drive shaft on the Porsche, to be fair. But
it was dealt with in the same period by the same Nissan pickup truck, actually.
Was it the same truck?
Yeah, he was. He just drove about 200 metres down the road and picked up the... Ironically, the car that had the big impact, which was the Autorama car, drama for Autorama in the championship leading car, that car drove back to the pits after a really nasty thud into the triple layer Tech Pro barriers there. And the Porsche from Speedlover which just ground to a halt. That had to be towed back because of the driveline problems.
Does that count as a buy one get one free then for the Nissan?
Yeah, they don't get to put 2 notes in their log
No.
for that. No, that's just the one.
Question.
Yes.
Who started that Black Falcon Mercedes for the first stint? Was it Jerome?
It was Jerome.
Okay.
Yeah.
So going from Jerome to Felipe, then I would imagine to Ben and Cooper, just maintaining the same rotation as we saw yesterday. That would make sense.
I think they would, it does make sense. And it also gives Felipe Fraga, say, the maximum drive time behind the wheel, but certainly as much as Hironi's, because they're pretty equal at times.
First time I've noticed this at turn 19, a warning for Lucas Stoltz and the number 90 Talksport WRT World Race Team for the Mercedes driver. Track limits at 19, that's the tricky downhill, very fast and committed left-hander at the end of the lap.
I think Luca will be into the pits at the end of the lap that he's currently on. He's just gone on to his 32nd lap on this stint, and say the car was unlucky, the Talksport car, unlucky with that timing of the Code 60, which Jeroen Bleekemolen was gracious enough to admit that they hadn't been that lucky with the first Code 60, but thereafter they've pretty much fallen their way. What I didn't quite catch was when he was talking to Nick a moment ago, he wasn't sure whether those new brakes that they put on the car are actually going to last till the end of the race. So I think they're just going to have to keep on monitoring that over the course of today.
Still almost, 12 hours left to go? So 11 and a half hours remaining of the race. That's a long period of time for a set of brakes.
Subject to the way conditions are.
Yeah, that's a lot cooler this morning, and we have seen some cars having the brake cooling areas blanked off a little bit this morning, and some of the radiator ducts. 131 has come through for a penalty.
You say it's a lot cooler this morning, but it's actually a lot warmer than it's been any other morning since we've been coming to the track. It's already up to 50 degrees Fahrenheit out there. That's 10 degrees Celsius, which is just off the high that we had yesterday. So it's a big difference temperature-wise from what the competitors are used to. And we're expecting a high today of close to 70 degrees.
2 things from the pit lane. The 131 Andy Burry car came in through the penalty box but didn't stop in it. So whether he was just straight lining it to get to his pit easier or he forgot to stop. And we got the second place car in.
In and out already, in a very good stop that way. Lucas Stoltz out, didn't quite see who got in, but they have done a quick stop. That was one where you timed them based on the tyre change, and they were almost gone when the last tyre came out. So Talksport there putting a pretty good performance in. Luca took a pick down his haunches thing, almost though he's had a bit of extra work, but he's now up and bouncing about, chatting to his engineer, and we'll see if we can go row with him.
That's Nick Damon in the pit lane, and good morning everybody from Johnny Palmer taking over from John Hindhaugh for the second portion of the race. We are now firmly into the second half as well, with a mere 11 hours and 33 minutes to go, and quite clearly some drama for one or two up and down the pit lane, either late last night or early this morning, and the attrition rate of this rather unconventional 24-hour race with the split in the middle still very much there, and we found that from the off. Okay, the first 2 cars to drop away, they were decisions from the team to just utilise one of their cars of the 2, but we had a very early retirement for Atlanta Speedworks, sadly, with their dark blue Honda Civic FK7. The Winward Racing Mercedes as well going with a coolant problem. And the 70 car is out, of course, after we had a long chat with Nick Foster yesterday. Let's go back to Nick Damon in the pits.
With Lucas Stoltz, fresh out of the 90. That was a pleasant early morning run.
Yeah, it was definitely not so easy starting on really cold tires. I think it was like 4 or 5 degrees this night, so the 3 warm-up laps really helped. But yeah, even the first 3 laps were pretty slippery. Tried to find Jerome a little bit, but I couldn't manage. There were just some better tires. Still had a lot of fun. Really pushing hard now in the last stint. We tried to get back the lap. I think now we are 2 laps behind because we were a little bit unlucky with the Code 60 again. But yeah, it's still a long way to go and the race not over.
Is there anything you as a team can do to make up the gap, or do you have to hope you get the luck of a Code 60 going your way or a problem for the Black Falcon team?
Yeah, well, you can always push a lot and try to find them. Maybe hope they have a problem. But yeah, there's not much you can do. But if you're lucky with a code 60, you're soon back to the lead lap.
Well done, thank you.
Lucas Stoltz out of the TalkSport WRT. I thought that was interesting, saying he chased down Jerome Bleekemolen and just a better set of tires for your own. Sure.
Well, to be fair, that's actually a good excuse because the TalkSport car, remember, didn't change its tyres just before the end of last night's race, whereas Black Falcon were able to. So Black Falcon were on a relatively new set of tyres first thing this morning, whereas the TalkSport car, A, didn't have so much fuel aboard, and B, was on an older set of tyres. So they came in for an earlier stop, TalkSport, before the Code 60 happened. And then when the Code 60 happened, Black Falcon were able to get in, so that was unlucky for them. But what has happened now is that with the pit stop for Jerome Bleekemolen and handing over to Felipe Fraga, Robert Renauer owes us a pit stop probably at the end of this lap or the next lap, but at the moment he's actually back onto the lead lap. So Robert Renauer, it is only a brief moment, but he's on the lead lap, so there is still enough. I mean, the Black Falcon car has the upper hand, but as Jerome Klein said, it only takes them up to go 60's not quite to go their way, and Herbert are ready to pounce.
I guarantee you it's not Alfred Renauer that'll be taking over for brother Robert, because Alfred apparently didn't leave the track last night. We left him laying on the ottomans out in the lobby area, and when we came back this morning, Johnny, at least he was wearing slightly different clothes, but he was still in the same spot.
He was in the same position, still looking at his phone. And we all said, have you been there all night? Literally having not moved. But I think there was a change of clothes somewhere along the way. But that really backs up your theory that Alfred is the more chilled out one, sprawled on the nearest couch. But always raring to go whenever it is his turn in the car. But Robert Renauer starting things off as he tends to do, whether it be a Saturday or a Sunday, or indeed wind the clock back a little bit further on in the or further back in the season. And the split races in Europe tend to be Friday and Saturdays. But again, Robert Renauer tending to be installed for the start of the race when it is the busiest, and usually reserved for the final stint as well, when sometimes the run to the flag can be very intense indeed. But interesting that Jerome Bleekemolen was put in for the Black Falcon car, so they've obviously exchanged duties between he and Felipe Fraga. They're sort of plug-and-play drivers though, really, and competing for fastest times. It's going to be an interesting inter-team competition that on average lap times between the two.
What was interesting whilst you were having your breakfast this morning, Johnny and Shane, was that we said yesterday that we wouldn't get a happy hour. Well, we did get a bit of a happy hour first thing this morning with both Jerome Bleekemolen getting into the 2-minute sixes, but also, slightly surprisingly, Nikolai Rogivu in the HP Ferrari. And it's Rogivu who actually has the fastest lap of the race now in that HP Racing Ferrari with a time of 2 minutes 6.357, which is quicker than the fastest lap that was set in last year's race as well, and also quicker than anybody went in yesterday's portion of the race. But of course they weren't running at that 8 to 9 o'clock period of the morning yesterday, so it's the first opportunity they've had to run in that time when the air is still quite cold, as you were saying, no warmer than yesterday, but in ideal conditions once the cars were fully warmed up, suited the Ferrari very well indeed, and they'll be regretting the time that they lost yesterday with that fueling issue.
Yes, still 10 laps off the pace for the number 41 HB Racing Ferrari, third in class, but 3 laps behind the next in class, which is Car Collection Motorsport, and Max Edelhoff behind the wheel of that Audi right now. So
waiting for Robert Renauer to make this pit stop. He's gone 32 laps now in the Herbert Porsche, which suggests to me that the car is working very nicely indeed. That's the best stint they did yesterday without the help of the Code 60 was 28 laps, so they managed to extend the range of that car largely by fueling just before they didn't fuel last night, did they? Because they took tyres and then didn't want to fuel because they were afraid of then losing 2 laps to the race leader, so they managed to stay just 1 lap behind when today's race started. Came in fairly early on for a fuel stop before the Code 60, then came in for a fuel stop during the 1060. So Robert's got probably 120 litres aboard that car, and has used it to good effect in this portion of the race. But it's just gone round again.
Exactly.
33 laps now on the stint.
Well, Paul, you'd better push the button on your computer that has the box this lap flasher on his dashboard. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Thank you, Paul. Thank you.
Done. Do you think they're in a bit of fuel save already, thinking about back timing it then?
No, not back timing, but fuel save definitely. I know they were frustrated yesterday. They were only getting 28 laps. The problem for Robert is that he's gone this full distance, and they've now got getting towards the very end of the tank. It's 120 litre fuel tank. When he comes in for fuel, he's only going to be able to put 85 litres in. So whoever goes in the car next won't be able to go as far as Robert has done on this tank.
Which is what they did yesterday, correct?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, well, obviously the priority, as there's a very sideways moment a few seconds ago for Max Edelhoff, an indication of how hard the car collection Audi is pushing. That was approaching turn 3. And Max Edelhoff running in second position, trying to keep up with the CP Racing Mercedes with Shane Lewis. That's a very interesting battle within the A6AM category. Let's welcome a new voice back to the pit lane. Joe Bradley was working very hard till late last night, returning this morning. And the Volt Racing Porsche is in.
Yes, it is. I think it's Trent Hinman, who we've just seen battling with the CP Mercedes. So we're going to have a great chat with him and just get some inside information on how that panned out for him. I would suggest that the tyres on this Porsche weren't really up to the job to hold back Shane Lewis in that Mercedes. The 73 Porsche now got brand new handcuff tyres on it as it wheel spins in great style. Great style for a Sunday morning wheel spin of the Porsche as it makes its way to fueling. I'll get back to you when I've found Trent, who's just darted to the back of the garage to get his helmet and his gear off.
Okay, Alan Brynjolfsson taking that car over and heading now into the 20 km/h limited fueling area. A question of exactly where you go when you're just presented with a mass of cones. I mean, there are all sorts of different routes possible, but thankfully everyone is well rehearsed in trying to pick out where they need to stay left and right of. But that does take a bit of muscle memory, I'm sure, to train.
It's like an autocross course, Johnny, and
yeah,
you sort of see it for the first time and go, okay, so I'm not supposed to hit any of these, but there's a course to go. Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's a distinct lack of arrows for me, but I'm sure, as I say, that's a honed thing from Thursday of this week, if not before.
I'm curious to see whether or not they've left the duct tape across the rear screen camera in the cockpit of the car that Jan Halen put on.
They have, and not only have they left it, but they've adjusted it so that it's even more efficiently covering up the camera. We decided that because you're allowed to clean the windows and the mirrors, and effectively that's a mirror, then taping over counts as cleaning. So I think that was a bit of work that was done overnight, and it was allowed as it was just dealing with windows and mirrors.
That's very fair. Is Robert Renner going to pit this lap? He's got 38 seconds to make up his mind.
Let's wait and see. We'll keep our eyes peeled on the pit lane entry. The HB Ferrari's just heading through the long, lingering right-hander at 16 and 17. And we can go back to the pits to hear from Trent Hinman now with Joe.
Trent, great to watch. How good was it from where you were?
It was a little bit wild. I mean, 11 hours left to go in the race, and we're fighting pretty hard there. But just the way, I mean, any long-distance endurance race that I've been a part of, it always goes like that. I mean, these cars are obviously so reliable. Obviously, every team is doing a hell of a job up and down pit lane, but these Park Place guys are really giving me something special here. So for a Gen 1 GT3R, I think we're holding our own pretty well. Double stinted tires there were definitely pretty entertaining too, especially by the end. You watch the predictive timer and you just want to beat yourself over the head with a dash because it just keeps going down and down and down. But hey, at the end of the day, you know, we're out here, we're putting up, I think, one hell of a fight, and you know, we're just going to keep plugging along. 11 hours left, it's plenty of time.
As a driver training exercise, it was a great, it was textbook in how to defend and how to be offensive from Shane as well. Two great drivers going at it. It may not sound that important position-wise with 11 hours to go, but it kind of is, isn't it? You don't want to give up any ground, even at this stage.
I mean, again, these long-distance endurance races, especially the 24-hour races, are so hard fought right from the get-go. So, I think anybody who says, well, qualifying doesn't really matter, well, our position at hour 20 really doesn't matter. Well, no, it absolutely does, because that's just, you're breaking that race apart from the finish to the start, right? So you've got to kind of meet where your expectations are in terms of strategy, in terms of track position, and especially with GT3 racing, it's so hard to get track position on the racetrack. So it's a tough balance there, but you're absolutely scrapping for every single inch of real estate that you can get.
And long may it continue. Thanks for talking to us, Trent. Cheers.
Thank you.
Trent Hidman from the 73 Park Place prepared Porsche, but running with the Volt lighting backing, and therefore entered as Volt Racing. So that car rejoining in 5th place. Max Edelhoff is just about on the same lap as that car and about to cross the line now in the car collection motorsport machine. And then, not very far away on the road at least, is Nikolai Rogivu, still working very hard behind the wheel of the HB Racing Ferrari, but there are laps between Brynjolfsson and Rogivu.
Yeah, the difference is that Max Edelhoff will be going past the Volt Racing Porsche now. In fact, just has gone past, going up onto the next lap, whereas the Ferrari, still with Nikolai Rogivu at the wheel, and he's been in the car since the beginning of the race, so probably only got about 20 minutes to go on his drive time before he'll be coming in. But Nikolai Rogivu still 2 laps behind the Volt Racing Porsche, which is up in the refueling area.
Brake change going on for the Lamborghini, the sole Lamborghini in the field. That's an XPX entrant for Lippert Motorsports. Now, where do we stand on championship right now, Paul? Because they're still in line to try and take a team's championship, are they not?
Lippert, yes.
Yes.
In the GT division, absolutely right, and as long as they finished, I think, in 1st or 2nd or even 3rd place in the SPX class, so in other words, as long as they finish within 60% of the leader, then they will cart off the team's championship. It is very close, but the Lippert team coming into the championship with a 3-point advantage over Car Collection. Car Collection currently in 2nd place in the AM class, so it's points from whichever class you're in, but 2nd place in the AM class won't score as many points as a win for Lippert. Even if they both finish 2nd, it will still preserve Lippert's advantage in the GT championship. The drama that we almost had was when Hindhoff was here, and he saw the 112 Golf going off into the barriers, and that car needs to finish in order to win the championship of the continents in the TCE division. And it's now going again, the 112 car, down in 5th place in the class, and that is high enough up the positions to still secure the championship, but it does mean that the Autorama car does still have to keep going, having had a brake failure, which was what caused the car to go off.
The 112 is the Volkswagen running with the yellow door mirrors, so if you're out around the circuit or able to watch the pictures, that's the way you can tell them apart. The 114, the sister car with the red door mirrors.
And at the moment, it's championship rival AC Motorsport with their Audi car 188 scoring 26 points for this event. Autorama 112 scoring 18, but that is sufficient. They'd win the championship by 6 points. However, for this race in isolation, the 101 TCE Series leader is the Red Camel Jordans.NL Cupra, and Joe's just watched the stop for that.
Yeah, pretty standard. Front tyres only on the 101 Cupra of the Red Camels car. Stephen Licorice has gotten out. I didn't see who got in, but perhaps Stephen can tell me. Just looking at the tyre wear on this front-wheel drive Cupra, and it's a pretty standard thing. The inner edge of the tyre is pretty gone. The rest of the tyre looking pretty fit, but the inside edge is where it gets all its wear. Let's dive in and speak to Stephen before he... Oh, a little pat on the back. You've done a good job there, Steve. You got a pat on the back from Rick.
Yeah, must be a good job if Rick gives you a pat on the back. So yeah, absolutely, yeah.
So how did you feel? Are you equally as happy?
Yeah, I mean, I've not been in a front-wheel drive for 10 years, so I'm an old man. I mean, I know the pros moan about it. I heard what's his name moaning about it the other day, but
takes me longer to get into it. So it's taken me a long time to really just get my rhythm back, slow the car down, not veer it off, and all the rest of it.
What aspect then, just to give our listeners and viewers an idea, Stephen, you're more familiar over the last 10 years with rear-wheel drive cars. I remember Porsches, Carrera Cup and stuff. So what are the main vagaries between those two different concepts?
Yeah, well, I've been driving Lambos as well for the last 3 years, the Huracan Trofeo, and before that the Porsche. And you tend to have a much lower minimum speed, so you'll really V the corner off to get the power down, but these things have obviously got no power, so you have to carry much more mid-corner speed and be more patient with the throttle. But you know, it's just a thing that's ingrained after 10 years. It's difficult to get it out there. But
and you've got Rick in your ears saying save the tyres as well while you're pushing into the corner. Yeah,
exactly. And I think, you know, that stint there as well, I really focused on trying to look after the tyres and just keep some consistent times. And yeah, it seemed as though it was sort of working, so that's all good.
You guys are going, I'm looking at exit, you're going really well. I mean, you know, the thing about the TCR class is it's always so very close, so the simplest of slip-ups can knock you back down the field. But you guys just sticking with the strategy, not being dragged into anything?
No, I mean, I think one of the things that came up there on me towards the end of the stint was traction control and how much it feels like the car's losing power. And I was on the radio to the team saying, guys, the engine's down on power. And they said, no, it's just the traction as the tyres are getting worn. So it's a learning curve.
Look how worn that tyre is, Stephen. That's why the traction control was coming in. I don't think you've got any tread on there. No, there's very little tread on there. Just looking at that inside edge, there's the main cut. That's why the traction control is kicking in. There's no rubber left.
Absolutely, and it's tough trying to be smooth and just keep out the throttle and just try and carry the speed and just get that feeling of what grip you have got just to carry the corner speed.
And I can see you're enjoying it. Do you prefer the long distance races over the sprints?
I think you get a great team atmosphere, right? You know, I mean, sprint is great when you're younger, but you know, I want to enjoy my racing, and you come along and the team are looking for a 10th in qualifying, and you know, it gets pretty tough, whereas this is a little bit more relaxed. So,
I understand that. It's great to have you here. Great to have you in the series. Good to see you. Stephen Lickwich there, a stalwart of UK racing, and certainly enjoying his time at the 24 Hours COTA.
Yeah, as he says, background in Porsches with Team Parker at Porsche Carrera Cup GB level in the sort of early 2010s, but then discovered Creventic racing and has done a number of Dubai 24 Hours now, and also more recently in the European-based Lamborghini Super Trofeo Championship, both at AM and Pro-Am level. So a mixture of sports cars, but it's been a long, long time since he's driven front-wheel drive.
And this year running in the Lamborghini Middle East Championship in the Pro-Am category, top 3 in every single round of that championship. So he has done a bit of Lambo this year, and quite successfully too.
The 101 car then that Stephen Lickwich has just exited was taken over by Jeremy Daniel. I don't think we ever mentioned that. So the Red Camel Jordans.nl car leading the class, and by 2 minutes and 27 seconds ahead of Stefan Tanner's 114 Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Volkswagen Golf. So that's not the championship rival of 188. 112 needing to finish to stay ahead points-wise of the 188 car. The 112, though, with its dramas, quite a way back now, having completed 284 laps in comparison to the sister machine with 289 to its name, and the class leader, the race leader in TCE, 290 laps completed.
Car 911 slow out on the circuit there, causing a bit of a blockage for Felipe Fraga there. He had to take to the curbs to avoid going into the back of the Porsche Lorient car. 911. I don't think he's going to stop on the circuit. He's in limp home mode, so hopefully he'll be able to get back to the pits safely without going to code 60. What we can do, though, is go down to Joe Bradley in the pits.
Well, we've just witnessed a fantastic Porsche versus Mercedes battle. We spoke to Trent Hindman a few minutes ago. Now let's get the other side of the story from Shane Lewis, who was at the wheel of the 85 CP Mercedes. Shane, you're always smiling, but it was a bigger smile after that. That was brilliant to watch.
Well, it was awesome. You know, I know Trent real well. I have a huge amount of respect for him in a race car, so when you know the guy that you're wheel-to-wheel with, that makes all the difference in the world. I hope everybody else got a chance to see it. You can see where the strength of the Porsche is, sometimes the strength of the Mercedes is. The biggest, toughest thing for me was, as I would tuck up underneath them in the carousel, which was 16, 17, 18, and we're missing a dive plane in the front and a few things, and arrow-wise, my car would just shoot away from me. So I could only get so close to him in certain areas. We were both hurting for grip and a couple stuff, but that was an epic battle. I wish it was still going on.
You've just confirmed Hindhoff's commentary, because that's exactly what he said. You got right under the Porsche's aero wash and you just lost out. How I would describe it, Shane, was textbook racecraft. If you've got a young driver, show them the footage of you guys battling out there. You could see the respect, giving each other room. It was awesome to watch.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a couple times it went back and forth, and there's a couple places I could have gave it to him and back, but I could tell, it was Trent, and I know he's a smart young guy to where, he knows not to hurt that car because it's a 24-hour race. This is my, almost 50th 24-hour race, and won a lot of them, and I want to win this one. So I want to win this one for the guys, and I know not to put a wheel wrong or a foot wrong or a dive plane wrong. So a lot of respect, but at the same time, we're race car drivers, and we're out there battling and having fun, and we both want to go to the front.
I'll ask you the same question. Even with 11 hours to go, it's still important to gain and not lose track position.
Yeah, very much so. The series here, even though Creventic is probably the warmest, most friendliest group of endurance races that you could ever possibly go to, the battles are very keen and they're very tough, and everybody's pushing really super hard. Also, we get in lap traffic, and the guys in the TCR cars and the GT4 cars, they're pushing hard, and you got to have some respect to them, but at the same time, navigating that traffic of where they're going to be, and the hand-cooked tires holding up really well, really, really great. I'm impressed with it, but at the same time, there's tire debris everywhere on the racetrack, so if you get off a little bit, it's a real tough one.
What happens then, Shane? Just give our listeners an idea. We're talking about pickup. So if you go offline, you get additional rubber picked up onto the tyre. What does that do exactly?
Well, the tough part was we got here this morning, and thank you to the people at COTA. They cleaned the racetrack in our break last night. So I thought, all right, first stint, it's going to be great. And about 4 laps in, I'm like, it's not going to be good. That tire rubber came up, really big. Some of the difficult part is that once it clumps up and gets on your tire, it takes a couple corners to get off. And also, sometimes they become missiles. I've had a couple of guys being behind, they throw it off the back of their tire, it hits the windshield, kind of screwed up one of our tear-offs a little bit. So, and I'm not convinced that's not what happened to a dive plan. Not sure that it was a car that anybody got into, but it might have been just some tire debris.
Great stuff. Once again, Shane, I wish you guys had fuel enough for 11 hours of that, but alas, we've got a pit stop.
Gotcha. Just tell me when Trent's back in so I can go do this with him again. So
he said the same.
Thank you.
Great stuff. Thanks, Shane. Shane Lewis.
Yeah, thoroughly enjoyable to watch, and clearly for the two gentlemen involved, really fun to actually take active part in. So Shane Lewis is going to step away now for a little pause, and a moment or two ago, the 911 Porsche Lorient car struggling as we described, and it was grinding to a halt. Now the 911 Porsche from the French outfit, from the west side of France, just touring its way through and hampering the 112 car right in the middle of the bend. I think that car just trying to stay out of the way as best possible, but it also caused an issue for the race leader in the GT series, Felipe Fraga, who had to take avoiding action as that Porsche Cup car from the 991 class got back up to speed. And Eric Muez now into the pit lane with the blue door mirrored 911. Sometimes Porsche Lorient, particularly in the European races, turn up with 2 cars, the other one numbered 912, but just the lone machine in competition this weekend. And Lorient, I think, are going to guide that car directly into the garage to try and fix the issue.
Meanwhile, back to the battle between Volt and CP Racing. He described how Charlie Putman and Adam Brynjolfsson has taken over the Porsche. It's not over yet. There's still only 9 seconds between them out there. Charlie Putman is, I think, he's lapping pretty much in the same kind of lap times as Brynjolfsson, and just separated by those 10 seconds. It's entirely feasible that before the end of their respective stints, they're going to be at it hammer and tongs, just as Trent Hinman and Shane Lewis were. So keep our eyes on that battle. Daniel Allemann has taken out the 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche again, and as a result of that pit stop, he has now dropped back to third place again, so the top sport Mercedes moves up to second. So it's now Fraga now with his 2-lap lead once more back intact. So Fraga sitting on this 2-lap cushion, but he will be in the first of the three of them. So it's Fraga comes in first, then Henrik still comes in second, and then Daniel Allemann will come in the third of them. And when each of them make their pit stop, they lose round about a lap and a half or 2 laps, getting the tyres fuel that they need to carry on. So what it means is that Fraga can stay in the lead, but the gap of his lead shrinks from being 2 laps down to being about 45 seconds.
Coroyes has brought the 717 Mark II V8 into the pit lane. Joe Bradley's watching the stop, but there's one or two issues here.
All very noble, JP. Core got out. It was Thorson who's the next driver in the rotation. However, the left rear wheel will not come off. We've had this before where they've had to grind away at the wheel rim, and right now this left rear wheel is stuck on the hub. We've seen this before many times. I don't know. I thought they might have addressed this by maybe, dressing the inside edge of the wheel, but it's kind of, it doesn't want to come off. They're tugging and tugging and tugging. And I remember the last time I witnessed this, it was the first run when Coroyes Racing brought this car out. Now they've got it off, but it's still a problem, isn't it? It's the little pegs that locate the car on the hub. They're expanding and becoming really tight on the hub and the locating holes, and that's what the problem is. However, we had a mechanic just go into the back of the car, pretty much diving into the diffuser and kicking it with the back of his heel from the inside edge of the wheel, and that's done the trick. The car was about to go in the garage. They haven't needed to do that, and thankfully and happily it's on its way.
So 717 moving again, and there was also an issue for the 112 Volkswagen Golf from Autorama Motorsport, which being sent now down pit lane with Yannick Mettler having brought that car in. It's reached the fueling area, but that car has been in the pits now for, well, just over 6 minutes, so it's been in the garage briefly and has now been wheeled back out again. But obviously they're going to have to nurse this car to the finish because of the dramas for it earlier on in the race.
I think the problem which we didn't quite get to the bottom of, we were told that the problem was a braking issue for the 112 car when I think it was Nick Damon interviewed Konstantin Kletzer, but we didn't quite get to the bottom of what caused the braking issue, whether it was purely the pads disappearing or whether there was a hydraulic issue on the car. But, bizarre, isn't it, how you bring 2 cars along to the racetrack, and the one that you really want to finish highly experiences all the problems, and then the other one, which you just got in there as an insurance policy, runs like clockwork. I shouldn't say that, but the 114 Autorama car has run very well indeed and is up now into 2nd place in the TCR category.
Barely done any racing, that's why. The 112's done the whole season and he's running out of legs.
The 911 Porsche Lorient Racing car has made it into the pit lane. It's been there for just under 5 minutes now, and I just wanted to note that when it came in, completed 294 laps, a 19-lap buffer back to the 3rd place in class. So I'm going to keep an eye on that gap and as it comes down as they continue working on that car.
Coroyes has just got out of the 717 as Joe's described and now got a chance to catch up with him.
Cora, you had me really worried there when that wheel wouldn't come off, because we've had that problem before, haven't we? And you know what? It's things like that in racing where we think we need a good engine, we need good tyres, we need good drivers, but then it's just this little wheel peg that can completely screw your race.
Well, 10 laps before the end I got vibration. I thought it was pickup, but basically the wheel came loose. And then it's eating in the drive packs into the hub, and that's why we can't get it off. So hopefully it won't happen again, but we don't know why it happened.
Yeah, I mean, we've had races where these wheels have... I mean, I can remember the first time you brought this car out, we had to have it was a real massive job. Yeah. Did you guys go in and address that by, I don't know, remodifying the wheel pegs or something, or what?
Well, it's one of the kind, you know. It's the whole weekend, no problem. And once of a sudden, a wheel come loose, and luckily the safety clips will hold the wheel on. And I got vibration. I said, well, I think it's pickup. and I kept going. I should have come in, change the tires, and go. You know, that's what it is.
Other than that, you started the race this morning. It's a pretty long stint. That's a very physical car to drive, Cole. You've obviously still got it.
I still got it.
No thoughts of retirement like your teammate Jim?
No, it's all good here, so I continue.
Where's your little guy? Have you not been able to bring him across in your hand luggage?
Yeah, he stayed home.
Stayed home. Of course they would have. You might have lost him in the flight. You don't want to bring that.
They have stolen it a couple of times, but luckily we get it back.
Yeah, I look for. Are you taking him to Dubai?
No, it's not in the container, so.
Get him in the container, Cole. I keep mistaking him for you as well. Anyway, great drive as ever. Are you back in the car before the finish? I would imagine so.
Yeah, we do in all the stints. Yeah.
And when will Jim have his last stint, or is it too early?
I think Jim will finish the race, and he will have a stint this afternoon. So.
Okay. We'll get a chance to talk to him on his last ever race. Do you believe him? Is he really retiring? That's what I think. I know. That's exactly what I think. You can't give this thing up.
I will invite him in Holland, and I will put him in a race car. He get the bucks together.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I know when he'd give up, when we're tapping that last nail into his coffin. It's like all of us. We've got the drug.
I think he will stop if the fat lady sings.
She's not going to sing. She hasn't even got up to bed.
Well, we're making a song and dance about it. If he's not going to, if he is going to turn up next year, we'll all feel a little bit misled by it all. But I think, I don't know, the tears that we've seen already from Pat, his wife, and also I'm sure from Jim, you know, it will become a reality over the next 11 hours that this is the end of a very long racing career. But I'm sure at least one more stint to come before that. Joe?
You know what? When I'm talking to Jim Briodi about it being his, let's celebrate it being his 100th race, and as an addition to that, he talks about retiring and it being his last race, and I'm like, exactly what Cole said there. I'm thinking, yeah, you might think that, but give it 6 months without being in a race car. It's like this really is an addiction. Motorsport is an addiction, and I found, you know what I've always said. I wish I'd found drugs, because I would have had therapy and been able to kick it by now. But no, I've still got the addiction. And this is the way I feed my addiction now. But we're all frustrated racing drivers. I race the odd kart race and do whatever. But I will not be surprised if we do not see Jim Briodi coming very sheepishly back into one of our pit lanes and saying, I just done a bit of a Frank Sinatra and I've come out of retirement.
Can I do 101 races? Maybe. The TCE race order as we stand with 13 hours done and 11 to go. Red Camel, Jordans.nl, their 101 Cupra TCR currently leading the way then, and it has an advantage of, well, nearly 8 minutes now over the Stefan Tanner Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Volkswagen Golf, and that car is still in the fueling area. So right now, as long as Red Camel, Jordans.nl keep things neat and tidy, keep hitting their marks, it's looking very much like their race. But of course, they've got to also have the reliability of the Cupra TCR, which at times has been questionable in previous races. So we will wait and see. But the similarly engined Volkswagen Golf, because the Cupra and the VW and the Audi for that matter all carry the Volkswagen 2-litre turbocharged engine. Third place, there is an Audi. It's the AC Motorsport 188 car, which is currently being driven by Stefan Perrin. And in fourth position, the top car sport by Baz Kooten Racing, 131 Cupra. That is the car of Kari-Pekka Laaksonen, the Finnish driver. And that car had some problems early on yesterday that it's still recovering from now. The other Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power racing car, the one that's had all the difficulties, is in fifth place, the 112 Golf. Monau Competitions Cupra number 107 is in sixth place, ahead of the Zorg Rennsport Cup 1 BMW 851. And Atlanta Speedworks Honda, we lost very early on yesterday, and is now measured as 300 laps down from the GT Series leader, but we're not going to see that Honda Civic back in the race. GT Series led by the Black Falcon Mercedes car number 4 of Felipe Fraga. It has an advantage of 2 minutes and 10 seconds over the Top Sport WRT Mercedes. That's equivalent to 3 laps on the graphic, but probably more like 2 laps in reality once the 90 car crosses the line next. Herbert Motorsports 91 Porsche is in third place. That's another A6 Pro car. And the A6 AM leader is the Car Collection Motorsport number 34 Audi R8 of Max Edelhoff, the car that was very sideways a couple of laps ago, an indication of how hard the young German driver is pushing. Volt Racing's Porsche number 73 is an A6 Pro car, that's 5th overall in GT. CP Racing's Mercedes 6th and 2nd in class, number 85, and the HB Racing Ferrari, another A6 AM entry, car 41 of Austria, in 7th position. Then the Core Racing machine, despite the problems getting the wheel off, Core still putting a brave face on things, and ever the enthusiast, the Mark II V8 leads its class in 8th. Kelly Moss Roden Races Porsche leads the all Porsche Cup class, the 991 division as it's coined. The car 906 is in 9th position, ahead of the SPX second place car, Lippert Motorsports Lamborghini Huracan, in 10th. 11th place for the Alexander Bohm-driven Black Falcon Team Techstar Mercedes. That's an SPX car. The 991 Porsche Lorient machine came in very slowly indeed a few minutes ago, but the 911 is still in the pits, in fact, and has been now for 12 minutes. ST Racing's BMW M4 is in 13th place, the GT4 leader, ahead of the RHC Jorgensen Strom BMW. The Zorg Rennsport M4 is 3rd in that class, ahead of 2 more 991 class cars, the MRS and the Speed Lover Porsches, 980 and 978. Racers Edge Motorsport 401 car is still running with Ross Smith at the wheel of that car. But then the Top Sport number 70 Mercedes, a retirement. The Winwood Racing Mercedes, a retirement. And 411 and 910 didn't start the race. So there you go. There's your standings for 11 hours to go, 13 hours done. And we've been racing for just over 2 hours today. 10:05 local time. Fair bit of cloud in the sky. The spectator tower, observation tower, still dominating this Circuit of the Americas track, and anyone brave enough to get to the very top deck there can actually walk across a full glass floor to test your nerves. But it does treat you to a fabulous view of this, 5.5 kilometre circuit. What's that in proper measurement?
3.4 miles.
That's much better for me.
And Johnny, honestly, if there's a day to go up the tower, today would be the best one so far, because when you're up there, it's, well, completely unabated from the wind. You have zero protection. And as a spotter, if you have to go up there and the weather has been as it was earlier in the week, you're rethinking a lot of your life decisions as you stand up there. The wind is biting, and you do get that fabulous view of everything that is Circuit of the Americas. And I mean everything. You can see just about every parking lot even. But you do feel as if you're on top of the world, watching these tiny little ants dancing around beneath your feet.
And one of those is the 85 Mercedes now, heading through turn 2 and trying to chase down the class leader in A6 AM. So that's Charlie Putman at the wheel of the CP Racing Mercedes, in principally a white colour but with the red and blue stripes. And heading now through turn 9 to jet down towards turn 11, the far end of the circuit, and an important hairpin that brings you onto the back straight and into the second sector of the lap. HB Racing's Ferrari just being fueled, and also door being open now to check on the driver. Not being fueled, because that's done in a completely different place, but there's different tyres going on.
Caught my attention there for a moment, Johnny.
And the car is about to, well, I say be pushed back into action. There's clearly a slight issue with it, staring into the cockpit to make sure the driver's doing all that they need to be doing. And Nikolai Rokivu has impressed during that stint. Rokivu, just 23 years old, lots of ADAC Masters experience though, and now the fastest driver in the race, i.e. the fastest lap. But he's raced with Zach Speed in the past in a Mercedes AMG, also some Blancpain Endurance Series action with Aust Motorsport with their Audi R8 LMS. So young Swiss driver making a bit of a name for himself, similar to Klaus Bachler a couple of races ago, although we always knew about how good Klaus Bachler was, but he impressed many at the Portimao 24 hours, in July. Joe, at the 41, they can't get going at the moment. Oh, it finally fires into life, but that took a while.
Yeah, it was kind of helped on its way by the mechanics having to push. I would think that certainly looked to me like a clutch problem. It picked away from its garage apron, just outside of its garage on the pit apron, and then stalled, and then it basically just couldn't pull away. It could barely get any revs into the motor. And let's dive into the team and see if they can tell us, or indeed willing to tell us anything, because that to me was a bit of a clear indication that they've got a clutch problem that will stopping the car, or they may even be pulling away in second gear or something. Let's have a word. Who's just got out of that car, guys?
It's Nikolai Rogivu, who's going to be worth a quick chat to, actually, because he's got the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, he's walking off just as I wanted to talk to him. Oh no, he's at the back of the garage. Let's talk to him.
He's also done an hour 57 behind the wheel. It's now 10 past 10.
Go to the front of the garage. I've got Nikolai now, guys. He's going to tell us all about his fastest lap of the race, which is impressive. Just going to step in front of Seb with him. Nikolai, that was impressive, fastest lap of the race, but do you know anything about what the problem was with the car being unable to pull away?
I didn't understand the last part.
Do you know anything of the reasons why the car wasn't able to pull away?
We had some clutch issues already in the beginning at my stint, and then it was gone, the issue, and now it was here again. So it's a weird thing. We don't really know why, but we will see what will happen later in the race.
And I suppose once you get moving, the car having to pick away from a standstill isn't a problem, and clearly not a problem because you've just posted fastest lap of the race in that stint.
Yeah, the car felt amazing, and yeah, somehow the oversteer was gone from yesterday. In the night the car was great again, and now in the morning even greater. I think we found out something with the air pressures, so we got the setup good for the car for the race for sure.
And you're feeling good just after that stint. It's a bit of an odd 24-hour race this, with a big gap during the night. Is that something you prefer, or would you rather just go straight through?
Yeah, I would prefer to drive the whole race on one part. It's sad that we need to do like this, but if it is like this, it is so. So we need to live with it.
Is that because it makes it such a long day? 2 long days, in fact.
Yeah, exactly. Otherwise, it would be 24 hours on one part, and now we had around 8 hours, I think.
33 and a half hours it will take from start to finish.
Yeah, exactly. But in the end, it's racing, and we should drive the cars, and that's what we're doing here.
Great stuff. Thanks for talking to us, Nikolai.
Isn't it funny, Johnny, how the drivers don't like the break, but we do?
We do, yeah, and I'm grateful for it certainly this morning. But I do know what Nikolai means. I mean, some drivers actually want the true test of 24 hours non-stop, and also when they're away from the car and having some rest, the race is still going on, so it means a more compact weekend, I suppose you could say, but it means that it spans 33 and a half hours, as Joe quite rightly says, and it's been about the same margin in the 2 previous years as well.
It's effectively, JP, isn't it? It's actually a 33 and a half hour race, because you start focusing and thinking about your race, and I'm sure Paul, as a team strategist, will concur as well. You are in the zone and focusing on everything about what you need to think about the race, and just because we have a break during the night doesn't mean you stop thinking about it. You will continue to think about it, and it's 33 and a half hours of focus and concentration. Doesn't matter what role you play.
We never say this about the 12-hour races, though, did we? Where we have a proper, long evening off and then start again at 9 o'clock the following morning on a Saturday.
I think I was worried for a moment there about the Ferrari, because it seemed to pick up a little bit as it was on its out lap. It was just coming out of sector 1 and seemed to go very slowly indeed, but it seems to have recovered from whatever it had. Just realised I've blanked out Chase screen for. Sorry about that. No, going back to the point about the way that the race is structured. I mean, Johnny and I do a lot of commentaries where you end up doing a full day commentary on a Saturday and on a Sunday, to start a day at 8 o'clock on a Saturday and then go through to 6 o'clock or so in the evening on Saturday night, and then get up early on a Sunday morning, do the same thing.
is kind of normal for us. It's normal for marshals. That's kind of what they do. But for teams and for drivers, to have a full day followed by another full day is actually relatively rare. Where you are actually involved in the race for, a full one day and then a following by a full day again. What I would like to do is talk to somebody who's really old, who used to go to the Brooklands double 12. There used to be a double 12 at Brooklands back in the 1930s. It wasn't a 24-hour race, but it was 2 successive 12-hour races, and that would have a similar pattern, I think, to this one.
Paul, the Ferrari is sick. You were right on that.
Is it? I caught that out of the corner of my eye, so I'm not quite sure what Joe has done down there, but the car, number 41, now out in the hands of Nick Mancuso, and it kind of got up to speed and then it dropped back again, and now it's got back up to speed again.
It was very slow coming out of turn 14 and then in through 15 and 16 to the point where the Lamborghini following behind it managed to pass it, cross the start-finish line now for Nick Mancuso. It doesn't sound like it's perfectly happy.
Well, it changed up all right as it went past here, but
it was
I just wonder if it's going down through the gears where it doesn't like it so much.
Well, of course, Nicolas Rogivu, having been in the car, possibly as the issue manifested itself, he was able to drive around it. It was a gradual problem. Mancuso's now just been handed a car that is a bit broken, and it's going to be maybe a few laps before he can fully understand how to drive around the problem. But it looks all right now. I mean, it's on the ragged edge through the twisty stuffs at turns 3, 4 and 5. He's obviously getting quite a bit of advice from the team as well. And one or two perplexed looks down in HB Racing's garage, Joe.
Well, sharing the HB garage is the Baskuten garage, and their 131, currently 4th in TCE and TCR, is just outside the garage. And this is kind of like a garage of war at the moment. The car with 2 mechanics now in the cockpit. They haven't changed tyres or anything. The car's just rolled to a stop, and they're doing something on the dash. Just quickly, Baz, problems?
Yeah, electronic problems. We don't know exactly what.
Okay, the car's been waved out. What's the? I'll just wait for Baz to communicate to the driver. What's the symptom?
Sometimes it stops shifting gear, stopping one gear, or going to neutral.
So is that a little bit different from the dashboard problem you had yesterday, or do you think it might be linked?
No, it's the same. It's overloaded CAN.
All right, okay.
An overloaded CAN signal. That's a strange thing.
I'm not going to get you to explain a CAN signal.
No.
Leave that to the auto electrician.
Half an hour.
Absolutely. Okay, Baz, fingers crossed. Well, so it's totally a garage of war. They're actually sharing the garage with the HB Ferrari team. And yes, perplexed looks, as they're as confused as we are. But you did hear Nikolai say clutch issues, and that might manifest in its a gear selection issue, which would cause what we're seeing out on the track.
Indeed so, and 2 different approaches from the teams that share garages, because obviously Baskuten electing to bring the car in to solve the issue, whereas HB Racing think they can sort it whilst the car's going round, and just several radio messages to Nick Mancuso, and I'm sure some hurried messages back again, when of course it's appropriate around the lap that he can reply.
Nick Mancuso is doing his first race since 2014. So it's a welcome return to him to the driver's seat. But there was work also going on at the other end of the pit lane. The Sorg Rennsport BMW number 851, it's the only car entered in the Cup 1 category up on the high jack stands on the pit lane, which is not something that you very often see. It's elevated about 4 feet up in the air so the mechanics can work on it underneath. But that car, again, only car in its class, not worried about losing a class position. Still not good to see that sort of work going on.
131 of Baskuten's car has now rejoined the race. Kari-Pekka Laaksonen, and the Cupra, they're going to hope, has ironed out its issues. 112 is about to cross the line, and that's the Roberto Ferri driven Autorama Motorsports VW Golf, still 5th in class. Of course, if the problems continue with Baskuten, then there is a chance that the Autorama car could gain a place, but the margin's too large right now for that to change.
In 8 more laps, the number 980 MRS GT Racing Porsche 991 car will take a position as the 911 of Porsche Lorient is still in the garage, and it's been there for 26 minutes now. The class leader is the Kelly Moss Road and Race Porsche, now being driven by David Ducote, who has completed 311 laps as compared to the next charging in class on 287.
Not long before we get Felipe Fraga into the pits for his next routine pit stop. He's been out at the wheel of the car for just over an hour. He's completed 28 laps in the stint so far. Jeroen Blekemolen before him only completed 22 on his stint, but I think that was because he only got half a tank of fuel when he came in for a Code 60 pit stop earlier in the race. So Felipe Fraga, I reckon, has got maybe 4 more laps of fuel aboard the race-leading car. He still has this margin of 2 laps on the field, which represents in time terms just over 5 minutes. And then Daniel Allemann in 3rd place in the Herberg Porsche is on the same lap as well as the Top Sport Mercedes, which is challenging Henrik Stiller to the Top Sport car number 90, and Daniel Allemann at the wheel of the Herberg Porsche number 91. They can both go further than Felipe Fraga can in the number 4 Mercedes. Up until now, though, it's been a perfect Sunday for all of those cars. They've been able to just get the fuel they needed when they needed it. In 4th place, the car collection car, number 34, Max Adelhoff, now at the wheel, has been pulling away from the rest of the field in the A6 AM class.
Still no improvement for the 41. There's no doubt that Ferrari's not at full song. The 911 Porsche has just emerged, though, back into the pit lane and now in fueling. So Eric Muez brought that Porsche Lorient Cup car in for the team from Brittany, and it is now getting fueled. So they're hoping that they have solved the issue. It had to go into the garage, and that was, where are we? 22 minutes ago. 28 minutes ago, in fact, so nearly half an hour in the garage now. The 41 at a snail's pace. This is the Ferrari HB Racing entry from Austria, just heading right now through the latter portion of the lap, and the Austrian outfit are heading now onto the apron, ready to receive this car, so it's really not very far away from it being brought in to have this issue assessed. Just now heading into 16, 17 and 18, and they are clearing the garage space, not just the pit lane apron, but the full garage to bring that car in and try and rectify the issue. So a real shame after Nikolai Rogivu performed well this morning. He had an amazing start as well, criticised by some yesterday that he was overtaking cars the wrong side of the white line. But now that Nick Mancuso's taken that car over, in fact, before Nick took that car over, it was clearly developing some sort of a gremlin, and now the team are going to try and sort it. It's heading in the direction of Joe.
Yeah, the car's been brought in. I wouldn't be surprised if I get told that the car's stuck in gear. I just noticed when he came out of the hairpin on the back straight, the car virtually came to a stop, and that kind of indicates to me he's in a high gear and the engine's just unable to pick up. They're changing tyres before they bring the car in. That's kind of saves time because all the tyre changing wheel guns, etc., are out on the pit apron. Now they're wheeling the car round. They've taken the rear wheels off, actually. That saves them with the lack of space once the car is into the garage. It's being wheeled back now on its dollies, back end first, into the garage, and I'll wait a little while before I dive in and see what the issue is. I'm sure they've been looking at the data and fathoming out what exactly the data can tell them, and there'll be a bit more of a download now, and they go to work on it, as you can imagine.
Carrying the Ferrari Lake Forest emblem, I notice on the side. That's a Chicago-based Ferrari dealer. So who in the driver lineup, will that be Mancuso?
That is for Nick Mancuso. He is the general sales manager for Ferrari Lake Forest, which is his family's company, his family's dealership. And he's also a Ferrari Challenge coach, so he's very much in depth with the Ferrari brand. Up until the race start yesterday, he had only driven this car at night and in the rain in the free practice session. So his first dry running in the daytime actually came when he took over the car after the start of the race. So a little bit of an excitement for Nick. He and his wife Jacqueline, and hello Jacqueline, because I'm sure she's listening. She's over in Malta, about to be a performer with Cirque du Soleil, a singer for them. They're expecting their first child in February, so it's a big year for Nick Mancuso.
Indeed so. Change of lifetime, no doubt, when that happens. The Ferrari then having work done, you can see that Mancuso is staying behind the wheel, so he will be optimistic that he's not going to have to sit there for too long. And also, of course, that he will be able to take the car out very shortly.
Changing the brakes, I note as well, and why not? Because the car's in the garage for a fairly long time, so one part of the team of engineers and mechanics can sort the brakes. They've done the tyres as well. This is a kind of a sort of 10,000 mile service, if you like, together with ironing out the gearbox problems or the clutch related issues, whatever they may be. So that car will come out brand new. The problem is it's going to be quite a bit further down the order potentially than when it came in, and it was making waves when Nikolai Rogivu took it over this morning.
It was always going to be a hard ask though, because they did have this 3-lap disadvantage on the next car up in A6AM. They're still going to lose third place in A6AM because the only other car that entered A6AM is Top Sport Mercedes that was a retirement yesterday. So the number 70 car is out of the race. So however far they fall back, they will score the third place in the A6AM class. Go down to Joe Bradley to give us a bit more insight. Joe.
Yeah, when they go down the box, gets the second gear, then it goes into neutral. That would explain going down the box into the hairpin and then finding yourself in neutral when you're trying to get up back on the gas to accelerate out. You've got a box full of neutrals. So that's sort of indicating to the team that it's an electronic glitch rather than a mechanical glitch. The electronics is putting the car into neutral. I suppose what I'd be asking is why? Is that like a safe mode? Is the internals of the gearbox causing that, or vice versa? Who knows at this stage, but they are going about that. But that's what the problem was and how it manifested out on the track.
Yeah, so the problem with that is that you never quite know what the gearbox is going to do and when. And ferreting around for a forward gear is tough to maintain any sort of pace and lap time, so far better to come in and try and get it sorted out. But if it's electrically related or stemming from an electrical problem, then again it's very similar to what Bas Coutin's having to go through. It's having to locate where it is in the loop.
Far better to have a proper gearbox that you can shove it forwards and feel it launching into gear and then pull it back towards you.
Yeah, and then use screwdrivers or spanners to wedge into it as well to make sure it doesn't pop out of gear.
Tricky electronic paddles these days.
These kids, they don't know how to heel and toe.
They're all very fancy until they go wrong.
Yeah.
Here's Joe, the 978 Porsche's in, and who else have you got?
The number 4, the overall
yes.
leader. However, I'm going to have to leave that to you guys as it's the very furthest end of the pit lane from where I am. I'm at pit in, that the Black Falcon garage is a pit out. I can't see up the pit lane, my eyes aren't that bad, and it looks like it's just taken on tyres. No, that was a really, really quick tyre change. The car's already into the fueling and it was barely stationary, merely a few seconds.
Yeah, well, that's how well rehearsed Black Falcon are, and their garage is mere feet away from the turning point to the fueling area.
Sounds a little bit like Felipe Fraga has stayed behind the wheel then, from what Joe was telling us. Wouldn't be surprised if he did. Jeroen Bleekemolen did a stint and a half at the beginning of the race, and now Fraga is doing as much as he can. The only limitation, I said before, is on Jeroen Bleekemolen's drive time. He's not allowed to do more than 12 hours. Well, thus far in the race, he's only done 2 hours and 43 minutes, so Jeroen could almost drive the rest of the race and still not go over these 12 hours. But Felipe Fraga is just as quick as he is, so there really isn't a drive time limitation in this format of racing.
I hate to burst your bubble, but that's Cooper McNeil behind the wheel of the 4
so
now.
Not only did the tyre change in the blink of an eye, but they also got new drive in the car.
Yep.
Excellent. That's a lot bursting bubble at all, but just more impressive indication of the good work done by Black Falcon.
Cooper very usefully drives with bright yellow gloves. And he does have a black helmet, but it's got some white markings on it. It's very intricate when you get up close to see the design of the helmet, but from far away it just looks black. But the yellow gloves are pretty good giveaway.
They're the giveaway. So Black Falcon then being managed by Jean-Paul Breslin and delegating most of the engineering work down to Renault after the car down there. And thus far, everything has gone as they wanted to do, but say that one possible fly in the ointment, I suppose, is that because that car stops first, it does mean that if we have a code 60 in that period after the Black Falcon car has stopped and neither the Top Sport nor the Hairbear Porsche has stopped, then it opens up a window of opportunity from now until about, well, the next half hour. If we have a code 60 in this period, it does give the chance to either Top Sport or Hairbear to just gain an advantage under the code 60.
The gap between second and third is coming down, but it's a very slight decrease. I wrote down that it was 46.4 seconds when we were at 10 hours and 40 minutes to go. That was almost 10 minutes ago. And the gap between those two now, as we wait for the Herberth car to come across the line, it was about 46.1 the last time around, so it is decreasing. That can be attested to the fact that Allemann has slightly fresher tires on the Porsche as compared to Henrik Still in the Mercedes, whose stint time is just on an hour, and we should be seeing Still in the pits fairly soon.
This may be a race with a break in it, Joe, but that's not going to stop certain drivers having a little snooze as the work carries on around them.
Johnny, as you and I know, and there's certain things in life that I excel at, and sleeping is one of them. And Nick Mancuso, at the wheel of the Ferrari as it's being worked on in the pits, is taking the opportunity to have a nap. And why not?
Fantastic.
Always nap whenever you can.
I love
Never
that.
miss an opportunity.
Yeah, and it's something that you and I are well practiced in, but we still need to become experts at sleeping. I'm going to spend the rest of my life trying to perfect it.
Joey's expecting his first child in February. He's practicing for that.
Well, I'm not getting any of that, in fact.
I thought you said Joe is expecting his first child.
Nick Mancuso. Nick Mancuso is expecting his first.
He has no idea.
How little opportunity.
He has no idea.
He'll get to do that in the future.
Little time he will have to do that sort of thing. So yes, when Nick gets out of this car, I can't wait to talk to him. Not just about the Ferrari, but about that off camera, of course.
And his hobby, Joe, of wrangling crocodiles and snakes in the Amazon, the Everglades, you name it.
You have no time for hobbies when your first child arrives. Your life is over.
You're really selling me on it, Joe. Thanks.
Honestly.
But what you do learn how to do, Joe, is to take naps when they're available. And you may not get 8 hours every night, but taking 5 minutes, 10 minutes here and there, that can help just as well. Just going back to that point that Shay was making earlier on about the gap between the second and third place cars, 90 and 91, it's kind of been edging upwards. Back on lap 313, it was just over 50 seconds. Then after we had the pit stop cycle, it came down because the Porsche had a shorter pit stop. We know that's what happens. But then since then, Henrik Still has been just edging away from the Porsche. So Henrik Still against Daniel Allemann, it's close, but it's kind of 5-6 to Henrik Still ahead of Daniel Allemann.
The 101 car continues to lead the TCE Series race with Jeremy Daniil at the wheel of the Red Camel Jordan Stock NL Cupra, and that car then having a 2 minutes and 26 second advantage over Stefan Perrin in the AC Motorsport Audi. So Jérôme Auguet bringing his car in not too long ago, and Perrin able to get ahead of the 1144 position. The two individual race leaders occupying the same bit of asphalt pretty much, and that's because Cooper McNeil has just stuck a lap on Jeremy Daniil, and they can wave at each other briefly because they are the two out front in this two-race combined into one affair. this is something that the 24H series wanted to adopt to make sure that the TCE runners get as much of the limelight as the GT series cars. So much so that at the Dubai 24 hours now, as drivers get to the podium, that is done by 3 camels for the drivers involved, and that's had to be times by 2 now, so there are actually 6 camels used to transport the drivers to the podium, whether they be in the GT series or the TCE series races.
Still no llamas though.
No llamas just yet, no. You could suggest that, Shay.
We should have that here. Actually, I'm sure there's an alpaca farm around somewhere. We could find a spare llama or 2. The battle in the A6 AM category, Paul, I was just looking at that. Max Edelhoff is leading for the Car Collection Motorsport number 34 Audi, but he is a little bit longer in his stint than the 85 CP Racing Mercedes, being driven by CP himself. They're separated by a lap and a few seconds, but that's because we're expecting the Car Collection Audi to pit first, correct?
Exactly. So
okay.
Yes, Car Collection had the advantage last night, and they've kind of been able to maintain the advantage into today's race. Johannes Kirchhoff started for Car Collection, but the first thing they did when they brought the car in for a proper pit stop was then to hand it over to Max Edelhoff, and Max has been lapping very rapidly indeed. Opening up the margin by 2 to 3 seconds a lap between himself and the CP Racing car. That has stood it in very good stead. The problem for Car Collection, if you want to call it that, is that after Max gets in the car, it's usually handed over to Ingo Vogler. He's quick but not quite as quick. And then Elmar Grimm, who is again not quite as quick. So Max very much the star turn, whereas the CP Racing crew been racing together for long enough now, either with or without Shane Lewis, to know each other very well indeed, and they're pretty consistent. Not made necessarily all at the same pace, but they are much more closely matched than the crew of the Car Collection car is. So there's long enough in this race still to go, still 10.5 hours until the 9 o'clock this evening finish for that one to keep us entertained. And as you say, with the way that the pit stops work as well, there is round about 10 or 15, somewhere between 10 and 15 laps of difference. The Car Collection car will come in first, and then we'll get the CP Racing car come in.
And Ingo Vogler was the driver who's had the knee replacement, correct?
No, that was Elmar Grimm.
Elmar Grimm, okay.
Yeah. The other difference is that the Car Collection car runs in the A6 AM Advantage class, whereas the CP Racing, I've just realised it usually runs in A6 AM Neutral, but it is running this weekend in A6 AM Advantage. So CP Racing,
fuel.
That's a question for Joe to put to one of the CP team, that they've switched to running in the A6 AM Advantage class, which gives them a 50 kilogram weight break, and it means that they can refuel to a full tank of fuel every time. So it'll be interesting to hear. Well, Charlie Putnam's in the car at the moment, but maybe one of the other drivers can talk about the decision to run in the A6 AM Advantage class.
That's pretty straightforward. I mean, from an American perspective, though, Paul, 'tis the season. We're coming up to Thanksgiving. You tend to go on a diet before Thanksgiving, so you can eat as much turkey as you want on the given day. So a 50-pound weight break is, or 50 kilo, 50 pound?
50 kilos.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's substantial.
It is, yes.
So that's a very serious fast for a few months before you go in and eat as much turkey and stuffing and mashed potatoes, pecan pie.
Yes. And have lots of time with your family, I think, is the purpose of it.
Oh, is that part of it too? I cooked for 2 people last year, so I don't really know.
And of course, the other aspect to it is being able to put as much fuel as you want in at every pit stop as well, so you're not constrained by the refueling limit for the Mercedes. They can just fill it to its capacity at every pit stop, as long as it's not code 60. Car Collection, though, is now in the pits, and Max Edelhoff out of the car. And actually, I think that's Elmar getting into the car, but Joe Bradley is down there, and he can probably tell us whether that was Elmar getting into the car or not.
No, I can't. I can tell you Max got out, and I'm just arriving at the Car Collection garage, as you say, Paul. And it was definitely Max that got out. Now, if I can just look in and see who it is. In fact, I'll ask Gustav. Who got in, Gustav? Which of your drivers got in there?
Elma is going in.
Elma. It was Elma. Thank you.
Yeah, you can tell because there's a slight hump in the roof of the car as it heads off up
Yes.
down the pit lane now, because Elmar is so tall that he pushes a little bulge in the roof of the car.
A6 advantage within the A6 AM category. So your car is lighter than that in A6 neutral. You can get more fuel per stop. So what's the disadvantage?
The disadvantage is that you have to have all of your drivers as none of your drivers are allowed to be pro drivers. You can have a semi-pro, but other than that, you have to have all AM drivers or a semi-pro. And CP Racing have got Charles Espinal, who's a semi-pro.
Yeah.
But that's the only limitation. And your AM drivers have to do at least 12 hours of the driving. But given that nearly all of them are AM drivers anyway, then that's not a huge overhead to ask.
And it's also a bit self-policing, Paul, because you can put as much fuel in the car as you want, but also you're stationary longer while the fuel is going in.
That's absolutely right. Yes. And the restriction on Charles Espinal. There is a restriction on the semi-pro. The restriction on Charles Espinal, if he's in an AM advantage class, is that he can only do 6 hours of the race, whereas if he was in AM neutral, the semi-pro is free to do as much as he wants. Now, with a 24-hour race and 3 drivers, it's probably got a huge restriction for Charles Espinal to only do 6 hours. With people like Shane Lewis at the wheel as well. I'm surprised actually that a driver of Shane's ability is classified as an AM, but I think that might have been part of the decision at CP to go AM advantage.
More news from Joe Bradley. You're at Tok Sports. They're unfortunately down to just one car now, rather than the 2 that they entered. But Hendrik Still is one of the crew at number 90.
Yeah, he's just got out of the number 90. Hendrik, you're chasing down the number 4 Black Falcon car. 3-lap gap. There's still plenty of race. Are you guys still pushing?
Yeah, we are pushing so much. I mean, we were very unlucky with all the code 60s. I think we need a bit luck to catch this gap. Yeah, let's see what happens, but we try everything.
I know are you 100% out there? You're pushing every corner?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we're pushing all the time. And on the other side, we have to manage the tires, but yeah, let's see what happens.
When you say manage the tires, how do you do that? You know, do you drive at 70%? What do you mean exactly?
Yeah, we have to be really careful, sensitive on the throttle to don't stress too much the rear tire. We have a bit of understeer over the stint. At the end of the stint, we're really fighting with our front, especially the fast right-handers. Yeah, so it's not so easy to handle it.
Yeah. If it was easy, I'd be doing it. That's where you guys are. I'll leave Hendrik to it. You know what? The body language of this team is telling me they're not happy with where they're at, and it's possibly because they are out there at 100%, but it's still the Black Falcon car that has the edge.
It is, yeah, despite whatever they do. Hendrik Still, by the way, from Schalkenbach in Germany, just south of Cologne. Part of Germany, you're not, Bonn, technically, but not very far away from...
I used to live in Cologne, so yes, I don't know Schalkenbach, I must admit.
It's in the middle of nowhere, that's why.
Right.
Do you know where Neuwied is? Koblenz?
Yes,
Koblenz, yeah. It is west of Koblenz, south of Cologne.
Okay, going up into the hills then. Nice area, but yeah, Hendrik. Then I don't know. The only chance, he said it to Joe, is that the code 6s are going to work to their advantage. Hendrik's stint on that last lap was 31 laps. Felice's Fraga's previous stint was 32 laps. The way to maximise the chance that the code 60 will help you is by going as far as you can on the tank full of fuel. That's what Herbert did yesterday at the beginning of the race, and they lucked in there. They got the advantage with a code 60 just as their car was on its very last lap of fuel. The Herbert car is out again, currently on its 25th lap. I would expect Daniel Alleman to be able to do 28, so it will be 3 more laps at the end of the one that he's currently on. And as I said before, if you get the code 60 in this period of the race, then you run up and say, yippee, lucky us. Otherwise, it's, you just have to keep on pushing, and Hendrik said, there's nothing else you can do. You just got to push as hard as you can, and then just keep your fingers crossed that the code 60, if it comes at exactly the right time for you.
Still on the ragged edges, the 451 BMW. That's moving around all over the road for Zorg Rennsport and Bjorn Simon, another German driver, being brought across with Zorg Rennsport, who know their BMWs like the back of their hand, have become big names in GT4, of course, but also Zorg Rennsport running in lots of different other classes in the VLN and the Nürburgring 24-hour annual event.
It's a bit wild with all the attrition in GT4. That car, which at one point, I'm fairly certain I'm correct in saying came back to the pit lane with the help of a Nissan tow truck, is now up into third class and about a lap off the pace.
Now, we're asking a question about CP Racing and why they've chosen to run in the slightly different version of A6 AM. You have a choice of doing it neutral or advantage, and there are vagaries between the two. But a man that can answer the question, we hope, is Joe Foster.
Joe, we've had a question posed by our very own Paul Trustwell. It's only Paul out of our whole team who would ask this. Could you tell me the reasoning behind you guys choosing to go with the A6AM Advantage category or classification?
Sure. Well, honestly, as you know, there are several different BOPs associated with different versions of the AM class. And honestly, we were just sort of fishing around for a different combination to try to be more competitive. So on the AM Advantage, it puts more emphasis on the bronze drive time, but also then it's a different BOP in terms of restrictors and fuel capacity. And so we just thought we would try it. And so obviously we have one silver driver in the car and 3 bronzes, and so it requires that the silver driver can drive less than he would be able to if it was regular AM. And we just thought we would try it out and see where we end up.
The real reason is because Nathan didn't have enough to do, isn't it? Nathan being the engineer on the pit wall. Put Nathan on the pit wall, it's not like he hasn't much to think about. Let's just add this into the mix.
Well, he's always thinking, and we definitely wanted to try this out and see how it worked for us, and looking toward next season as well.
And how is it working out? All right, we're over half of this race now, so is it working out as you guys seen that it would? Are you happy with it?
Well, it's honestly been good and bad. Honestly, as always, we're in a fantastic battle with a 34 car, and we love racing with those guys every weekend in and out. And we're just trying. It's helped and it's hindered in some ways. It was fine until the last code 60, but that's code 60 luck. It's got nothing to do with the BOP. And so we'll just see where it ends up in the end. But right now, as you can see from the pit stops, we're just sort of trading the lead back and forth, and it's sort of a stalemate at the moment. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I kind of get the picture, Joe. Am I right in thinking it's the sort of thing that you will really see the true result until the full 24 hours?
Right, and as we look forward to next year as well, we know that the series has been working on the rules package, and we're trying to provide reasonable feedback as well, because obviously Charlie Putman is a fixture in the series and wants to continue to be one, and so we're trying to participate and try different parts of different BOPs as well, just kind of see how they play out.
It's great news for us, Joe, that you've just announced that CP Racing is going to continue in this series. We've seen a provisional calendar. Thoughts at the moment? All right, we're going to go to Dubai in January, but the European season kicking off at Monza, that's a big one, isn't it?
Yeah, obviously Monza has an amazing history. We did another race there back in 2013 in a GT3 car, and it was a lot of fun then as well. So we're looking forward to going back.
Yeah, good stuff. Thanks for answering that, Joe. I knew this might have been able to answer that. Thanks, Joe.
And he's very good at communicating it as well. That's what I like about Joe Foster, is that you can listen to what he says and it all makes perfect sense. So, thanks for that, Joe. In effect, what it means is that Charles Espenlaub is limited to doing 6 hours of driving, but with 4 drivers and a 24-hour race. 6 hours is kind of what you would expect Charles Espenlaub to do in any case. The other point there, which I had missed, which Joe mentioned, is the slightly larger air restrictors that they get on that car. The normal reg is for 36. Actually, it's not. It just says it's a 36mm air restrictor, which is what you would get anyway on an AMG GT3. So although the air restrictor is mentioned in the note, it's no bigger. So the main advantage is weight and fuel.
Many thanks to Alan Proster, who has sent along a screenshot of a map of Austin, Texas, And there's a place called Blue Gate Alpacas, Johnny, not too far away from your favorite restaurant. So I think we could just swing by, pick up a couple for the podium, and come on back.
Okay. I never put llamas and Texas in the same pot, I have to admit, but clearly it can be done. You can suggest that to Creventic then, and we can get all manner of animals involved through the course of the year, because camels used in Dubai to represent the Middle East, and that event just 7 weeks away now. Seems incredible to say that, but it'll be the second weekend of January for the opening of the new 2020 Championship of the Continents. The Lamborghini Huracan of Lippert Motorsport darts up the inside, or tries to at least, of the 451 BMW. And that is at the long, never-ending, in fact, right-hander at 16, 17 and 18. You then have to get the car from one side of the track to the other into 19, over the ripple strip, and pit lane entry to the right, but the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini is going to stay out with Alexei Karashev, the Russian driver, still at the wheel. And that will tick off 322 laps for the second-placed SPX car.
3 laps behind in the class at the moment.
And is that still okay for the championship?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Right.
So the championship at the moment in the GT class is between Car Collection and Lippert. Car Collection leading. They're not leading at the moment, are they? Because we've just had a pit stop from the Car Collection car. It will be leading whilst Charlie Putman brings the number 85 car in. So we'll get a full quota of points in A6 AM, but that will only be 18 points, and the gap between the Lippert car and the Car Collection car is 3 points, so it will still be just enough for it to take the championship. Into the pits comes Daniel Alleman with the number 91 Herbert Porsche. It was briefly onto the lead lap, less than a minute and 45 seconds behind the Mercedes, but now it's in the pits. So Bradley is right with it.
So the 91 comes onto pit road. It's currently in second place. It's going to hand that second place back to the number 90 Mercedes as we flip-flop through the pit stop phases. Full set of tyres. Ralph Bond now in that car, and in a moment you'll hear it fire up. And Ralph Bond in classic style makes his way off the pit apron towards fueling. And let's have a chat to Daniel. I know Daniel's English isn't as good as my German, but we'll communicate just how well that car is going. I think, Paul, you'll be able to tell us this more than any of us. I'm thinking that this car is not really going to be in contention for a win unless some kind of problems befall the leader. Everyone's doing their own thing, and there's just nothing we can find performance-wise or strategy-wise to equal things up.
I wouldn't necessarily agree, because what they really need is a bit of luck with Code 60s. You're right, the gap is too big for them to catch it on pace alone, but with a bit of luck on Code 60s, that could happen for them.
Daniel now, guys. And I can tell you, Daniel's very, very damp. He's working very hard. That's still very hard work, this track. It's very physical.
It's a very hard track, it is, yeah. You lose a lot of the arms, and yeah, and it's very, the first sector is fast, it's very, very fast.
Is there anything the team can do to challenge for the lead, or are you guys just going and doing your job?
We go and do our job. The Mercedes are too fast for us, yeah. And we hope that we get a better Code 60. We lose two laps in the Code 60. Yeah.
That's exactly what Paul's just said. You need a good Code 60.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. The Mercedes are too fast. They're 1.5 seconds faster than me. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to let you go and get some rest, because you've literally, Daniel's just took his helmet off and has talked to us. So thanks for that, Daniel. Thanks for talking to us. I'll leave you to get some rest. Thank you.
Herbert have historically not always run in A6 Pro, of course. So, I mean, they've deliberately upped things level-wise to see if they can match teams like TalkSport and Black Falcon. They've won, I'm sure, when they have been an A6 Pro car, but it was always going to be a tougher ask. And a lot of their dominance in this championship has come via the A6 AM division.
Were they running an A6 AM at Barcelona, Paul?
No.
They were in the pro
no,
category.
They were in pro class at Barcelona, as they had to be, because they had 2 pro drivers in the car at Barcelona, because they had Sven Muller join
and
Barcelona. But Johnny's absolutely right. They've competed with the 91 car in both A6 Pro and A6 AM over the course of the year, which is why, if you're looking at the championship positions, they appear... We have this bizarre situation. I think it's going to be Joe who's looking after the podiums at the end of the race. We have presentations for teams in Class A6. We have a separate section of presentations for teams in A6 Pro, and then a third round of trophies for A6 AM. So we've got A6 AM, A6 Pro and A6, and Herbert Motorsport feature in A6, but they don't feature in either Pro or AM because they've not been loyal to either one.
That makes sense.
So it kind of makes sense, yeah. So they're currently second in the A6 class, and they are looking to win the A6 class, because if they score more points in car collection in this race, currently looking unlikely, but if they do score more points, then they will win the A6 class. Car collection will then win A6 AM, and A6 Pro will be taken by Scuderia Praha. So the A6 will be shared between the three of them.
Sadly, the HB Racing Ferrari is still in the pits, and Nick Mancuso brought that car in, now able to chat with Joe Bradley.
Now, Nick, you took the advantage of having a little nap there while the team was working on the car. Now, all right, the bad thing is they've woken you up and brought you out the car. That's a bad sign for me. Does that mean the car's done?
Yeah, unfortunately it looks that way. You know, when we came in into the pit stop, Nico and I have been working all the weekend on the driver changes, and we nailed it. I got the belts in, we were ready to go, and the car wouldn't leave the pit box. So I thought maybe I had done something wrong. I tried a few different ways to get into first gear, wouldn't work. Crew was in there, couldn't get it to work. Finally, we were able to kind of bump start it in second gear, which made it interesting refueling and leaving. But once we were on the track, we were slipping out of second gear. The car was kind of shifting itself into third gear. So there was definitely something funky in the gearbox. We just drained the oil, and unfortunately it's full of metal shards, which is when they woke me up from my nap.
That's done. That's a gearbox. More than electrics, it's the gearbox causing the electrics. Nick, congratulations. We hear that your life is going to change forever in February. We'd like to congratulate you. And we just took pride in the fact that you took the advantage of a nap. You do realize you're never going to be able to do that from February.
Yeah, those days are done. So February 6th, it's over. So every moment I can get to close my eyes and rest a little bit, even if it's in the middle of a 24-hour race, I'll take advantage of that.
Sad to see the Ferrari out. All right, we're barely through this race. We're just over half distance, but a reflection on the series coming to COTA and you being part of that.
Yeah, it's been an absolute blast. Obviously, this is bad luck. I'm as competitive as the next guy. We were, catching the other guys in class. Nico was flying this morning, so we had a very good result in line. So obviously, we're bummed about this, but you've also got to keep it in perspective. If my bad day is when my Ferrari race car breaks, overall things are going pretty well.
Yeah, you can have a completely. I can't help but smile for this guy. Your perspective is so going to change, being the father of two.
Yeah.
Are we going to see Nick Mancuso maybe at Dubai?
Probably not at Dubai, but I mean, there's no reason there shouldn't be 2, 3, 4 Ferraris here at this race. I mean, I know there's a lot of 488 GT3 cars in the US, so if you own one and you're not here next year,
well, you're the man for that, my friend. You're embedded in the Ferrari world here in the States.
We need to take on these Mercedes next year. We need to lock out the front row. I'll be in one of the 2 cars, one of the 2 Ferraris on the front row. There's a bunch of GT3 cars here. Like I said, I'm sure you can run a 458, and there's 488s around, so this series is an absolute blast. The competition is stiff. I mean, these European guys are no joke. So they come to our home track and they're kicking our butts. So we got to represent.
Well, that is your quest to get competitors in Ferraris here. You've got till February, because after that you'll just be changing diapers. Good luck.
Nick Mancuso, sadly, out of the race, and that's a real shame for a car that has gone well at times. I know it didn't necessarily have the luck. It had the spitting fuel problem early in the race yesterday, and now a pretty major gearbox failure means that we add that to our list of retirements, which I suppose officially sits at 4 because one car didn't start. That's now going to be 5 when we add the HB Racing car in. So RHC Jorgensen Strom, it wasn't a retirement for that car for mechanical or reliability problems. That was just the team deciding to park it up. but a engine failure for the Atlanta Speedworks Honda Civic. Windward Racing's Mercedes, a major coolant leak, which they couldn't fix. The TalkSport WRT Mercedes, the number 70 car, was an engine. Was it?
An engine as
was
well.
it all going everywhere? Yeah, that's right. And Nick Foster said, unfortunately, the damage done, it was not fixable. And now we add the 41 car to that list. But early on, the attrition seemed pretty high. It has stabilised, I would argue.
It has, and I think it's all now going to be temperature dependent over the remaining 10 hours of this race, which we're nearly up to 3 hours in this segment. So that will give us 14 altogether. So over the hump and going back down the hill of the other side of the race, as it were. Just reflecting on what Nick was saying there about the Ferraris. I mean, wouldn't it be great to have 3 or 4 Ferraris here at COTA next year? I mean, we know that the Ferrari 488 is a quick package because of the success of Scuderia Praha this year. We know that the HB car is quick because it got the fastest lap of the race. So, you know, I kind of echo his sentiments. If you've got a Ferrari and you want to do something, a real challenge, and you know, not trying to make a pun on the Ferrari challenge, but a real challenge is to do a 24-hour race. And Nick has proved that it's not an easy thing to do to get any car to the end of a 24-hour race, but to, as I say, the more you put in, the more likely you're going to get the car to the finish. And American pride sandwiched between us, Johnny. I'm sure they would like to see an American car win, or an American entered car at least win at their home track here at COTA.
I suppose the difficulty is, I mean, there's no shortage of Ferrari Challenge North America teams out there, but they're all Cup cars, and I don't know what the conversion is from that car to, or indeed whether you can convert a Challenge car into a GT3 machine. I think the movement from GTE to GT3 is easier to do, but I don't know enough about it.
You can take the Ferrari Challenge car, for example, and turn it into a GT3 capable machine.
Right.
It takes a lot of money. And it takes a lot of effort because the Ferrari Challenge car is closer to a road-based car than it is to an actual race car. But it can be done. Okay. Which is the important thing.
Yes.
Because we've had that in Ferrari Challenge this year, where actually Cooper McNeil, who's behind the wheel of the number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes right now, leading the way, he had a few different Ferrari Challenge cars to choose between in terms of which car he was going to bring to the World Final to try and claim a second consecutive championship. And one of those challenge cars didn't start life as a challenge car. It started life as a 488 off of a showroom floor.
Right. Well, there you go. So it is possible. And hopefully the call to those Ferrari owners from Nick Mancuso results in a few more entered in the 2020 version of the COTA 24 Hours. You're listening to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. This is the 3rd edition of the COTA 24. Johnny Palmer, Shea Adam and Paul Truswell with you for the remaining 10 hours of this 24 hours of the Circuit of the Americas. And the TCE series is currently led by a Cupra from Dutch squad Red Camel Jordans.nl, and it is Canadian driver Jeremy Daniel who does the driving in car 101, which is behind 11 GT series cars when you combine both races. The AC Motorsport Belgian outfit of the crew that runs Stefan Perrin and the Audi RS3 is currently in 2nd place, and the gap between the two, 2 minutes and 27 seconds. Then the first of the Volkswagen Golfs from Autorama Motorsport, Jeremy Ogier at the wheel of the 114 car, and in 4th position is the Top Car Sport by Bas Kooten Cupra TCR of Kari-Pekka Laaksonen, and that's the 131. 5th place is the Volkswagen Golf, again from Autorama Motorsport, for Roberto Ferri, the Italian driver. That's car 112. 107 is the Tom Black-driven Monlau Competition Cupra. And finally in the TCE series, the BMW 240i Racing Cup car, the only car entered into Cup 1 from Zorg Rennsport. Johann Schwartz doing the driving, and that's car number 851. Sadly, the 126 is no longer in the race, the Atlanta Speedworks Honda. In the GT series, it's 2 Mercedes AMGs at the sharp end, both from A6 Pro. Black Falcon leading TalkSport WRT by 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Cooper McNeil in the number 4, Lucas Stoltz in the number 90, and a Porsche is third, the 91 Herbert Motorsport 911 GT3 of Ralph Bone. The A6 AM leader is the CP Racing Mercedes of Charlie Putman, car number 85. Second in AM though, and therefore the two leaders separated by 2 minutes and 15 seconds, which is just over a little bit more than that. In fact, it's a lap between the two AM cars, and that is Elmer Grimm, who's at the wheel of the Car Collection Motorsport Audi R8 number 34. Volt Racing's Porsche, Richard Heistand is driving the number 73 car in 6th. The Pro entered A6 car. SPX, the leader is the Mark II V8 of Korreuser Racing, Einar Thorsen. 906 is David Ducote's Kelly Moss Road and Race Porsche, and is the 991 class leader. And then Leipert Motorsports Lamborghini, second in SPX, driven by Alexei Karashev of Russia, car number 710. A retirement, we're sad to say, is Nick Mancuso's HB Racing Ferrari. That's the car also that Nikolai Rokivu has been pedalling very fast, but a gearbox failure means that car is out of the race now. 464 will benefit because it will move up to 10th place in the GT Series in the GTX spec Mercedes from Black Falcon Team Techstar. In 12th position in the GT Series, it's the ST Racing BMW M4, car number 388, ahead of the R8C Jorgensen Strom BMW M4. They're dueling it out for the GT4 honours, but there's a lap between those two cars. And third in GT4 is the Zorg Rennsport BMW M4, number 451. Porsche Loriot Racing have had one or two problems of late, but the car is back in the race now. Eric Nuez for the team from Brittany. MRS GT Racing 16th in the 980 Porsche, ahead of the Speed Lover version from Belgium, 978. The Racer's Edge Motorsport 401 is the Sin R1, and that car is still in the race as well, with Marco Di Leo at the wheel. But it is retirement for the 70 Talksport Mercedes, the Winward Mercedes, car 433 of GT4, and 411 and 910 barely did any mileage at all, parked up by their relevant teams early on. So that is how we sit after 14 hours of racing, 10 hours still to go, and it's been an incredibly entertaining 14 hours of motorsport. We've been going, 3 hours today under slightly cloudier skies this morning, and as day broke, the cars were parked up under parc fermé conditions, of course, but plenty of work for 1 or 2 to do early on, including for the 112 Autorama Motorsport Volkswagen Golf team. The cars then hurtled their way up the hill towards turn 1. Bright sunshine in the eyes of the starting drivers. That's the only thing, one of the only things you could change overnight was the driver. You could adjust mirrors, you could clean windscreens as well, but otherwise the tyres had to stay on from the late stint last night. But there was some early overtaking necessary, not least from the Talksport WRT Mercedes. A very sideways moment for Max Edelhoff as well into turn 4 as the tyres built up to temperature, and ambient-wise, we have got a bit more temperature now. The 464 car was somewhat wayward and needing to take avoiding action was the 717, and then into the barrier, the 112 car that was running 4th in the TCE race at the time. These are the team that are trying to win a championship, the championship of the continents this weekend, battling with AC Motorsport. So it's imperative that Autorama Motorsport got that car back into the race as quickly as they could. Also the choice to be made whether you change brakes late last night or early this morning. And 1 or 2 GT teams going to have to do that on 2 separate occasions across the 24 hours. Heavy braking required on this COTA circuit. Not only is it tough on tyres, but it's also tough on the things that slow you down. The Sin R1 GT4 way out in the grass in the braking area for turn 12, and the driver realising that he wasn't quite getting the retardation that he would do on the asphalt in the weeds there, but eventually did get the car stopped. In fact, there's plenty of runoff at turn 12. It's car 101 that leads the TCE series race then, Red Camel Jordans.nl, and the Black Falcon entered WeatherTech-backed Mercedes AMG, with now Cooper McNeil at the wheel, leads the GT Series and leads it by a lap and a bit. So the Mercedes-AMG, clearly a very strong car to have here this weekend, but don't discount Herbert Motorsport with their Porsche running in 3rd position. We'll have a quick thought from Paul Truswell, I think, and then welcome a guest into our commentary box.
Yes, that will be nice. I just reflected what you were saying about don't discount the Herbert Motorsport car, don't discount the Top Sport car either. I've only just realised, I realised some time ago, but I don't think we've actually mentioned the significance of the fact that Lucas Stoltz has got back into the number 90 Top Sport Mercedes. So he started the car at the beginning of today. They put Henrik Still in the car for a stint, and now Luca has got back into the car. Now, Luca is the driver in the team that has the driving time limit on him, as he did some 4 hours of driving yesterday, so he's only got 9 hours that he's allowed to drive today, and he's already done a portion of that. By my calculation, he's still got some 7.5 hours before he gets to his limit, so he should be okay, but it is one little minor thing that they're going to have to keep an eye on. I was saying earlier that there isn't really a driving limit, but Luca is the only one that possibly has to look out for it. And at the moment he's only 40 seconds ahead of that Herbert Porsche, though with Ralph Bone behind the wheel, there's not much to choose between the times there, the last lap times, to within 0.2 of a second between Luca and Ralph Bone, so going very nicely indeed is the Herbert Porsche, but so is the Top Sport Mercedes. So let's say the slightest hiccup from Black Falcon, and there'll be 2 cars there tramping on his heels.
That's Paul Truswell. I'm Johnny Palmer, and we're delighted to say that Gary Willems of Creventic has joined us in the commentary box as well. First of all, I think really to talk about this year's COTA, because it's the 3rd time you've done this event now. Slight tweak in terms of the weight between Saturday and Sunday, because this is the first year we've had more hours to look forward to on a Sunday, but still about 33 hours that teams have got to be focused on from the start of the race to the end. But it's always nice to be able to have a little bit of a sleep halfway through.
That is correct. I just this morning was on the start grid, and people said they like really the format because a few hours sleep gives them, it helps them. The most important reason is that by doing that we can enjoy the end of the race. Normally we are exhausted, and that's also a challenge, but we are exhausted, and then you cannot really enjoy it. And now we can, because we had some 4 or 5 hours sleep, and it works fine. So we are always happy to get this feedback well, because we do things, and nice that works out.
The other thing I've noticed, particularly from the American drivers, and indeed we've got some Canadians here, we've got some people from the continent of South America as well, they're all so complimentary about Creventic, because clearly they do racing elsewhere around the world, or indeed the national championship here, whether it be IMSA or World Challenge. But so many of them have said, whether they've done this race before and they have experience of it, or they're coming to Creventic brand new, that the welcome they receive, which I know is very important to you guys, is kind of second to none, and also they're loving the race. So, I mean, that must be a real shot in the arm for you.
Yeah, we're really happy with this feedback. I also hear this in person from a few teams. And I always ask, I would always like to understand what they actually are saying. But what they are saying is that we have a professional organization, professional things which we do. Our people seems to know what we are doing, but so that's very good news. But additional, and for us that's common sense. We are start with being friendly. If people have a question, we start to listen to the question and see if we can what we can do. We can not always solve them, but a lot of things are very easy things. If it is a power connector or another lamp or a new stick or whatever, so we are more than willing to help them. And it seems because we ourselves think we have quite complicated rules to make this sport happening. But they say your rule book is not so thick as other ones, so we like it very much, and we feel very welcome. So it's a big compliment for our crew, and we are really happy with that. So probably we are in a good way, and in Europe it's usual, so maybe people are a little bit spoiled, but this is good, yes, thank you.
There are a lot of rules, and Paul and I almost like championships. The more complicated, the better. But if you explain why the rules are like that to the competitors, they understand it then, don't they? Because there's always a reason. You're not making it complicated deliberately, there's a reason to do the fueling away from the pit lane on safety grounds. But that actually nicely spices up the strategy as well, because you may go to the fueling area and there not be a fuel pump available and all that sort of thing. So you've got to think cannily about that. And then there's things like A6 Pro, A6 AM. Which one do we go into? The two-pronged A6 AM as well. We were talking about advantage and neutral. It is complicated, but there's always reasons for it.
That is correct. The rule book we don't make it for ourselves. We make it to accomplish and to support having a sporting and safe race. And so with every rule you have to think twice or even more if it benefits to the team. But for your example with the A6 Pro and the A6M, yes, there are some complicated rules with some different balance of performance. But finally, it works out that the amateurs get closer to the pros. If you look at the current results, there is, for instance, in this case, a car collection number 4 in the overall race, which is an AM team. Some pro teams are even behind them. They're really close to the pros. It's actually what we are achieving. So we help them a little bit, and the pros have fully understand it, because normally the pros still win, but they are catching up, and that's I think it's nice. If you are a gentleman driver and you can compete against Jeroen Brekemolen and you can almost touch him, it's also a challenge for Jeroen.
Yes, yeah, indeed. And to be able to race with someone who's so regularly in the big 24-hour races across the year, and not always in GT3 either. Jeroen Brekemolen made a big name for himself at Le Mans too. But for the non-pros, for the guys that are, have businesses Monday to Friday and they come and race almost as a hobby at the weekend, it's great to have such big names who you may be door handle to door handle with. I want to talk about the calendar for next year, but Paul, you may have one or two questions about this year's race and where we are.
Just really to pick up on what Johnny was saying about the way the different classes. I mean, the other thing which benefits that, of course, Gary, is that it means that you get quite a lot of trophies to give away at the end of the race, because if I was saying, you've got the championship of the continent's A6, we've got a champion of the continent's A6 AM, we've got a champion of the continent's A6 Pro, so everybody gets a trophy. So it's a very generous way for Creventic to go motor racing, and that it must encourage more entrants, I would guess.
I don't know if it's generous and if we have that lot of trophies, but you have just to imagine, in this case, for instance, car collection, which is number 4 overall, but don't underestimate what a fantastic effort they do and they achieve. So they are currently the best AM, so we do not give them a trophy. They absolutely deserve a trophy, because it's hard work to be there, because although it's called AM, it's a tough race for them. If you are, for instance, a man from, let's say, 80 kilogram and you could do the 100-meter run in 11 or 12 seconds, it's a major achievement. So we are not all bold. So they do a fantastic job. So they deserve it if they achieved it till the end of the race, of course.
Right the way down the field, that is the case, of course, whether you're talking about GT cars or the TCE division, and again, having that TCE division happening at the same time, they are going through their own process of heartbreak and striving and taking everything very seriously indeed, even though they are down further in the positions. But as far as they're concerned, they're in their own division, they're having their own race.
That's correct. It's wonderful to see that it works together. I remember a few years that we had some comments from GT3 drivers that the slower touring cars is sometimes a pain in the ass. It's completely turned around, because they see that what they are doing. Those TCR cars are fantastic cars. Of course, they are not that fast as a GT3, but they're doing the same job, and now they all understand it. The TCRs respect that GT4, GT3 are quicker, but other way around as well. But I think if you, for instance, ask Jeroen Brekemolen or not, that they see, okay, that TCR car is doing a wonderful job. Yesterday I saw a battle between the 991 and the TCR car, and this battle was in the corners, because then the car difference is not so. Of course, on the straight, the 991 pulled away, but fantastic to see this battle in the corners. And I'm convinced that also the 991 like. I said, okay, I have to do something.
Yeah, and I find it as well from just visually, whether I'm standing outside watching from the fence, as I occasionally try to do, or watching it on the screens, but just the variety that brings into the mix. It's not like you're having a field of 40 cars and they're all the same. You know, you've got a field of cars where they all look different, sound different, behave differently, but they're all still pretty spectacular. So, you know, I think you get this mixture very nicely indeed.
Yeah, that's correct. So it's a wonderful combination to have it, and it's so good to see that they all like each other and it works together.
Absolutely right.
Right.
Johnny,
to business, Gary, to business, because the calendar for 2020. Now, we'd already had a provisional calendar, and I know through speaking to Ola, one of the rest of your team, there's been some things to change for the new year. We knew about Dubai, we knew about Monza, which is very exciting as well, which effectively replaces Mugello as the Italian race. But there have been one or two things to address in recent weeks. So just run us through that, because people will have seen your initial announcement, but we now have the addition of Paul Ricard, for example.
That's correct. Let's just go through them. End of March, 27, 28, 12-hour race of Monza, a 12-hour race also split. So we are really excited to go to this another Formula 1 track, Italian motorsport minded. So we're looking really forward to that. Then in May we have, I think, a big motorsport weekend because there we have two big events. The 12-hour race of Spa, also a splitted race, 1st and 2nd of May. And then the same weekend we have the TCR Spa 500. So that will be coming an exciting weekend so in the 12-hour race it will be mostly being GT cars because there TCR cars are not eligible because in the same weekend we have the TCR Spa 500 and we would like to boost it. Looking from last year, although the grid was not as big as we expected, the people really liked it, and we people who have seen our trailer from the parade to the city Malmedy, it was fantastic. So we expect 1, 2 and 3 May will be a fantastic motorsport weekend in Spa. Then we have one change, that's correct, and 11th and 12th July we go to Paul Ricard. We have been there several times with big success, so we're really happy that we had the possibility to be there again. This 12-hour race will also be something special because it will be start in the evening, early in the evening, and go through the night. So a kind of an evening night race, 12 hours at a wonderful circuit. So we are really happy with that. And I was this morning in the paddock and with the team. So we got a lot of compliments to have this change. People see definitely as an improvement. So also another 12-hour race. Our customers asking for it. So yes, we are happy with that. Then I go further, if you agree.
Of course.
Yeah. Then we have one of our flagship 24-hour race, Barcelona, which is also a race of the continent and also a race of the 24-hour series Europe, 5, 6, and 7 September. So that means GT and touring cars, always a highlight in our calendar. And then last but not least, we have there the Nürburgring. The date has to be announced. Actually, this event has to be confirmed.
Yeah.
We are not that far, but we have one difficulty, and I have to be honest about that, because this is a cooperation with the VLN. That the cooperation is basically good. However, they have, as all people know, they have many teams. So although we are more than welcome, there is a problem with the pit garages. There are not enough pit garages to support the VLN and Creventic, and we have to respect that the VLN has a priority. So it seems that we cannot solve this issue, and we we think our teams deserve a proper race with proper pit garages, especially in Europe. So if that does not fit, we are looking for an alternative, and it's most likely that it will be in a race in October, and the actually events has to be confirmed. But I can give you an idea where we are looking, where we're talking about. We are currently in contact with Imola. We are in contact with Red Bull Ring, and so it's likely that one of those will become a change of this date, and it will probably end of October. So it has to be confirmed. I expect that we can confirm that by the end of next week.
But you would expect the order to stay the same, just that the last race you're not sure really where it will take place, but you would like it to be after Barcelona.
That's correct. That's most likely situation. That's correct.
Now, I mean, okay. Let's also talk about the TCR Middle East Touring Car Series, which, by the look of those dates, the first bit of it's going to support the Dubai 24 Hours early next year. And then there's going to be, the following week, a trip up the road. I say up the road, it's a good 4 hour, 5 hour drive, but nevertheless...
it's 1.5 hour if you give a little bit...
Is that all it is? Do you know, I've never done it by road.
No, I've done it many times.
Okay. So you're going to Abu Dhabi, to the Grand Prix circuit, where Formula One will finish its season in a few weeks' time. A fabulous venue like the Dubai Autodrome. So 2 back-to-back weekends, effectively, for the TCR Middle East Championship.
Yes, let me explain it. Last year we had 3 weekends with 6 races, and it's of course a lot of effort for the teams to do it. So we have having feedback. They said, okay, if we can do the first races of the TCR in the same week as we have the 24-hour race of Dubai, that it would be much more easier from a transport point of view, having the drivers, etc. So that means in the days before we have the 24-hour race, we have 3 TCR sprint races in Dubai, 9th and 10th January. And then again, 1 week later, we go to Abu Dhabi. It's probably 1 and 1.5 hour driving by road to there. Of course, we ship the containers and the cars, and then we have also 3 sprint races, each half an hour. So that we have again 6 races with 3 and 3, and we hope and expect that will work much better. We're happy to also not only be at Dubai Autodrome, but also to go to Abu Dhabi Formula One circuit.
Yeah, so we're calling those weekends actually the Thursdays and Fridays, the 9th, the 10th, and then the 16th and the 17th. But yes, the first weekend is really the support bill for then the 24 hours of Dubai, which takes place over the Friday and the Saturday, the 10th and 11th of January. And then, well, we've already spoken briefly about the Spa 500, which this year happened in October, but the aim next year is to actually make it the same weekend as the Spa 12 hours in early May. And the good thing about that date, of course, is that originally that was a World Endurance Championship weekend, the first weekend of May. That got moved to the last weekend of April, and I guess created an opening for you guys to step into Spa-Francorchamps.
That is correct. We're really happy to be there in, let's say, a much better time of the year, the beginning of May. I think it's wonderful. It can be wonderful at Spa. We have chosen to have the same weekend, so we will have a big motorsport weekend. Looking at the feedback from the teams which we had, they were really enthusiastic about the concept. This is the Spa 500, means 500 laps with a maximum of 23 hours, or more or less 24-hour race for touring cars. We have also already confirmed by the mayor of Malmedy. We have a big tour to Malmedy, a big parade, which was a success this year. You should definitely have a look on our website for the trailer for that, and also to accomplish more touring cars in this TCR 500. We will also, although TCRs will be the biggest class, we'll also accept other touring cars like a Renault Clio, a BMW 240, things like that. Okay. So to have a real like history, have a real touring car race. And the good thing this year, if you look from the entries, we were really big and good teams. Many teams also outside of Europe. So now with this date, we are keen, and we have shown we can do it, that we will have a good race at the TCR 500 in the beginning of May.
Just looking back to the European part of next year's season then, Alsace has gone, and I understand you've visited that venue, tried to work out whether it will work from a facility point of view, and there's had to be a rethink regarding that.
That is correct. At the beginning we were enthusiastic about doing this adventure because that it was, but we get actually many feedback from teams, although they like that we are doing challenges and new adventures, but they say it's not really what we are looking into right now. So I think we have to adapt to that, and that's what we have done with Paul Ricard, which seems to be very good because good feedback. Alsace is not away of our list, so it's in our refrigerator. I would say it's in our on our shelf. So it's likely we will do it another time, maybe as a one-off race, because it's a wonderful environment, and they have a good race, but maybe with another setup. So, but I think it's good, and that we can comment and admit that we have to do it better with, in this case, with 12-hour race for Ricard.
And the nice thing about Ricard is that we didn't go there this year, so there's been a break, but you have been there in the past for the 24 hours, so you know that, again, for facilities, for paddock space, for garage space, it's perfect.
That's correct. It's a wonderful venue, Paul Ricard, with very good facilities, a wonderful track, good pit garages, etc. And yeah, that will we will look forward to go there.
Okay, so Ricard effectively becomes the date that Nürburgring was going to be on the initial entry, and then that again develops a little bit of a problem in terms of whether we go to Nürburgring after Barcelona, or perhaps, as you've mentioned, Imola or Red Bull Ring, again former venues for 24H series races. So that's 2 calendars revealed already, and then we look ahead to the Championship of the Continents, which now it's made slightly simpler for next year because the European part of the Championship of the Continents has to be Barcelona. There was a choice as to whether you took your score from Portimao or Barcelona this year, but the great news for fans here this weekend is that we are coming back to the United States in around about a year's time.
That is correct. That will be the 4th time, but we're still in race number 3 here in COTA, which is actually going fantastic. But we're happy to have this consistently with the Championship of the Continents. 3 races to be eligible for this championship. All 3 races you have to be there, and all 3 races count for the championship. Dubai, Barcelona, COTA. So this is also a real 24-hour race. Championship. If you look at the calendar from Europe, we have more 12-hour races, also on demand from the teams. But for the real, I would say, 24-hour racing teams, this is the thing to do, worldwide racing.
For the 24-hour purist, you might say, that wants to do the twice round the clock event, and 2 of those are all the way through 24-hour races, and then I assume COTA next year will again be split between Saturday and Sunday with the rest period overnight.
That is correct. It was initiated due to the nice regulations here, which we have to respect, and we respect them. But it's good to see the outcome, that the concept is working perfectly for the teams.
Excellent. So exciting times now to be able to reveal these calendars, and I know there's been 1 or 2 teething problems along the way, but I'm pleased you've now almost there as far as the European Championship is concerned. That's the Championship of the Continent. The other thing we've got to look forward to, I suppose, for the Dubai week in the early new year is because of work taking place at Zandvoort, so it can accommodate a Formula 1 Grand Prix in 2020. We have the Winter Endurance Championship coming to Dubai. Seems strange to have a winter event in the middle of the desert, but it's good that you can take that normally resident Zandvoort event and move it several thousand miles to the east.
Yes, it's a good point. The DNT group, where our officials form, and a Dutch national racing team organization, they have the Winter Endurance Championship, I think, for over 20 years, which is always in Zandvoort in November, January, February. So actually in the winter, I know they have seen they had some snow. Due to the works for the Formula 1 at Zandvoort, they actually missed one round, and we saw the opportunity to accommodate that, and that we will have this race on 7 January in Dubai. This is a little bit different concept, because if you look at our grid, let's say a lot of I think a good mix between amateurs and professional teams with how do you say it, with cars with teams with a lot of experience. If you look at the Winter Championship from the DNT, this is more grassroots racing, which is wonderful by the way, because they do things which you cannot expect. They run with less budget, because they have different cars, different regulations, and grassroots racing, and we have accomplished this, that people can do this with a real low budget. This 6 hours race, Winter and Winter Championship.
But I suppose what it could do potentially is create interest for people, like you say, that aren't used to smaller budget racing, but experiencing the Dubai Autodrome for the first time maybe, and thinking, oh, if we can get enough people involved in the team here and build the budget, we'd be interested in doing the full 24 hours in Dubai for future years.
That could be a come out of that, but it's definitely not our goal. It's definitely that we are the DNT group helped us from the beginning to do where we are now.
Okay, so in the early days of Creventic.
Yes. So and we are more than willing to support them with this. We know exactly how we have to do it with the transport. So for us, it's I would not say easy, but it's workable to arrange for them this transport at a decent cost. We are there anyway, so it's we can offer that at a good budget.
Excellent. Well, I think that's a really good calendar for next year. I hope you're pleased with it too.
Yes, I'm very pleased with it. And maybe one thing to mention about the European calendar, which we changed a little bit from last year. We have chosen, and also actually on advice and feedback from the teams, that for the endurance for the European season, all the races which are there will count for the championship. That means we will not have a scratch result, because if you have, let's say, a race with less points, you can always catch up in the last race, because you never know what your competitor is doing. At the moment with a scratch result, you can already calculate the last race how it works. So the teams always, I thought, all the way around, the teams explain me how they calculate and how it works. So next year all 5 races count, and let's see who will be the real 24 hours Europe champion.
Yes. Well, I mean, we talk about consistency and reliability being important across a 12-hour race. You've got to be good across a much longer period of time, all 5 races really. Strategy, from March to September or beyond, as we know now. So excellent.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for all your hard work in producing that 2020 calendar as well, and overcoming 1 or 2 hurdles. Gary Willems of Creventic, thank you for popping by and explaining the new season to us. And we can now turn our attention back to the final event of 2019, because just about, Paul passed me a note 10 minutes ago that we were 10 minutes away from a Black Falcon pit stop. Not quite that, but in the next few laps anyway, we're going to see the number 4 car coming in with Cooper McNeil at the wheel. He's done 1 hour and 5 minutes at the wheel of that number 4 Mercedes. Also, Nick Damon's been waiting patiently in the pit lane to bring us some news.
I have. I walked into the pit lane and then Gary came in, so I sat down. It was great. Lovely rest. Yes, we've had a number of stoppers. Let's run through. We have the 911 Porsche for a full service. The 85, the CP Racing Mercedes, it's in the battle for the A6 AM victory. That came in, had a long stop because he changed his front brakes. The 906 came in. That was the Kerry Porsche that had a standard stop. Apart from the fact they had a real problem getting the driver in, there was an issue, and they lost some time. The 112, that's the Autorama TCR standard full service. Same for the 464, that's the Team Tucker Black Falcon Mercedes. The 188, the AC, the little Audi TCR car, that just changed its front tyres. The Monlau competition 107 car, Tom Black got out and they had a full service on that. The 401 Sin car back running, had a full service, plus a very good look around. A lot of inspecting and clearing out ducts for the Sin car. The Coroy's 717 Mark cars, that just came by for fuel. Your TCR TCE leader, the 101 Red Camels Jordan, that had a problem on the front right. They had a good old look at the front right, waggled it a bit, and then took the wheel on, put it off, and put it back on again, and then let the car go, so probably only a minor issue. That's taken off with Jean-Francois Hervé on board. And a second ago, the BMW 388 car, the ST Racing Machine, that had a full service with no questions asked, and just coming towards us now is the 114 Autorama car, and that is a report from the pits from Nick Damon, pit lane reporter.
I like it. All bases covered there, and the 114 car now in, as he says, with the crew leaping onto the nose of the Volkswagen Golf.
Nick mentioned that there was a slow driver change for the number 906 Kelly Moss Road and Race Porsche. That's our 991 class leader. That would be Wayne Ducote taking over. And Wayne, who's a man that I quite enjoy watching race because he used to pick his race car number, Paul Trustwell, based on his age. So his car numbers in the IMSA GT3 Cup Challenge progressively went up year on year. It was good fun.
Yes, it says you have to make notes, I suppose, every year. Just look at the side of the car if you want to find out how old the driver is. Yes, thank you for giving us the information on the 85 car. Just to highlight that car having had its brake changed, Joe Foster has now taken over at the wheel of the 85 CP Motorsport Mercedes. And as a result of that, as Nick mentioned, Joe Foster has lost the lead of the A6 AM class, which is now Elmar Grimm driving the number 34 car collection car. But Elmar will be in the pits in about 20-25 minutes time. The other thing which you mentioned was the leader stopping in the TCE division, Jeremy Daniel getting out of the car, and that car has now been taken over, the 101, by Jean-Francois Hervé, who yesterday impressed me greatly. He was very rapid behind the car, behind the wheel of that car, and I think Rick Roykers as well also gave credit to the work done by Jean-Francois. So Rick Roykers reckons that he's quick, then count on the fact that he is probably pretty quick. So Cooper McNeil then, 31 laps into this stint. Felipe Fraga before him did 32. Whilst we were listening to Gary, there's been a very, very, very slight reduction in the lead. There's been good work from Lucas Stoltz at the wheel of the Top Sport Mercedes, number 90. He's been closing in, but it has been very, very slightly on the Cooper McNeil Mercedes, and I suspect that's really just a reflection on Lucas Stoltz's pace versus that pace of Cooper McNeil. But the gap has been coming down a little bit, and of course with this pit stop it will come down even more, but it won't, I don't think, unless there's a problem with the pits for Black Falcon, enable the Top Sport car to take the lead. But as I say, if there is any slight delay in the pits for Black Falcon, then it will mean that Top Sport could take the lead.
And with the gap coming down from first to second, the gap has actually gone up between second and third. Over the course of an hour, there's been almost 9 seconds that's elongated in the gap between second and third. So that's progress also.
Yes, I didn't want to mention the fact the gap had gone up, but
oh,
yes.
sorry.
So that's
awkward.
Fine. That's fine. Yeah, so in effect, Herbert has stayed the same. That's Ralph Bone at the wheel. Stayed the same distance behind the race leader, but with the pace of Lucas Stoltz, then yes, Lucas Stoltz has closed in on Cooper McNeil and drawn away from Ralph Bone.
Elmar Grimm and Joe Foster basically fighting over A6 AM honours, and there's still 1 and a bit laps between those two cars, Car Collection and CP Racing, but it does tend to change quite readily depending on which car's pitted last.
And it's only those two left in it now, Johnny,
yeah,
because we've lost the Top Sport A6 AM car. We've now lost the Ferrari from HB Racing in A6 AM, and there were only 4 A6 AM cars in the class at the beginning anyway.
Well, at least either of the two remaining cars can win, theoretically, and it was the 85 that led overnight, despite Paul telling me otherwise yesterday, I have to say. Hadn't made that point yet. But they obviously tweaked a bit of the strategy, did 34. Did 34 do some... Did 34 fuel at the very last minute so that they were in the better place? You did suggest that may happen, in fairness. Give you your due. So they were all set up nicely for the restart this morning with virtually a full tank, and that put them behind the 85 car. Cooper McNeil just putting a lap on the Lamborghini Huracan, which can still live with that Mercedes down the straight between turns 11 and 12, but it's through the corners that the big AMG gains the advantage and opens up another 3 or 4 car lengths on the Lippert Motorsport entered Huracan in the Super Trofeo spec. So Alexei Karashev driving 7.10, 8th place in the GT Series order, but second in the SPX division. And that car then having 1 or 2 issues to put it well behind the Koroyzer Racing Mark II V8. Einar Thorsen, Norwegian driver, now piloting 717, which in turn has also had 1 or 2 dramas, including again a wheel that wouldn't come off one of the pegs, one of the hubs, which we'd seen already at Barcelona this year and earlier on in the year, I think at Mugello, when one of those wheels was locked on. The 4 car, as predicted by Paul Truswell, is now coming into pit lane, and Nick Damon will be raring to go to receive it. This is the GT Series race leader.
Beyond raring. Beyond raring. It's exciting to do something live, having been here and listening, recorded. It's what I live for. A car coming in, clouds of brake dust, tyres on, tyres off, driver in, driver out. What more could life be about? And later on you'll find me at your local asylum. Anyway, so the Falcon car stops on its mark. The tyres are already going. Out gets Cooper McNeil. In goes Bleekemolen. The 4th tyre is going on now. So they have once again are being limited by the time it takes to change the drivers. But it's a relatively difficult thing to do when you've got to get the kind of restraint webbing in and out. Go, 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 in front right, and go, 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 gone has Jeroen Bleekemolen for another very efficient Black Falcon pit stop.
Shay and I look at each other and say Bleekemolen, not Keating, because Ben Keating's not driven that car yet today. Bleekemolen started this morning. He was up early after breakfast, probably before breakfast, in order to get into the car for the 8 o'clock start this morning. Then it went to Felipe Fraga. Cooper McNeil took over from him. Yeah. So I think both Shay and I were expecting it to be Ben, but Black Falcon obviously deciding to put the pressure on.
He did an hour and a bit yesterday, and EU said he'd have to do the same again today to make sure he got his minimum 2 hours done. So maybe they're just waiting for the opportune time to do that. Let's hear from Cooper McNeil, though, who's just clambered out of that car.
Cooper McNeil. You seem quite smiley. Enjoy those couple of hours, or hour and a half?
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime you're behind the wheel of a 80s AMG, it's a good day, especially with Black Falcon behind us. The boys have been doing a great job all weekend, as has the 3 other drivers, so we've got a decent lead right now. My first time racing in this series, my first time with Black Falcon, and my first time teaming up with Ben and Felipe. So a lot of new things this weekend, but so far everything's firing on all cylinders, and our WeatherTech Mercedes is running strong.
So how are you finding the Creventic series? You've raced in so many other series.
Yeah, plenty of the other series. No, it's awesome. I love the atmosphere. I love the layout. I enjoyed the 6 hours of sleep I got last night uninterrupted. I'm used to trying to go to sleep with race cars buzzing around the racetrack at a motorhome, but it was nice to be able to go back to the hotel. Yeah, so far so good. It's run by a bunch of great people, and I'm happy to be here.
Rotation-wise, will you be getting back in the car again, or is that your last run for the day?
I do this. I don't do the engineering or the strategy, so I'm not sure.
I'll have a word with him and get you in again. Thanks, Cooper. Cheers, mate. That's Cooper McNeil out of the car for the Black Falcon Mercedes.
It's a funny thing, is you know, I've done a bit of work with some teams, and one of the things that all of the teams want over anything else is a little spreadsheet which says, when am I back in the car? Which is great. You can do that at the beginning of the race, but of course as the race evolves, you move from plan A to plan B to plan C, and things often change. Literally, the first thing the driver wants to know when he gets back is, how long have I got before I have to get back in the car? And the trouble from the team and the engineering point of view, they often haven't decided yet. So as we've seen, we've skipped Ben Keating in the rotation. I presume that was a decision made earlier on, but it's entirely likely that Ben is around
just in case he was needed. So you know, it's a very interesting thing. Possibly some further thoughts on that from Nick, Johnny.
Well, also Monlau are in, and Nick reckons this is out of schedule.
Yeah, they're in just before the end of Gary's interview, where they just did a tyre change. Tom Black got out. Now they've come back in again, and they are doing their brakes. They're taking the advantage of the fact it's sitting here to do their brakes, but that's not the issue. There's a lot of fiddling. It looks like they're putting a new battery in by the looks of it, so it's probably an electrical problem. The car smells a bit of fuel, so whether they've got a lot of or an electrical drive, that's where they got some problems. Around the car, there's another auxiliary battery going in, there's a battery coming out. If CJ just goes into the can, to the boot, you'll see the big orange battery got a replacement. So an electrical problem is, oh hang on, let's find out, because Stewie Hall's here. Young Mr. Hall, what is the problem?
I think it's power steering related.
Because you're kind of, there's a weird smell of fuel as well, and you're all fiddling around the back.
It's been smelling of fuel since yesterday. I think it just comes out the overflow once you've had a pit stop. But yeah, so not the best race we've ever had, I have to say. It's been a bit rubbish so far. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a struggle after a great qualifying. Paul Trustwell is asking me, are you having any language issues amongst the team? Obviously a Spanish team and British racing drivers.
No, gracias. Hablo mucho español.
Let's be honest, all you need to know is doth the faith the pour for four, and you're fine for after the race.
I didn't understand.
It's 2 beers, mate. 2 beers. Thanks, Stewie. Good stuff. By the way, Stewie has obviously made huge use of the 6 hours. Smells lovely. Oh, doesn't smell racing driver at all. It's a sweet bouquet of Stuart Hall.
So not getting too close to the car then, which seems to be reeking of fuel and has been all race. But Stewie says that's perfectly fine. It's been doing that since yesterday. And the power steering, by far the bigger issue to try and rectify. A little bit downbeat. Stuart Hall obviously expecting a lot more from this race, and it started so well with him taking pole position and also opening up a tidy little margin during his opening stint yesterday from 11:30. But the car hit a problem quite early on and has never really been able to recover from that.
He's a very competitive individual. I mean, he's a very quick racing driver, but he finds it hard to kind of chin up when things aren't going well, and that often happens. You know, the competitiveness, you know, the fun he has is all about winning, and it was lovely just thinking about a more positive moment at the start of the race yesterday when he started on pole position. He was just going to mix it with anybody that he could mix it with, you know, because that's the way Stuart Hall is built, and say, as you said, because the car had problems, it fell back. Now it's got more problems, and you know, Stuart Hall isn't one of those guys that you go to get motivated again under those circumstances, because he just goes, well, we'll keep going, but it kind of you know, does get him down a little bit. I get the impression.
He's been to the top of the sport. I mean, he was 2013 WEC champion with the Aston Martin factory team in GT AM, where he won this race back then in 13. So he's a guy who knows the ultimate highs of the sport, and you get the feeling that once you've been to that level, it's sort of hard to get yourself excited when things go wrong.
Exactly, but no, he just does enjoy his racing as well. The number 4 car back out then for Blake Molan, and it very nearly lost the lead. It's just over 20 seconds. I said it was going to be closer as a result, as Shay was saying as well, of the better pace shown by Luca Stoltz. Luca is coming towards the end of his stint now, but as I say, he's almost able to smell the Mercedes up ahead of him. And again, this is where those teams who are behind, Top Sport and Hairbear, will just be keeping their fingers crossed for that code 60, because this is where they want it, because then they can dive in, get their fuel for cheap. In other words, it won't cost them anywhere near as much time if they can get in now to get the fuel. But there goes Blake Molan across the line. completing now his 376th lap, and Lucas Stoltz will be into the pits within the next 3 laps, I reckon. He's currently on his, going to be less than that, it will be within the next 2 laps, I think, for Lucas Stoltz, but he'll carry on trying to get that gap to come down. When he does come in, it will be up to Ralph Bone to do something similar, because he's not that far behind with the Herbert Porsche.
There's Luca now, as if you called him and pushed that button on your computer that makes him come into the pit lane.
Not quite.
I do like that magnet.
Not quite.
Yes, so Nick is going to watch this stop. Well, the Autorama Golfs have found one another on track, I noticed as well, although not dueling one another for position. Here's Nick Damon.
And this is going to be a longer stop because they've chosen to do brakes, though it looks like only on the front right. They've got the set new disc and pads for the front right. They don't have the disc and pads to be offered for the front left. More importantly, they've already changed the tyre on the front left, so that's a very odd thing to change one disc at a time. Perhaps they've worked out in the timing that they actually lose less time based on the other things they're doing in a pit stop by doing this. So they've worked out that if you change both, you lose a lot more time with the number of engineers they're allowed actually on the pit lane. They may change one, then the other as they go. Lucas Stoltz has indeed exited the car. Can't tell you who's got in. It's, the driver hasn't put his name on the helmet, but they are out and away after a pretty swift stop and a brand new rotor and pads on the front right.
Okay, and away it goes for fueling. So again, a tidy stop. You can't knock TalkSport WRT. I think they're doing just as much, just as well as Black Falcon are, but it's down to the driver lineup and also the Code 60s, as we've said, that just gives the Black Falcon squad the advantage.
Black Falcon is getting slightly better fuel consumption. Black Falcon has managed on the stint so far to do 32 laps with Fraga, 33 laps with Cooper McNeil, whereas TopSport got 32 laps with Lucas Stoltz, but that was with the benefit of a Code 60. 31 with Henrik Still, 32 with Lucas Stoltz again for his next stint. So they've lost out a tiny bit in terms of the number of laps they can do on tank of fuel.
Right, so Nick Damon, I remember towards the end of his earlier shift, had a word with this particular guy. We're clearly on roughly the same rotation right now because Lucas Stoltz is out, and once again having a chat to Nick.
Luca, the TalkSport team, they're working you hard, aren't they? You get an hour and a half, a few minutes off, back in for another stint.
Yeah, we're still chasing, so we're trying hard. Jump in, back out. So I'm pushing hard, and we're still trying to catch the 4, and I think I did quite good so far. I think we made up 50 seconds. So yeah, just pushing hard.
In that stop, you only changed one of the front discs and pads on the front right. Why was that?
I think the pad was worn on the right side, not so much on the left, so we changed the right earlier than the left, just to save some time on the pit stops. We see now how it goes.
Any reason why that should be? I mean, you're braking equally on both sides.
To be honest, I don't know, but the team decided to do it, so I think they're on the right, so yeah.
So do you expect to jump back in again very quickly when this next stint is over? They'll have you back in again?
I'm not sure. I have to ask them, but I guess so.
Keep on working. Thanks, Lucas Stoltz there. As we finish that interview, just to my left, the overall leader in the Champion of the Continents, the Lippert Lamborghini, the 710 machine, has come in for a standard service as it goes on its merry way towards championship glory.
Yeah, doing all that it needs to right now. Second place in the SPX category for Lippert Motorsport and for Alexei Karashev, and he shares that 710 car with Harold Schlotter, Alexander Sherpen, Denis Sogliev and Greg Gorski. There was a late change to that driving lineup just a couple of days before we got going, but it's working well, and the Super Trofeo car second in that category.
They can't afford to fall much further back though, because with Car Collection leading in A6 AM, they're going to score 28 points in the championship. Lippert are in second place in SPX at the moment, they've got, what, 4 laps of advantage over the GT4 Mercedes, the Black Falcon car number 464, which is the other car that's running in the SPX class. And if they fall behind that car, then I think Car Collection, Lippert might still be able to win it on countback. I'll have to check on that, what happens if it ends up being a tie, because at the moment, if it finishes the way it is, it's 79 points from Lippert, 78 for Car Collection. So won't get much closer than that.
Ralph Bone up into second place, but that is only temporary. He's been out on the circuit for an hour and 3 minutes during this stint. We should be expecting him in quite soon, Paul?
Yes, this lap order next, I suspect, for Herbert Motorsport. Just going back to, it was interesting
and
what
it's this lap.
Nick Damon was saying to, it's this lap, fair enough. Nick Damon was getting to Lucas Stoltz. Nick is always interesting, but what he managed to get Lucas Stoltz to say, that they're going to really maximise the time that Lucas spends behind the wheel. Well, he's got a minimum rest time coming up of 35 minutes, but it's more than likely that the Axel Jefferson, which is the car now, suggested it would be, and Axel will be spending more than half an hour out there before he comes in again.
Cars nose to tail are Elmar Grimm and Richard Heistand, by the way, and if Heistand can get ahead of the 34 car in this battle, which I think he may have just done, then that gives that car a lap back, but won't gain it at 4th position in the GT series, as Ralph Bone has just visited the pits, Nick, and is now heading for fueling.
Sneaked in behind us. CJ and I were walking up to go with what we thought was a next pit stop, and then sneaking in behind was the Precourt Herberth Porsche, the 91 car, full service, tyres, and I assume driver, and they've trundled off to the fuel stop as they attempt to try and close the gap on the 2 Mercedes ahead of them.
Heistand is still chasing the
He
Audi.
is, isn't he? Yeah, I'd misread that. So you'll see that 5 number is on the side of the bright yellow Porsche, and 4 on the side of the all-white, and a little bit of blue, Elmar Grimm Audi. But even if the day-glow yellow Porsche can get in front, it won't, as I say, change those positional numbers. He'll have to do it one more time before we see all 4 remaining Pro cars, indeed all 4 Pro cars that started the race, that are still turning off laps, being together at the top of the timing screen. And clearly Elmar Grimm, Richard Heistand, Joe Foster are close enough to one another to keep rotating positions when the pit stops arrive for each of those cars. 374 just ticked off for Grimm as Richard Heistand comes into the pits for Volt Racing.
Should be getting out and handing over to Jan Halen, I would imagine, given the rotation, because we've seen Trent Hinman, Alan Brynjolfsson, and of course now Richard Heistand in the car this morning as he pulls into the box, and yep, a red and black fire suit waiting to get in. That would be the Belgian.
Park place to work.
And the fact that it says Jan H on his belt helps as well. Ow! Man just swung his airline at me. Oh, how could you? No, so I've avoided a serious injury as this pretty quick start going on here. They've stopped, all 4 tyres have been done. Jan has the safety harness fit. Oh no, now there's a kind of a what's happening next, waving, start, stop, start. So that was going really, really well for the last 5 or 6 seconds, where they stopped going quite so well as they got confused about leaving the pit box.
All right, well, those little things can add together to be quite costly, but Volt still, I think the target must be to get closer to the A6 Pros and then hope for a problem of one of the 3 that lead the race to try and sneak onto the podium with an A6 Pro, which is certainly not out of the question, and just need to keep going about their own business.
I'm going to have to hex it at one point, so I'll do it now, because we're just coming up to 4 hours into this segment with only one code 60 in this segment as well, and it was a very brief code 60 of just 7 minutes. So everybody's been keeping their fingers crossed for the code 60 to fall their way, keeping their fingers crossed that the code 60 doesn't fall against them. But as yet, we just had that 1 7-minute code 60 at the very beginning of the race.
Right, so the driver that's just stepped out, as we've mentioned, Richard Highstand, and we can grab a quick word with him. In fact, Nick's down there.
Yeah. Richard, you're looking suitably warm, which is always good. It's nice to know you've done some work.
Yeah, well, you're right about that. It's good to get out and get some exercise.
The car, the Volt car, I mean, how's it handling? It looked a little bit evil earlier today. Is it now sorted itself out?
Well, I mean, we're running tires a bit beyond a stint, and that's just due to circumstance of how much fuel and when we go and fill. The last couple runs have been for more than an hour, so then obviously you get late in the run and you're struggling a bit with grip. You know, early on, I think the balance of the car is pretty good. You know, we're as racing drivers, we want that when the tires are at their peak, a clean lap to set a fast time, and I keep missing it a little bit, but that, you know, that's okay. That's the pace of the car in general. I think that, you know, we're missing something. Obviously, to the Mercedes, it's a pretty big gap, probably a bit more than it should be, but. You know, we just keep going around and hoping for a mistake by them and try not to make a mistake ourselves. So,
those are good tactics. Thanks, Richard. Cheers, mate.
Richard Highstand, another guy more familiar perhaps with American fans with the Aim Vassar-Sullivan outfit recently with the Lexus in GT Daytona. Did the full season by the looks of things.
Yep, 2 wins this year, Belle Isle and Mid-Ohio. He also got a pole position in Mid-Ohio, but that relationship with AVS coming to an end at the checkered flag of Petit Le Mans. We don't know where he'll be next year, but we do know that he won't be driving with Jack Hawksworth, because we do know who Jack will be sharing the Lexus with next year. Okay. Including Kyle Busch at the 24 Hours of Daytona. So a pretty exciting season coming up for Lexus, and we look forward to seeing where Richard lands.
Another hour ticked by the way, so 9 hours still to go, 15 in the book, and Black Falcon lead the way with Jeroen Bleekemolen back at the wheel of the number 4 Mercedes. 381 laps completed, and still with a decent advantage of a lap and a bit over Alfred Renauer of Herbert Motorsport in the Porsche 911 GT3R, car number 91, and the TalkSport WRT car, which is quite recently rejoined from its latest pit stop. Axel Jeffries back at the wheel of car 90, which he took over from Lucas Stoltz, and that car feeds back into the mix in 3rd position. Elmar Grimm piloting the number 34 Audi R8 in the car for the car collection outfit. They are still the A6 AM leaders, ahead of the Volt Racing Porsche of now Trent Hinman, taking that car over from Richard Highstand. Joe Foster is second in A6 AM for CP Racing in the Mercedes AMG. And now in the pits, the SPX race leader, but car 717, Koroyzer Racing Mark II. Einar Torson's just brought that car in, and it's running in 7th spot. Heli Moss Road and Race, the Porsche is in 8th place, which is the 991 class leader. 9th position for Lippert Motorsport, and 2nd in the SPX category, the Lamborghini. And in 10th place, it's another SPX car, the Black Falcon Team Techstar Mercedes AMG GTX number 464. 11th place is the RHC Jorgensen Strom BMW M4, which is the GT4 race leader. 2nd position, ST Racing's M4 GT4, John Boyd driving that. And Olaf Meyer in the Zorg Rennsport BMW M4. That's the one that's looked very sideways at times, the 451, which is still hanging on to 3rd place in category. 2 Porsche 991 spec cars come next. The Porsche Lorient outfit ahead of MRS GT Racing. HB Racing's Ferrari is now an official retirement with a major gearbox failure. Speed Lovers Porsche, though, is still in the race, and it is 17th. Ahead of the Racers Edge Motorsport entered Sin R1. Jake Buford driving the 401 currently. TalkSport Mercedes out of the race. Winwood Racing Mercedes GT4 out of the race. And the 411 and 910 didn't get much further than 4 laps. The TCE series is led by the Cupra of Red Camel Jordans.nl, Jean-Francois Eve at the wheel of the 101. AC Motorsport, the 188, Matthew Taskinen driven Audi RS3 is ahead of on the road its championship rival, but that's still not good enough for the Belgian squad to take the title. They'll want the 112 car to, well, ideally retire, not to wish ill on another car, but I think that's the best bet for the 188 to take the championship of the continent's win. It would also help if the AC Motorsport car could get ahead of Red Camel, but that seems unlikely right now. A couple of laps between them. Autorama's sister car, Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing, are third with the 111 Golf. Top Car Sport by Baz Kooten Racing are in fourth with their 131 numbered Cupra. Then the 112 car, which nosed into the barrier earlier on today at turn 11, and they had to do a fair bit of repair work to that car, but it is running again in 5th place in the TCE race. Monlau Competition's 107 car still ticking off the laps, but sadly a number of laps now off the TCE leader. And the only Cup 1 BMW in the event, the 851 BMW of Zorg Rennsport, is running in 7th place. The Honda is a retirement. So 15 hours done. That's how we sit right now in the two separate races. And Nick Damon's got a couple of things from the pits.
First of all, a simple, standard 4-tyre driver change for the 34 car, the car collection motorsport machine that is fighting for the lead in A6am. A non-standard stop entirely for the 717 Mark Cars Coroiser racing machine that is currently leading SPX. Front left, off and on. Front right, off and on. Rear left, off and on. Rear right, stuck. Waggle it, waggle it, waggle it. Still stuck. Waggle it some more. Still stuck. Forget it. Put it back on again. Send the car. So the car currently has 3 new tyres and a very used one on the right rear, whilst the team obviously decides what to do to minimise the time taken in replacing those tyres.
And this is the 3rd time that's happened this season, I reckon.
But that's the opposite tyre from the trouble tyre earlier on. It was left rear earlier.
Exactly, yeah. So,
oh, no.
Yeah, that's, it seems to be something about the wheel manufacturer, or the hub manufacturer, I would suggest, which they have that on that Mark II V8.
Well, it put it out of the Spa 12 hours because they couldn't carry on with that wheel. I mean, that was the one I think they took an angle grinder to it to try and get the wheel off, and in the end had to retire from the Belgian event over the Easter weekend. And then since then, Barcelona it happened as well. So it's not a new problem, but it's not any easier to fit.
The thing that we've got now, as you were running through the update there, Johnny, Jay and I were just talking about it, is a great battle with 2nd place overall, because it was a much quicker pit stop for the Hairbear team than it was for Topsport, with Topsport having to change that front disc. It's enabled the Hairbear team to sneak through into 2nd place, but only just. They're pretty much nose to tail around the circuit at the moment. Alfred Renauer at the wheel of the 91 Hairbear Porsche, Axel Jeffries at the wheel of the number 19 Topsport Mercedes, and last time through they were separated by 0.7. The time before they were separated by 0.7. This time through they were separated by 0.8. So nothing to choose at all between them. And as Lucas Soltz mentioned to Nick Damon, the gap overall first to second has come down as a result of that, although it kind of has pushed out again because of the extra time spent in the pit making the disc. But overall, the tendency is that the Black Falcon cushion on which they are sitting is getting very, very slightly thinner.
And the important thing to note, Paul, is that this is a real battle for 2nd place because they've both had their pit stops.
Absolutely, yes. That's right. And there's every prospect for this battle going on for the next, very nearly the next hour, because they've both got enough fuel to keep going for about another hour.
Excellent. Shall we have Joe Bradley go grab us some popcorn then? And just sit back and enjoy the fun fist fight that's about to happen.
My speech is hard enough to understand without me having mouthfuls of popcorn.
We'll let you turn your mic off every now and then. It's okay. The gap between 1st and 2nd in TCR right now is still 2 laps, but it's Canadians in both the Red Camel Jordan.NL and the AC Motorsport entries, as Jean-Francois Hervé is driving the 101, and Matthew Taskinen is behind the wheel of the 188 Audi. So Team Canada will be well proud to know that they're well represented out on track right now. I know we've got a couple of Canadian listeners tuning in around the world. Hello. Sorry, it's not warm where you are right now.
Yeah, I was always interested to see how Matthew Taskinen got on. Still very early on in his career, and done some Formula 1600, Formula Ford 1600 racing in homeland Canada in the past, and he's been racing, did we say TCRs this past 2019 too?
Yes, Canadian Touring Car Championship. He was 4th driving an Audi RS3 and got wins at places like Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, placed on the podium at Calabogie, Shannonville. I mean, tracks that take knowing how to get around a technical circuit.
Yeah.
So good practice for a place like Circuit of the Americas.
Yes, and with TCR being so close and relatively limited power through the front wheels, it's always tricky when you've got a GT Series race going on around you to make space for the faster cars, but also then diving back into their draft to just get the extra bit of mile per hour maybe down the straights. Because the pickup of the speed isn't as instantaneous as in a GT3 car, it's about preempting a lot of those situations and trying to read the road as best as you can. So certainly some TCR sprint knowledge is useful, but I'm sure Matthew is learning an awful lot more as well, considering the length of this race this weekend.
The driver plug on the 73 Park Place Porsche is incorrect, showing Trent Hinman. As Nick duly noted, Jay Halen written on the fire suit's a good giveaway, and the fact that it was a Wright Motorsport fire suit from Jan's days back with them. So just in case Mike Johnson's listening and can tell his driver to flip the switch, that would be most useful.
Indeed, we'll get a penalty if he doesn't, if race control find out that he's not doing it properly. Shay gets on her phone and
send a quick text message.
Make sure. It's a costly penalty if you don't set the driver ID to the correct spot, but it's good driving from Jay, because he's just set that car's fastest lap of the race thus far in this segment, at least 2 minutes 8.195 a moment ago for Jay Halen in the 73 Volt Racing Porsche. They are, as I said, embroiled in this battle for 5th place overall with the CP Racing Mercedes, but that's not a battle for class, it's a battle for position. And they're just outside where they really want to be. I think we heard from Trent earlier on when he was saying that the pace just wasn't quite where they wanted it to be, and it's certainly true what he said about the Mercedes being very rapid out there on the circuit. Second place, still the subject of very close battle indeed. They came through again, Alfred Brunel just ahead of Axel Jeffries on the previous lap, separated by half a second. It had gone up to just over a second on the previous lap, but come back down again to half a second as Axel Jeffries gets the Mercedes right up onto the rear wing of Alfred Brunel's Porsche.
And a green lap time.
A little bit further apart this time as they've just gone through.
Paul, there's a green lap time on the screen. I wasn't expecting to see that at this stage of the race.
Jay Halen just put in a green lap time not 3 laps ago, so he's set the trend. But the next one that you've spotted is
Nigel Farmer in the Speed Lover Porsche, down in 24th position overall, 4th in the 991 category, but on lap 302 for the car, whereas the class leader is on 358, but still trying to go quickly out there and getting it done.
Absolutely right, yes.
2:18.363, the fastest lap in class at 2:12.5, but that would have been set by Andrew Davis, who's got a lot of laps around here.
Benito Targle due across the line in a moment or two in the Cup 1 BMW. Sadly, for the M240i Racing Cup machine of Zorg Rennsport, they are struggling to find anybody to race this weekend. We have in the past had a couple of Cup 1 entries, and this is the type of car that regularly turns out sort of 20-odd cars at the VLN events and the Nürburgring 24 hours as well, but entered into the TCE series this weekend and trying to hang on to the coattails of the TCR cars ahead. TCR always set to be a very competitive part of this year's race in the TCE series, and really one of the cars that we all thought was going to be involved in the battle, judging by its qualifying performance and the way the opening stint was attacked, was Monlau Competition. But Stuart Hall, who now joins us in the commentary box, he hit a problem fairly early on, and it's just sort of spiralled downwards since then, hasn't it?
Yes,
Sorry about that. I mean, we could get the flavour of your mood with Nick earlier on.
Yeah, no.
Is it one of those races you just want to be over?
Yeah, I could do with just going home now.
But then again, I mean, your role in the team is also to kind of keep momentum for the other guys that you know really well, and try and not let them get too distracted by exactly where you are in the field, because it's about never giving up in a 24-hour race, and really the target's got to be to get the thing to the finish now.
Yeah, but you have to also be a realist. We are here to do well, and we're not going to do well this weekend, unfortunately.
Well, why don't you just pack up then? Just call it a day?
Because then you've got to hold on to other things. You've got to have readjust your goals. Like for me, try and get fastest lap. For the guys, try and improve on what they've done, because hopefully we'll come back in the future. And there's no point. We're here, so let's treat it as not as a test, but as a way of getting a bit more experience and getting to know the track a bit better and getting to know traffic and the TCR car a bit better. And then, trying to, like I say, hold on to something that takes a positive from a pretty hard situation as any team. We've had a hard old race this weekend.
Of course.
I tried to get Nick to ask about it, because it's not just about you, it's about the Monlau competition team. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, but they're basically, the mechanics are all students at the Monlau University, so they're going through a learning process, presumably, and they're going to carry on learning from this. And this is, think back to some of the disappointments you faced over your career. You're not as young as some of those guys are, in the nicest possible way, but you've gone through some of those learning lessons, taken some of those hard knocks. They're still learning.
Yeah, I mean, the guys that are on the car now are the guys that have graduated, and these are the guys that run the GPX Racing Porsche as well. So they know what they're doing. We've had a good year in Blancpain. They won the Spa 24 hours, so they know what they're doing. We come third in the Spa 24 hours a few months ago, so they really know what they're doing. It's a great team. It's just obviously Monlau this weekend and not GPX. GPX are in Kyalami, but these guys are going to Kyalami tomorrow.
Right. So it's the same team that run the GPX cars.
Yeah. So it's exactly the same team, same boys, same guys. I've been with this team a while now, on and off from since 2017-16. I've been driving the Renault, so I know them pretty well.
So that was with Jordan Goga, and I mean GP Extreme, which has become GPX, and now we saw that. I mean, the Porsche that won Spa 24 was in the Gulf colours, right? But there's also the old GP Extreme colours are kind of that gold.
Yeah, the Renault colours.
Yeah,
the Renault colours. So
colours,
GPX have got close ties with Rothko, boss of GPX, Fred Fatian, and Rold, the boss of Rothko, my boss. Very close friends, so there's a nice tie in there, and obviously I drive with Benji in the Porsche as well. So it's still like it might be the Seat, but it's like home. But we just had a bit of a rough old ride this weekend. I think it's plain to see how quick the car is. Qualifying showed that. It's a real quick car. They always turn out a good card as one now, especially the Seat, because they know this one really well. But that's racing, so we just try and take as many positives as we can. Chris, Tom, and David. I'm not even sure I'll get back in the car now, because from my role as a pro, we've got a bit of a gap now, so we might as well give them as much time as possible to get as they're already doing great jobs. Tom just had a good stint. We just had a problem with the battery. So it wasn't the power steering, it was the battery that then let down the power steering. But keep pushing on, and get to the end. And it's frustrating, but let's we're here to win. But I could be sat in an office somewhere doing a proper job, so can't be that pissed off.
Good to have that observation. How much of all of the mechanical woes are related to the thump you had with the CP racing Mercedes quite early on in the race, coming into turn 20?
None.
Really? Okay.
None. I think just a bit of bad luck with the battery and the alternator. you know, the CP racing thing was really unfortunate. You know, endurance racing and multi-class racing, sometimes you have a shunt. But you know, I just think it's a bit. We didn't really lose that much time either. We only lost a lap or so. With that, I think the main issue was the shunt, which just broke everything at the front, so everything needed to be replaced. So we're quite lucky it's actually back out.
And we reckon that prevented you from putting a light bar on for the overnight stints as well. So was visibility an issue in the evening?
It was awesome. Yeah, it was great fun. You know, I couldn't see anything. Actually saw more when I was being lapped by the GT3 cars.
Right. So you just want to stay with them for as long as possible.
As soon as a bit, normally you get annoyed when you get a bit of traffic, but I was actually grateful for a bit of traffic because I could see where I was going. But it was cool, you know. It's a challenge. As everything, you know. For me, I've done very little in a front-wheel drive car before, so it's really nice to spend a bit of time in it, learn about tyre management and all this business, and also know that I can, you know. So you should, as a driver, you should be quick in everything, but also know I can jump in something that I'm not as familiar with and mix it with the guys that have been driving them all year. You know, I was a bit annoyed with my first stint where I took a little bit too much out of the front tyre, so Brewery came back to me at the end of it. But my second stint, I managed that a bit better. But yeah, it's just learning and learning and learning, you know. And like I say, it's still nice to be out racing, isn't it?
Of course it is, yeah. But with you learning and learning and learning, you're also coaching Chris Kemp and David Tin and Tom Black. So, I mean, you've had to learn fast. When they come and ask you questions about front-wheel drive, you've got to have the answers for them.
Yeah, so luckily I've grown up with touring cars, from the 90s with Andy and Radicic and people like that, you know. That for me, that's why it's quite nice being in a touring car, because that's touring cars in my blood.
Is that what first got you interested in motorsport then? The kind of, you know, watching the early super touring years.
Yeah, well, so Dad raced in the RS 500s in the 80s, along with Andy Rouse as his teammate, and I grew up around that. Then obviously it switched. The RS 500s were outcasted, weren't they? So that came in the super touring era,
and the front wheel drive.
I remember growing up first when Andy had the Toyotas, and then he had the Mondeos with Radicic, and then Kelvin and what have you. So you know, I've grown up with touring cars, but ever since I left F3, it's been sort of endurance racing for me for the last sort of 12 years, which I love. But there's you know, there's a place in my heart for the old touring cars, and that's why it's nice to do this year, actually learning a bit about a front-wheel drive car and being in essentially a touring car, because that's what TCR is now. The World Touring Car Championship is TCR. So the more I can learn in one of these, you never know what opportunities come up down the line. If I ever get a chance, at least I'm going to be familiar with and know what to expect.
Like TCR, very different from that era of touring cars that you're talking about there in the 90s. I realise why we're going in that direction now, because it's a decent budget, you know, not too pricey. It's also meaning very competitive racing, but they're not as spectacular as touring cars 20, 30 years ago, are they?
No. But I think back in those days when you got the factory teams with the super tours, the budgets were massive, the paychecks were massive as well. Those boys were earning good money. You know, that was the wonder years of touring cars. I have to say, it was great to be part of it growing up. But you know, the World Touring Car Championship now is pretty good. You know, you've got some good old drivers in it, and I think, especially with the TCR formula, it's becoming really popular now. So, as we see a problem with one of our competitors there.
Yes, which is the 114 car, which is one of the ones that is ahead of you, and it's the 112 that's had all the drama with Autorama Motorsport. 114 now in the pit lane, and Nick's got an update.
Yeah, sneaked in, looked like a standard stop, rolled it in. They've been attacking the front of the car, they've been dipsticking it, they've been looking at the fences at the front. They are tracing now. They did a bit of work to it, triumphantly pushed it back into pit lane. It did nothing, so they then had to push it back into the garage again. They've had it slightly fire a second ago, where it just punched out some smoke, which smelt mostly of fuel. Got it going again now. So it's got a running problem. I'm wondering whether it's actually a throttle actuation issue, because they're not getting the right signal from the throttle through to the actual engine itself. And as you hear, that started, just stopped again, and they're now back under the engine, computer connected. This could be either a 5-minute fix, or it could be another place gain for Stewie.
Paul, thank you, Nick, for that. Paul, you had a question.
Well, I was just reflecting on Stuart having mentioned his father, Pete Hall, who used to race in the RS 500s in British touring cars. An RS 500 Sierra is not massively different, apart from the fact that there's 40 years of difference between that and what we've got now in GT3 in some ways, is it, Stuart? Have you driven the RS 500?
No.
Driven
no, I've driven the Rover Vitesse, done a lot in the Rover Vitesse, Dad's old Rover Vitesse actually, but I've never driven the RS 500. It's one on the list.
But it's one of those big hairy, I mean, it is a touring car, but there's just a reflection on the kind of front edge and big wing on the back. It's a bit like a Mercedes AMG. Where do you go next, Stuart? Are you doing the Gulf 12 hours?
Yeah, so I'm going on holiday tomorrow. So
okay.
well deserved.
Yeah, so
2 days, 3 days.
My wife and daughter are with me, so I've got my family live in Chicago, so we pack our coats and go up there for a week. But yeah, so then we straight to Abu Dhabi after that for the Golf 12 hours to finish the year off.
And then starting next year with Dubai?
Yeah, there's not really an off season, is there? So straight to Dubai, hopefully, although that's not 100% confirmed. And then a full season of Black Pan again in the Porsche.
Except you can't call it that word.
What word?
Because it's not Black Pan anymore.
Oh, what's it going to be called now?
GT something.
Is it? That shows about touch right.
GT Endurance Series.
We have had a championship in the US referred to as its previous sponsor though this weekend. It's not been called that for about a year, so it's fine. It just shows.
I still call the US Championship American Le Mans Series.
Well, there we are.
It's always that to me.
I don't think you're alone, to be honest. Many of our fans still want that to be in existence. But yeah, you label things as they always have been during your younger years, often, don't you? So that's fine. So the 34 car continues to lead A6 AM. The A6 Pro lead is with Black Falcon. Do you wish you were in the GT Series? You know, I mean, I know this is a venture into TCE Series, and that part of the championship is struggling a little bit for numbers this weekend, but GTs look strong.
Yeah, I mean, GT's always strong. But again, it's down to, we've got one car in Kyle Army and the other one's gone to Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, so logistically
not a chance. So it's actually nice to be still in a car. I did this race in the Merc a few years back. Great track. I love being in America. I love racing in America. I think, personally, it's probably the best place in the world to race. I love it. Wish I could do more. I say I don't win. The GT3 cars are awesome, aren't they? It's great to be. But it's a different discipline. Like I said, I'm enjoying TCR. There's some real quick guys in the TCR Championship. So there's guys like, for example, we're talking about the Super Touring days. I had a poster of Vincent Rademacher on my school boarding house wall, when I was a kid, when he was in the Volvo.
Yeah.
So, for me, it's cool to be racing against someone that I looked up to when I was a kid. Other top guys in TCR. So, I don't really, it's nice to be in a GT3, but I will be in a GT3 in about 3 weeks' time. So, that's it'd be nice to come back here in a GT3 as well. But right now it's TCR, and I'm really enjoying that. It's just a shame we've had a rough old weekend so far.
TCR Middle East Series is partly on the Dubai bill for next year, I notice, and there's some sprint races leading up to the 24. Is that of interest to Chris, David, or Tom?
I don't think so.
Okay, so they're fully focused on the longer distance stuff.
Yeah, I think we've done 2 12s this year and this. Not sure about next year.
Right.
We'll see how this finishes, and we'll have a beer and see what I think they're enjoying it. But again, it's all down to a question of budget. The good thing about the TCR is much more palatable in terms of budget-wise,
yes,
compared to the GT3. GT3 budgets are out of control almost nowadays. You won't get much change out of 300 grand doing one of these races properly, which is in any other walk of life massive money. In motorsport, it's just seen as a bit of change.
Yeah.
We'll sit down. We'll probably think of a program to do around the GT3 program next year. Maybe TCR, maybe GT4. Those guys are much more used to a GT4 car than they are TCR. So it's been a big change for them this year. But you know, they're getting back to it. They're learning. Here it's been difficult here because of the weather at the start. So had they got a few more dry laps, it would have helped. But because it was wet for the first 2 days, really, you know, we turned up on Friday having to start from scratch, other than knowing where the corners go. So, you know, it's the same for everyone. But when you haven't got quite as much experience, it's always a little bit harder.
And Aston Martin still an interest for those three guys? Because, I mean, that's where I first met Chris, David and Tom, is Aston Martin Owners Club, GT4 and other machinery too. Is there still an Aston somewhere buried away to be used?
They've got loads of them.
They have?
Right. Yeah. There's probably got about 7 or 8 of them between them. Various walks of GT3, GT4, things like that. I don't know. You know, it would require them buying a new car because the GT4 cars they have are out of date now.
Yeah, that's again, you know, you talk about costs, but also you make an investment and it's only good for sort of 2-3 seasons, and you go buy another one.
Yeah, I mean that's how I know them from you know, when I was at Aston. You know, you get to meet when I'm driving the GT in the LMP1 car. You get to meet the guys driving the GT4s, and got to know Tom first, but known Tom was actually the first ever person to write me a cheque to drive a racing car. That's interesting. Yeah, really? So the first ever person to pay me to drive a racing car, legit, was Tom, which was I think 12 years ago now. So that's quite a nice thing that you know, I've done a little bit with him every year. You know, luckily I've managed to build it up. But the first ever person to actually have that faith in me from, you know, either getting a free drive or bringing a bit of budget was Tom. So that's quite nice that I've been able to do a bit of racing with him this year at this level, and you know, hopefully be able to do a little bit more in the future.
Because obviously your racing years have got busier and busier since that first time 12 years ago, but it's still nice, as you say, to find the time for the original guy who put the trust in you. Yeah,
I mean, you know, you have to, I think, you know, I've been really busy with Rold and that sort of thing, but you know, you never forget the guy that said, you know what, mate, and I remember it, he paid me 300 quid to come and do a day's testing for him, like 12, 13 years ago, I think now. And, you know, for me, that was like every Christmas has come at once, because someone was actually paying me. I was getting up that morning and I was being paid, and I was coming back from a racetrack with more money, and someone actually had the faith in me. So it's actually, there's a lot of confidence. Oh, do you know what? I'm actually doing an all right job for, you know, and these guys are really successful guys. They're not stupid, you know, they know. So you know, really grateful that, and then, you know, gradually, you know, the momentum gathers, and
your portfolio just naturally sort of mushrooms, though, then, doesn't it? I mean, I can tie comparisons with the commentary world as well. You know, and you get your first gig at a PA meeting at, I don't know, Anglesey or Donington Park, and you go, oh, someone actually wants me to pay me to do this, and then you've got something to go to other people to sell and to say, you know, I've done this already, give us a job.
Yeah, so from that, I'm really, you know, really grateful for the faith, because it's a hard sport. You know, there's a lot of drivers out there, you know, fighting for a limited number of seats that actually you get paid for, and you don't have to find money. So, you know, really grateful to be here. You know, but it's just frustrating because I want to get them a result. You know, it would mean the absolute world to me just to stand on the podium with those three guys, because of you know, how long we've been together and that. So that's why it was nice to get the pole as well, to say, you know, thanks guys. You know, thanks for the opportunity, because whether it's a GT3 or a GT4 or an LMP1 car or a TCR car, you know, it's still racing a car. You know, it's a pretty cool job. I'm not getting any younger either, as Paul mentioned. So you know, your days, you know, you never know when your last race will be or things like that. So you've got to enjoy every single bit of it, which, you know, I intend to do.
Good stuff. Chin up. I know it's easy for me to say. You've got a holiday soon, and then you can look forward to the Gulf 12 hours next month. But I think you've done a cracking job, so well done, Stewie. Race cars will always break, but it's about putting in those important lap times, and they'll get to the finish, I'm sure, no matter what it takes. Monlau competition, and well done also to David Tin, to Tom Black and to Chris Kemp for so far getting within to the 8 hours so we're nearly at 16-hour distance, and therefore 2/3 of the way through this event. Jeroen Bleekemolen leading the way in the Black Falcon Mercedes after 396 laps, Shay Adam.
And critically, the gap between second and third has continued to expand. We saw it was down to under half a second at one point, but now between the two cars, 6 seconds. Axel Jeffries trying to make up to Alfred Renauer in the Herberth Motorsport Porsche. So it's actually increased, and that's been a little bit of comfort toward the way of the Porsche, trying to now catch back up to Jeroen Bleekemolen in that number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes. And Jeroen will be the first of those cars out on the track to make a pit stop. Then the second will be the other Mercedes, and then finally the Porsche out of our top 3 cars. The driver ID, by the way, has been rectified on that Park Place Porsche, so it now does reflect Jan Halem behind the wheel. So thanks, guys. Glad to see that you listened to us. Shane Lewis on an out lap. If it is indeed Shane in the CP Racing Mercedes, good to see they made their stop.
Yeah, CP indeed did. It was a very standard stop. They did the 4 tyres, no attack of the rotors. I'm doing something I've not done so far, which is a potential interview of the pit wall. The only pit stand for any of the cars in the entire race is that of CP Racing. And Joe Foster is chatting to his race engineer. This is a setup indeed. Joe, you're the only team with a what we used to call a Pratt perch actually on the pit wall. What's the thinking behind that?
Well, we looked at the weather on Friday. Remember, we were the only one out here when it was raining on Friday as well. So we're just used to this. We have a setup that we move from place to place, and we always try to minimize any variable. So it's important for our favorite Pratt, Nathan, to have a nice place to hang out if the weather's bad.
So, Joe, good session, good stint just then, but you seem to be drifting back from the competition at the moment. Would that be fair?
Well, actually, we also just did a brake pad change, which was scheduled, which took another couple of laps, so we knew that was coming. So we're still on schedule.
Now, obviously there's still several hours to go. What are the tactics moving forward? Are you just turning laps and seeing what everyone else does?
Yeah, there's still 8 hours and 20 minutes to go, so it's quite a long race to go still.
Indeed, so Joe Foster, a long race to go, and to talk you through the next couple of hours, why, it's John Hindhaugh.
Thank you very much to Nick Damon. Trying to watch too much going on here. We've had soccer, we've had Formula One, don't worry, no spoilers. And there's plenty of things going on. Shay's got
Red Zone.
Is that school sports that you're watching?
No,
PE?
NFL.
Okay,
Red Zone
right. Okay.
on
Hand egg.
Yep, as Carol Brink and I like to do on Sundays. Turn on Red Zone channel when our teams are not playing and just watch everybody else play. So it's the highlights of all the games.
Yeah, no, we get that in the UK.
Yep.
We get that on the telly.
But there is actually excitement out on track, too, to distract us from all these other screens we've got up and running, as Greg Gorski, our favorite radical driver as of the weekend's races, John, with the bright red headlights, has now come across the line in the Leipert Motorsport Lamborghini to complete yet another lap, second in SP2. And how many? 1 lap and quite a little bit behind the class leader, which is the Coroisa Racing Mark II, which is Sam Alpas behind the wheel of that car again. And Sam last night was the least rapid of all the drivers, so looking to make up a little bit of ground where as that's concerned.
Oh, we've got plenty to talk about on Wednesday. Still 8 hours and 22 minutes to go in TCE, the second race that is happening here today. It's still Red Camel Jordan now with a better part of 4 laps of a lead for the Cupra, the bright orange Cupra number 101, Matthew Taskinen. Taskinen is behind the AC Motorsport steering wheel of the RS3 Audi LMS in second place, and they've got 3 laps on top. Car racing by Baz Kooten, their Cupra in third place. Your 2 Cupras, the Audi, the Cupra's the bread around the Audi sandwich, if you will. There in GT4 ST Racing, John Boyd leading for the 388 BMW, which had a couple of little problems this morning, was in and out of the pits a couple of times, but they're leading by just over a minute, 62 seconds to Danny Van Dongen, who's behind the wheel of the RHC Jorgensen Strom BMW in second. And then 3 laps further back is Make that 4 laps further back, is the Zorg Rennsport BMW GT4 in that category.
That ST Racing BMW, John, has led pretty much since the Windward Racing Mercedes hit problems yesterday
yeah.
when a cylinder let go, which was rather unfortunate for that team. 3 years in a row that they've come here, 3 years in a row that they've led the race and then encountered mechanical issues, which has ultimately taken them out. But John Boyd, behind the wheel of the BMW, which is where I wanted to go, a Ferrari Challenge veteran, a guy who doesn't necessarily get a lot of credit for being the guy who wins, sort of thing, leading the class on multiple occasions. I love it.
Number 112, championship leader in the Champion of the Continent's Hankook 24-hour series. After its issues, remember, couldn't get it started this morning, and then it went into the wall pretty hard with Konstantin Kletzer at the wheel. He's back at the wheel of that car now, back up into 4th, because the team car, Nick Dearman, is still in the pits.
Yeah, and that thing that's happening which you don't like to see, where chief mechanic on phone, I'm sure he's not talking to his wife about what's for dinner, getting some new clues, putting some new things in the computer. There's definitely a throttle issue. They are trying to work out why the relationship of where the throttle is, so the information received by the injectors is not as it should be. Is it a fault in the potentiometer in the throttle? Is it a fault with the injectors? And it's a really interesting thing, John. It's a really interesting thing, John, because you can tell it's wrong because you can smell the unburnt fuel in the exhaust.
Right.
Ooh. So they've got an issue where they're over-fueling and they can't work out what it is. And I assume the biggest problem is I don't think they know what to fix. Once they know what to fix, it's quite simple. It's a potentiometer, it's an actuator, it's an injector, bish, bash, bosh. But they've got so many things to choose from. What do we go for?
I wonder if that was a contributory factor, Nick, in the 112 car going off this morning. Now, Konstantin said when, I can't remember if it was you or
it
Joe.
Was me, yeah.
It was you, yes, I thought it was. He said, my brakes were getting softer and softer and softer, and eventually I just couldn't stop it. But he was describing it as if it had just ran into the Tech Pro barriers, and from the camera shots that we had looking at turn 11, it was absolutely clear, Nick, that those front wheels were still spinning at a great rate of knots and a decent amount of revs, even though the car was planted firmly in the scenery.
And the point is, John, and this is a really quite important point with these modern cars, is there is not a cable going from the throttle to the carburettor. It is fly-by-wire. The input of the driver is then interpreted, made up, changed, accelerated, improved, or sometimes detrimented by the computer. And if those elements are working, that direct connection between what you do with your right foot and what happens at the front wheels in the case of the 114 doesn't happen. Luckily, I think the brakes are actually directly connected.
Yes, still have to be in road cars. Brakes and steering still have to be. I'm talking to a man from Renault Trucks many years ago about fly-by-wire trucks, and he said there's no reason why we couldn't just have the truck with a joystick that we could make the truck, except it's not legal because you still have to have a physical connection between the steering wheel and the front wheels, and the brakes somewhere have to have a physical connection, even if it's hydraulic, but there has to be something there. It can't just be fly-by-wire.
It's not at all comforting, though, that the one car goes into the barrier, now the other one's in the garage with what they think is a similar issue.
Absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. For me, I'm sorry, I may be getting more cynical in my old age, but I grew up in a household with a police detective in it, and coincidences.
And now you choose to spend your time with a retired police detective.
Oh, he was never a detective. Bradley. Never a detective. I've often heard him say in the pit lane, call me a detective. Nobody ever did.
Oh.
It's a saying he's
Stone's
saying
thrown.
in the background. All right, let's get back to the racing then. We gave you some of the class updates there. We haven't mentioned the 991 class. Kelly Moss Morden Race Chapman Ducati at the wheel of the 906. They had their problems this morning, lost 5 laps in the pits, but managed to hold on to a decent lead, which is expanded now because it's Porsche Lorient Racing who are the second team. 352 laps for the second place team against 369 on that Porsche Lorient Racing, and that car in fact has just gone into the pit lane and into fuel with Dominic Bastian behind the wheel.
And that car spent a significant amount of time in the pit lane too after it was going very slowly out around the racetrack, managed to come back into the pit lane, but I seem to remember it being close to an hour, if not slightly more, in the garage for that car.
Was that another drive shaft issue?
Don't know. We didn't get to the bottom of that. I don't think we did. I just remember looking up at the screen and seeing the 911 back out on track and Paul signaling to me.
Remember, the 906 came in for what we think was preventative medicine on that car, and they looked at the drive shafts on that car and changed them over. So with the light pits 710, Greg Gorski behind the wheel, leading, second in SPX now to the Mark V8.
Yep.
Just a lap between those two cars though, so still plenty of time for that to shake out.
We started this second half of the race part 2 this morning, with 25 race cars. We are still showing 24 of them circulating, 23 because the 114 is in the garage, but that car we do expect to see again. The Ferrari we're not expecting to see again after gearbox issues for the number 41 HB racing machine. I'm trying very hard to ignore John Hindhaugh from his body language right now. But that means that we have 24 cars out on the racetrack. 401 completed for the leader in terms of laps, 311 completed for the Sin R1 GT4 car of Racer's Edge. So we've got a 90 lap difference between the car that's gone the furthest and the car that's gone the least far, if you see what I mean, for today's race. But that will change because the Ferrari has completed 326 laps, which means in 15 laps time, it will be the last place car for today's section of the race. You okay over there, John?
Yeah,
yep,
fine.
Breathing again?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
It's 10.7 seconds now for Axel Jeffries to try and catch up to Alfred Ranauer. When you came on shift, 10 minutes ago, John, that was 6-second gap. So it has continued to expand out for the Mercedes. They'll be happy about that, as we have now had 4 hours and 47 minutes running of today's race, which means we are just about 12 minutes away from 8 hours to go. That's easy.
Still 2 laps at the head of the field for Black Falcon. As once again, another lap completed by the 710. Doesn't try to dive up the inside of 2 slow cars as they go past us and up towards turn 1. Greg Gorski driving very, very sensibly indeed. Currently second position, as I say, in SPX, in very much that Bumblebee car that we've been calling that shape.
The Bumblebee Lamborghini.
Yes.
I like that. That almost rolls off the tongue. Jerome Bleekemolen should be coming into the pits in about 5 laps time, so he's got a little bit longer on his window. Our TCR leader, the 101, Red Camels Jordan, Jean-Francois Hervé, behind the wheel of that. He is about halfway through his stint, so he'll be staying out for a little while longer yet. Who else is looking fresh to come into the pit lane? Well, did we say it was Chapman Ducati? Yes, it's Chapman.
Yes, it was Chapman.
Because David was in the car earlier, and then Wayne got in. I was remarking to the boys about how Wayne Ducati used to race. His race number was based off of his age. Do you remember that, John? When he did that in GT3 Cup? So every year his number just kept getting 1 higher.
And into the pits from 18th place overall comes the 401, the Sin car, the car which ended yesterday with a disastrous stop out on the track, which not only caused a full course purple, but cost them 20 laps as a penalty for that. But they've been running well today so far. Just a driver change, which they're keeping the boots on in this car, which definitely has quite a few bits of McLaren F1, a few bits of McLaren, some bits of the Glickenhaus, and elements of a Lotus Elise. So it's almost like you've got one of those flip books, you know, those 1/3 flip books where you used to be able to make a giraffe, a lion and a hamster and have amusing thirds of each one of them, these strange creatures. Well, they've done the same thing with the car here. They've got the front bit from one, the middle bit from another, the end from the third. Space frame chassis, so it's not a carbon car, certainly not. I think it's a carbon monocoque and then a space frame either around it. But a nice piece of kit, and I'm sure in less restricted form, a very, very fast car. But of course, they are tuned it down to meet GT4 regulations.
That car is rolling again and heading into the fuel area. 40 kilometers an hour in the pit lane, 20 or walking pace into the fuel in itself. Well, it's listed as 20, but they always say in the driver meeting, really, if you're above walking pace, you're going to be in trouble. Actually, the reason you're going to be in trouble is it's really bumpy there, and you could quite easily grind out the bottom of the car if you're not careful there.
We've seen that a couple of times. We've seen
in the fuel, yeah,
some drivers that just give it a little bit too much right foot as they pull away and then immediately regret that life decision because they find themselves bouncing back and forth. It's not quite a Sebring, John, but it's definitely not as smooth as the year we first came here. Circuit of the Americas first opened up in 2011. The first event was the Formula One Grand Prix.
Just talking this morning as we came in with Nick Damon about the local roads. It's not just the circuit that has suffered from subsidence.
Well, it all has to do with the ground beneath which they've paved. It's not that they did a poor job. It's that they've built on a very unstable and still settling ground.
So no, it's a fact they did a poor job. If you look at some of the bigger roads around here, they're fine. And anything, and certainly anything that's got concrete, which needs a bigger sub-base on it. If you've just put tarmac down on top of a bit of hardcore, you're never going to get it to stick.
Yeah, but how
They did it too quickly. That was the problem.
Yes, I would agree with that. But also, they've built this land on what is a natural floodplain. It's very porous ground, so it does tend to have air beneath it, and that shifts. So it's
why you need a better sub base.
Yep.
And you need to underpin it.
I agree. There goes Renauer. Okay, so where's Jeffries? I'm monitoring this gap lap on lap, just trying to see if it's stretching out a little bit. That's the sound of a Lamborghini engine. There's another Porsche. There is the Mercedes. Wow, the gap is really growing. 14.2 seconds now. Jeffries must be struggling with some sort of an issue. He's not due into the pits within the next 7 laps, I would say. It's very odd. Renauer, who has 24 laps on these tires, Jeffries has 26, nearly identical. Blake Mullen, as I said a bit earlier, will be the first car to come into the pit lane. His pit window is open now from a fuel allocation standpoint, but he still has 2 laps really before we should see him in, and then he can start playing with it, of course, based on how much fuel he's been able to save.
Oh, I remember what I picked my phone up for now. Trying to put it down and forgot what I was looking for.
You have to walk back through the door, John.
No,
walk
it's all
back
right.
through the door.
All good. It's all good. So, as we stand at the moment, the next of the leading cars coming in is who, Shea?
Blake Mullen.
Yeah,
Blake Mullen will be coming in. His window opens up in about 2 laps. The car who is in the best position in terms of all of the top 5, make that 6, is the 85 CP Racing. Shane Lewis is the newest out there on the racetrack. He's been out for 18 minutes, whereas Blake Mullen has been out for 1 hour and 7. That's a good stint, particularly when you consider running in IMSA competition, as Blake Mullen does most of the time. You do a stint of about 50 minutes in GTD, maybe 55.
Yeah.
So being out there for 1 hour and 7, hour and 10, we've even seen that many. That's a lot more work for the driver than you're normally accustomed to. You normally get a breather at some stage during that period of time. Harry Gottsacker has now been installed into the leading, or what was the leading GT4 car, the BMW. The lead has been inherited by the other BMW, well, one of the other BMW M4 GT4s from the US, RHC Jorgensen Strom, Danny Van Dongen behind the wheel of that. He is a tire engineer for a different tire company, so we won't mention it, but very funny. Yesterday, before he got in for his first stint, John, he leant down, he was feeling the tires,
I bet he was.
making sure that it was even wear through the blankets, because they have these sheets that go over top of the tire blanket to try and keep the heat into the rim. But sometimes, you know, an edge might be lifted up and some heat might be able to escape. He wanted to make sure that the heat was all spread throughout. And sometimes drivers do that just for an illusion, just to make it seem like they look like they know what they're doing. With Danny, it is legit.
Shea Adam with Nick Damon in the booth at RSL_studio if you'd like to drop us a line. Dirty into Kevin Speckington should be interesting this week. Yes. Absolutely correct.
Nick and I say no spoilers.
No, there's no spoilers there. Just watch all the way to the end, that's all I'm saying. And I hope you're not a Ferrari fan. Sorry, did that slip out?
Just a little.
Okay.
Just, yeah. Santa is real, right?
Yeah.
Oh, fastest lap. No, Fabian Dance in the top car Sport by Bascoten Racing, the Cupra that's hit a little bit of trouble earlier on with electrical issues that then resulted in the dashboard not working and a lot of other things happening after that. Fabian's just put in the fastest lap of that car. He's driving with Ronnie Yost.
In this part of the race, at least.
In this sector, yes, for the second half. But Antti Burri, Kari Pekka-Larkinen, and Ronnie Yost, his co-drivers. That's a very good effort from Fabian.
Yes. Nick Damon down in the pit lane. It was Antti Burri who put that car's fastest lap in yesterday, wasn't it?
I do like Shea. Shea's absolutely correct when he said, it's just a little time ago. But actually, it was the beginning, it was the first hour of the race, which is more than a day ago. So, yes, in racing terms, yes, a little while ago. In real, actual terms, my Lord, a completely different eon.
Well, time flies when you're having fun.
And we are having fun. Coming up to 8 hours to go, and still Jerome Blake-Molen leading this race. 2:06.7, his car's fastest lap of the race. The best of any car, of course, was the 2:06.3 that HB Racing car put in earlier on. That car with gearbox issues has since dropped away, and Nick has an Audi.
Yeah, we finally it's gone through this period where it's very strange. It's almost like there's been a code 60, but there hasn't, of course, because they are coming in a clump, and then very little happens for a long time. Vincent Rademacher, the man who was on the wall of Stuart Hall when he was in his prep school, which is very sweet, driving a Volvo, is driving an Audi. He's got back in. Do not forget that Vincent Rademacher, the famous Belgian touring driver, is his first ever race, not just at COTA, in America. Never raced in the States. Of more interest, perhaps, to all of us is that another car is coming down the pit road at the moment, and that is your leader, I believe, because they're set up to accept car number 4, the Black Falcon, with Jerome Blake-Molen in it. It looks like a diminutive stature and a carbon fibre helmet, so it's Texan's own Ben Keating getting in for his second run. Needs to do at least 2 sessions as the car rolls into the mellifluous tones of Ben, which
I can't
Joe
even get anywhere near.
Joe will be able to hear when he finishes in. Jeroen out, Ben in, tyres on. Let's see, they're just so good at getting the tyres on. It's possible to actually get the driver in the time required.
I like the way they lift the tyres effectively with one hand whilst holding the centre lock nut in position with the air gun. Now that's not easy to do.
That's solid wrist strength, that is. And a lot of balance of time, and they didn't waste too much time. Absolute textbook so far, so with, I don't know how many hours there are to go, but is 8 to go now?
Yeah, 8 hours, 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Really good. I mean, it is the quality of the pit stops of Black Falcon, and indeed Herberth, and actually also Car Collection, have been absolutely superb the whole way through. So these A6 cars, these GT3 teams, are getting better and better every year with the functional work in the pit lane.
This is Ben's first stint of this second part of the race today, so because I know Joe Bradley is listening, and it will be he in the pits when Ben gets out of the car, serious question, Did Ben drive home last night? Did he go all the way back to Houston and get a night's sleep in his own bed, and that's why he's a little bit tardy today to start the second part of the race? I wouldn't blame him.
Eight hours to go, and let's take a look at the standings here at the Circuit of the Americas. 2/3 distance. Start off with the TCE category in this Hankook 24 Hours of Austin. Red Camel Jordan by a couple of laps, almost 3 laps now to the good for the number 101 Cupra. Jean-Francois Evert behind the wheel of that car. Second position, as it has been for a wee while now, the AC Motorsport Audi, the 188 car, and third top car sport by Bas Kuiten Racing, the 131 Cupra. That car a wee bit further down the standings. Fabian Dance behind the wheel of that car, and is now 6 laps off the lead the lead of class. Cup 1, Zog Red Sport still going around. Atlanta Speedworks dropped out yesterday with engine problems. In GT, Black Falcon in the pits. In fact, now in fuel with Harold Bleekemolen. However, the sharp end of 2 laps ahead the rest of the field, because Alfred Renard has just come in from second place. Bleekemolen out of the car. We'll speak to him in a moment's time. Texas's own Ben Keating is in the fuel at the moment, with Herbert Motorsport in the pits now in second position. Axel Jeffries will take the Top Sport car back into second place, or he has done, because he was only 12 seconds adrift when the Herbert Porsche came in. Best of the AM cars, Car Collection Motorsport. Stunning run this morning by Dr. Johannes Kerkhoff has been backed up by all the drivers in the white and blue 34 Audi, still leading A6 AM on 400 laps completed. They've been having a cracking battle with the 73 of Volt Racing, just a 1/10 of a second between them and Jan Helen. Not in the same class, of course, but battling for overall position. The class battle is 1 position further back in the shape of the number 85 CP racing car, and that Mercedes AMG GT3 has Shane Lewis back at the wheel again now, and he is 2 laps away from the class lead. Third A6 AM car is way down. In fact, that is the Ferrari, which has had gearbox problems, so it looks like only those 2 on the podium. Mark II V8 Coupe, the Court Oyster racing car with Sam Alpas at the wheel, 7th and leading SPX by just on a lap from Leipert Motorsports Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. Grigorski behind the wheel of the 710, the yellow and black car. Best of the 991 Cup, as it has been for some time. Chapman Ducati in the 906 Kelly-Moss Road and race. They've run a very, very sensible race indeed. Outside the top 10, GT4 runners there. The leader is Danny van Dongen in the RHC Jorgensen Strom BMW on 363 laps. Their nearest contender in second place, another BMW. That's the ST racing car that's been that was leading for such a long time. I'm just trying to work out the pit strategy there. No, they've both done 4 stops, so that's just swung for the moment at least to the number 450 car. And third in GT4 Zog Ren Sport. Races Edge Motorsport with the Sin back out there. Trouble yesterday for Top Sport and Winward Racing at the bottom end of the top 20. That's how it stands. 7 hours 56 minutes still to go. Now, Nick Damon, you've got the second place car in the Top Sport WRT AMG. In fact, there'll be Joe Bradley down there in the pit lane. We'll go to him in just a moment, and we might even get a word with the man who brought the car in before handing it over to Ben Keating at the front of the field. Ben's back out on the track now. Jerome Bleekemolen, have a chat with him in a little while. Did we ever get to the bottom, by the way, of the relative lack of pace of the Volt Racing Porsche and all that black on the back of the car?
No, we didn't. The Porsche does tend to draw up a lot of air behind it. It does tend to be a dirty
That's
back
oil,
end,
that.
but it does look like something more severe.
We've had all of the top three in the last lap or two. Axel Jeffries, or at least the TalkSport car. Joel, tell me whether they changed drivers or not. He's in fuel. Daniel Alleman has taken over the Herbert Motorsport. Welcome to the pit lane, Mr. B.
Ah, yes, indeed. CJ and I just planning out strategy. As well as the 91 Herbert Porsche in, we've also had the number 90, the Mercedes from TalkSport with WRT in, out of second place. So that's all of our top three runners now just pitted. And that question about what is on the rear end of the number 70 Porsche is about to be answered, because that's about to come in. 73 Porsche, sorry. That's about to be answered because that car is now about to come in. The team are out on the pit apron with fresh tyres, and I'll be able to have a bit of a look at the smear of whatever the residue is and just check that for you.
That, Joe, is a little bit early for that car. It wasn't due for 4 more laps. I mean, it's in its window, but that would slightly suggest that there has been a wee bit of an issue on that car. So that's another question to ask. I just wonder if they're getting problems that is starting to add up a wee bit on that Park Place number 73, the Volt Racing machine. It is on the pit road now, looking fairly immaculate as it heads towards Joe Bradley. It's from the back where you really see, it almost looks like it's got a black racing stripe. I mean, it's got one over the roof, but behind it you actually can't now read the Volt Racing decal on the back of that car.
Well, yeah, you can't. It's a bit like if it was running a diesel engine. You see a lot of Repmobiles, don't you, on the highway and the motorways with jet black exhaust gas, and that's not what we really should be seeing on a petrol engine Porsche sports car. It hasn't rained here. When the team move out the way, I'm going to see if I can get a finger on it and see just how oily it is. I don't really want to do that though. It's about to fire up. That is, you know what, guys? I'd say that's oil residue from the exhaust gas.
Yeah, absolutely, it's burning oil. No doubt in my mind at all on that. It's not dirt that's being pulled up from the road. It's not tyre debris. That is thick, greasy, horrible. We don't see black smoke coming out of the exhausts, but they've not checked the oil level on that car so far, which would tend to mean, I wonder if it's just running rich. I wonder if it's just running rich, Joe. They're just burning a bit too much fuel.
Mike, I saw that rear end of your Porsche smeared. That's burning oil.
Oh, no, that's the way it's designed. We like that black on the back. It makes it look good. You know, we've been telling everyone, knowing us as being yellow all day, and now we're trying to change it up for the next day.
I believe every word. Well,
no, we just got a little oil coming out of the vent line. We add a little bit. It's so hard to guess when you're doing that. When you're stabbing it with more oil, it's so hard to guess how much you're putting in. So, but everything's running great. All the telemetry looks fantastic. So, what do we got? 8 more hours left in this thing?
You happy with the pace so far?
Happy with the what? Our
pace?
Yeah, I mean, our pace is a little off. We have a 4-year-old car. I mean, this car, like I said earlier, was sitting in the back of the shop up for over a year until about a week ago. And, you know, we've never run the series, never run the tire. And with the test day not having any dry running, it kind of put us back. But, and it's a new car to all of our drivers other than Jan. So it's been a big learning curve, but for us, we're really happy. And, you know, we're having a great battle with the 85 car and the 34, these guys right next to us, and kind of going back and forth and having a lot of fun. We can't touch those other 3 pro cars, not at least not this weekend. Maybe if we come back next year, but we can't touch them today. But at least we're learning a lot, and if we get a new car for next year, we'll be going right for it for sure.
Mike, are you enjoying the challenge of the vagaries of the Code 60 regulations? That they're slightly different to what you're used to in IMSA, let's say.
Yeah, I mean, it's very different. I don't say it's better or worse. It's just different. I mean, we're Americans, and we love that excitement of getting your lap back and going, you know, having a restart and the car's fighting, you know, nose to tail. So it's a little different. You know, it's a much more authentic race this way because it's all pace related. But, you know, if you have a race and if we got an hour to go and you got 3 laps between each car, it's really not that entertaining for the fans and for those of us that are watching it. But I'm sure the guy that's in the 3-lap lead probably loves it. So.
And that's the thing, isn't it? Maybe the next time you come, you'll be the guy with the 3-lap lead.
Well, that's the plan. That's the plan for sure.
It's great to have you, Mike. Great to have you. Mike Johnson there, who is the crew chief, the team strategist for this entry.
And has a huge amount of experience. Stevenson Racing, of course, with the Camaros, and still working very hard indeed in the IMSA classes at the moment, and was a sought-after addition to one or two teams who went after him and headhunted him. Park Place were the people who tracked him down, and he's been looking after the GT3 entry as well as the GT4 Cayman as well. Slow going 388. Now this was the leader in the GT4 category. Harry Godsacker, also a refugee from IMSA Racing, and the TCR class of the Pilot Challenge for Brian Herter Autosport.
Second in the championship this year in his debut season in Pilot Challenge, so a very capable driver, and from just about 30 minutes down the road, New Braunfels, Texas.
Yeah, used to driving a front-wheel drive Hyundai Veloster N TCR car.
And this car. He raced with this team in the BMW in the Sprint X Championship this year. So a very capable driver. That doesn't look good, though, as it's crawling very slowly around the track, trying to make it back into the pit lane. By the way, it was Trent Hinman who got reinstalled into the Volt Racing Park Place Motorsport Porsche. There was a minute or two ago for the Car Collection Motorsport Audi. Just caught traffic coming through turn 10. Had progress blocked by the number 107 Monlau Competition Cupra, and voiced his thoughts through sign language to the TCR driver.
And Joe, has that second place GT4 car made it to you?
Yeah, nothing apparent as to why it was going slowly. The crew were ready for the car. They knew that the car was coming in, and we've got the usual. Now there's no attention being given to changing tyres, etc. The only thing that's happening is we've got the engineer plugging his laptop, so that tells me that we've got a bit of a problem with how the car is running. So the engineer will download the data from the engine management system, and we'll see. So we'll wait and see. Nothing else happening other than a top-up of engine oil. They're going to take advantage of the time that the car is static to be able to top up some fluids. But right now, the problem is one of those niggly electronic things from my estimation.
I'll tell you what the problem is, Joe. You think they're putting in engine oil. It appears that they're putting very nice honey-coloured Chardonnay. If that was engine oil, I mean, it's extraordinary now. The lightness of racing engine oils. I know they've always been lighter than what you would put in your road cars, but these zero viscosity engine oils now, it really did look like he was pouring a nice glass of white wine into the engine there.
We thought we were pretty space age when I started racing back in the 80s by using Duckham's Q, which was bright green. That was a Pennzoil product that we saw being poured in there, just the sort of off-the-shelf kind of with the right viscosity for this BMW M4 engine. But yeah, you're right. It's virtually like the viscosity of water these days, isn't it?
My road-going 993 Porsche, which is oil-cooled, of course, even that now has, I think it's 5W30 in it. Mobile 1, fully synthetic, of course, as that car's always been run on.
If that was a glass of wine, I'm a little concerned for you, because that was an entire bottle of that oil product, which Joe said the name of, that they sponsor Elio. You can figure it out.
It was that was a normal measure of wine in the height. We have nice big Riedel glasses for that.
So you have to go back to the kitchen fewer times. Go back to
exactly right.
Yeah. Okay.
Exactly right.
That makes sense. We do that.
If I wanted exercise, I'd go to the gym. I don't want to exercise when I'm drinking wine. I want to sit down with a glass of wine.
We have shirts for the cottage that say, I work out so I can wine. Mm-hmm. Yes, but the concerning thing is that the BMW, the ST Racing BMW, had only been out of the pits for 10 laps.
Yeah.
So there was no fuel issue. There was nothing else to be concerned about. And it was telling, and Joe said that they didn't bother with the tires. They just went straight to plugging in the computer to try and figure out the problem.
It's just on 7 3/4 hours to go.
Should we prove that we're live, John? Score is 14-10.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I would say football, it was 4-0 as well in real football. So Ben Keating then with 412 laps in the book, ahead of Daniel Alleman with 410. 40 seconds further back now, the TalkSport WRT Lucas Stoltz driven 90 car, and taking around about 2 seconds a lap again out of Daniel Alleman. And this is the same story that we've had earlier on in the race, as Paul Trustwell has just rejoined us and he's getting himself back up to speed with the matrix of numbers falling down in front of his eyes. Luca was closing down Daniel Alleman by about this kind of number yesterday, and again when they were in the car earlier today.
Surprised but not surprised that Lucas Stoltz is back in the car again, because this is his third stint today. He opened up the batting for TalkSport this morning, then he had a rest, got back in the car after a stint of who was in the car second? Hendrick still, that's right. Then Axel Jeffries has had a stint, and now Luca is doing another stint. So it's Luca getting into the car after every stint, and I think it was Nick Damon he was talking to, and Nick was asking about how much he was going to drive the car, and he kind of gave us the impression when he was talking to Nick that that was going to be the pattern for TalkSport, using Lucas Stoltz to the absolute maximum. Now he does have a drive time limit of 12 hours over the course of the race, but I don't think even Lucas Stoltz is going to quite reach that much with them using him this much. He's driven to nearly 6 hours, and we've still got, as you said a moment ago, John, just over 7 3/4 hours of the race still to go. So they're going to get their money's worth out of Lucas Stoltz's driving there. Question is what he's going to be able to do about it. He's at the moment, I think best hope is going to be to get second place from Daniel Alleman from the Herbert car, but I think what's going to be the dictator there is not necessarily Luca's pace or Daniel Alleman or the pace of the car, is things like how long they spend in the pits. And we saw the TalkSport car changing one brake disc at its previous stop. I don't know if they changed any discs at the most recent stop when Luca got back in. Okay, so the previous stop they changed one brake disc, but it seemed bizarre just to have that one disc changed on that one stop.
The BMW that was leading its class is still in the pit lane. We'll go to Joe Bradley for that in a moment. Also got to mention the number 188 AC Motorsport Audi. That car venting liquid out of the right rear, and quite a lot of it at that. I mean, it was almost like, you know when you've had a cooler full of ice and the ice is melted and you open the tap at the bottom and it just floods out? That's exactly what it looked like, as if that was coming out of the back of the car. And we've got the Lippert car going slowly as well, the 710. Now this has championship connotations here. It's just out of the pit, and it looks like Greg Gorski hasn't been able to get back up to speed. Is he picking up speed again now through the S's? Maybe he is. Second place in SPX. Well, maybe just a little bit careful coming out into traffic there on Cold Hancocks. Let's keep an eye on his sector times.
You're absolutely right, John. It is crucial for championship of the continents as far as the GT class is concerned. I was discussing it with Johnny Palmer over lunch. The permutations are that the Lippert car has to finish, or rather, put it the other way around. It's between Lippert and car collection. The car collection car has to finish 2 places above the Lippert car in its respective class in order to take the championship. So as long as Lippert finish second, then they are assured of the championship. But if they finish third and car collection win the A6 AM class, then the GT Teams Championship will go to car collection. So there is everything to play for in that class, and the Lippert car does need to get a reasonable finish on the assumption that car collection keeps going.
Well, the team at the 388 BMW, they think they've probably got to the bottom of this. After the download data, the engineer indicated there was some of the problem with the fuse box, Now the fuse box is where the rear seat would be on this BMW M4. It sits right there where the would be underneath, directly underneath the rear seat. Of course, without a rear seat, you can get full access. So they fiddled about, took a few fuses in and out, but bizarrely, they've then gone and got a plastic bag full of ice cubes, and they've stuck the bag of ice cubes kind of towards the rear bulkhead. And I'm not sure what the bag of ice cubes was there to cool. Let me see if I can I ask you, sir, a bag of ice cubes stuck in the rear of that car? I thought I knew a bit about cars, but you guys have baffled me. What's going on?
Yeah, we're just trying to cool some control modules in there, so, yep.
Right, okay, so the bag of ice cooling the bits of electrics that are overheating and malfunctioning.
Correct.
Thank you. Brilliant.
Hey, this is proper endurance engineering. I love these races. It's one of the reasons I like the Bathurst 6 hours for production cars as well, because it's not 100% reliability. I remember you some time ago, Paul, when I was still doing WEC TV at Bahrain, and sort of saying, oh, a little bit of me's died today because we've had a 6 hour race, 1,000k 6 hour World Championship race, and everybody's finished. It was all a bit reliable, to be honest.
It takes away one of the reasons for paying attention. One of the other things I did as I was coming back from lunch was bump into Nick Damon, and
he never looks where he's going, Paul, to be honest.
He was suggesting that the race was becoming a little bit predictable, and I said, well, yes, it is, if all the current patterns continue to happen, but there might be a code 60. We might have, as I say, I think where the other aspect is going to come is how long Black Falcons spend in the pits at future stops, whether they need another brake change, and the same applies to Herbert and to TopSport, because clearly TopSport have already demonstrated that there is some question over their brakes. But it's that kind of aspect that keeps your attention, because you have to keep watching just in case that little bit of unpredictability does creep into it. As the class leader from the TCE division comes into the pits, this is car number 101, the Cupra of the Red Camel NL team. Jean-Francois Eve brings the car in. That was a good stint from Jean-Francois again.
They said this morning, Paul, when Nick Damon was talking to Ivo Breukers on the grid before we got the green flag at 8 o'clock this morning, that they weren't going to try too hard now. They are saving the machinery. They had a couple of laps lead on the rest of the field, and what they had to do was just make sure that they got the car to the end. And they've done that, but they've done it in a very professional and a fairly speedy way, to be honest.
More professional than speedy, to be honest. Having just said that Jean-Francois Eve was quick, he wasn't going nearly as quickly as Vincent Rademacher is, for example. But that lead, which was 2 laps, has now stretched to being 4 laps in the in the TCR class. It will come down, of course, with this pit stop, but it's up to 4 laps. So Red Camel just have done what they do so well, which is just keep the car out of the garage, put it out, fuel, tyres, bring it back.
Did we get to the bottom of whether the system for the suspension system was actually working? Because certainly the display wasn't switched on when we saw it on the warm-up laps this morning.
That's right. We didn't get to the bottom of it. The only people who will tell us is the drivers. I think it was just that the brightness setting of it was turned down.
From when they were racing last night,
when
probably.
They were racing in the night, and I don't think it ever got turned up to be fully bright again.
Don't touch it, leave it alone.
Dim on there.
Yeah. Leave it alone, doesn't need to be touched.
Yes, quite. But it is a system which does enable that. I think it was to Nick Damon when Evo was speaking right at the beginning of the weekend, and he was saying how they try to take this whole race very, very seriously, very, very professionally, and optimise every single little thing.
Yeah, that is a relatively new chassis to those guys. At 9.06, Chapman Dakota, 8th position overall. Porsche 991 Gen 2 Cup car leading that 991 class in a solid 8th position at the moment. Always a good way to go motor racing. Been one or two driveline issues this weekend, Shane, just I think underlining how tough this racetrack is for endurance racing.
Yeah, and this is a cup car. I mean, all right, every Porsche is built to go endurance racing, but this is a car that really 45, 50-minute races are what it thrives at. This car has now been going around and around and around for, well, 24 minus 7.5 hours, which is a lot of hours. And by the way, it is about 25 seconds behind a Lamborghini to get up to 7th overall and to be ahead of every single class except for the A6 category. That's a superb performance from the Kelly Moss Road and Race organization. I bet they're all really glad that they decided only to run one car as well. They'd be tired puppies at this stage of the day if they hadn't. I really liked, by the way, on the grid walk when Nick Damon asked Ivo Breukers about ever winning 2 races in a row. And Ivo said, no, and I don't know, and I don't want to look it up.
Yeah.
No.
I'm not sure, but I don't care at this point, and I'm not going to jinx it.
Nope.
So just don't talk to me about that, Nick. Move on. Next question. Wasn't quite like that, but not too far away. Already looking forwards to our Gulf adventure with the Dubai 24 in the second weekend of January. We'll have motor racing before then for you on RS2, the only place for exclusive coverage of the IMSA Prototype Championship from next year, particularly if you're here in the States, of course. We'll be the only broadcaster with the team trackside and the only broadcaster bringing that to you for no subscription, no interruptions either, and that's a global broadcast from trackside. That will be the Raw before the Rolex 24, which is the first weekend of January, backed up very quickly by the 24 Hours of Dubai. Keep an eye out on the usual spots, the website and social media, as we get our teams sorted out for those events. A very busy start to the year, with then bouncing back to the US for full coverage of the IMSA Championships at the Rolex 24, and then of course the Little Molly Bathurst 12 Hours in the first weekend of February. Just a note as well, by the way, the FIA WEC in Brazil, which would have been a clash with Bathurst, at the moment somewhat under threat and yet to be confirmed fully. Gerard Neveu, the man at the top of WEC, working very hard to get that back on the schedule and solve some issues there. The word I heard from inside the WEC was, as soon as they realised the voice of the WEC, Johnny Palmer, wasn't available, there was no point in having a race. That's simple as that. Simple as that. We're not going all the way to Brazil if Palmer and his Midlands tones are not going to be calling the race. Oh, hang on a second, can we get Christian Bale instead? Apparently he can do a Black Country accent. Oh, no he can't, unfortunately. The man from Pembrokeshire.
Ingo Vogler is out in the car collection car at the moment, coming towards the end of a 36 or 37 laps. We'll see how many he gets to in the end. He's currently on his 36th lap in the car collection Audi. This is another of those kind of unsung hero teams in a way, isn't it? I mean, Gary Willems was defending them stoutly. And
rightly so.
Yep. And rightly so, yes, quite. You know, a team with a huge variety of driver abilities and statures in terms of you know, the size of Elmar Grimm and Max Edelhoff. Just picked 2 of them. But Ingo Vogler's done a good job in the car there. The car currently leading the A6 AM class, but only by a lap. So when it comes into the pits at the end of this stint, it will be lose the lead of the class. That will go to Shane Lewis at the wheel of the number 85 Mercedes, and in comes Ingo Vogler as I speak. So Joe Bradley will be down there, and no doubt then will be able to describe Ingo Vogler getting out and tell us who it is who's going to get in. My guess would be Gustav Edelhoff.
It certainly looks like Gustav from where I'm standing. Certainly the right size and stature. Car up in the jacks, wheels coming off, so a full wheel change. Windscreen being cleaned as well. One of the mechanics right on the front end, across the bonnet of this Audi R8, as he cleans the bits of rubber marks to help the driver see, stop the glare. We're getting towards, obviously, the sun going down in a few hours, and yesterday a lot of the drivers complaining about visibility and vision because of the glare. Now, Ingo has disappeared out the back of the garage. I'll see if he comes back out, and we'll get a word on the car collection car. No, it's not Gustav Edelhoff because he's standing there. Who else could it be? Who's the same size as Gustav?
It could be Dr. Kirchhoff, Johannes Kirchhoff.
Yes. It certainly wasn't Elmar Grimm, and it certainly wasn't Max.
Right.
So it can only be Dr. Kirchhoff. Yeah. That's who's got the car now.
Johannes Kirchhoff, who got into the car at the beginning of this morning's stint. He started for car collection, and the car up at refueling, even though they've left Joe still up at refueling, and will sit up there for 2 minutes. And Shane Lewis is now on his 412th lap. So when Shane comes through, he will be taking over the lead of the AM class, and also Trent Hindman in the Volt Racing Porsche will be going past the Audi as well. So whilst it's been in the pits, car collection will lose 2 places in the overall positions, but that's not necessarily serious, because it will come back to them when both CP Racing and Volt Racing make their respective pit stops in the not too distant future. Certainly as far as CP Racing is concerned, Shane Lewis only has about another 8 or 9 laps of fuel aboard the Mercedes.
Johnny Palmer back in the saddle, and 7.5 hours still to go. An incident, though, at the far end of the circuit at turn 11, which is the left-hand hairpin that brings the cars onto the long back straight. And we're trying to ascertain which car has been involved in this problem. 978 was Shea Adams' guess, and that proved to be exactly correct, because that car stopped at turn 11, and it will have to be recovered to the pit. So there's a possibility will have to be done under a code 60, and it's actually well out of turn 11 on the left-hand side of the track. There is a little cubby hole which it has come to a halt at. This is the Speed Lover 978 Porsche Cup car, and it might be that it can be recovered through that hole in the Armco barrier. Otherwise, if it's a recovery truck on track, then that will require a full circuit neutralisation.
Brilliant effort by the driver to find that cutout.
Yeah, yes, unfortunately, as Johnny just said, the nature of racing over here is that it probably won't be possible to recover it with just a local yellow, which is, I don't know, I've been saying I want to have a code 60, but just now, the only car that it's going to disadvantage is going to be car collection, and everybody else it's just going to be fairly even for. The leading 3 cars, the Black Falcon and Top Sport Mercedes and the Hairbear Porsche, all about the same distance into their stints at 14, 12 and 11 laps respectively for the top 3. So if it is going to be a code 60, then it's going to be a code 60 which affects all of them in the same way. I have to say, it does seem ever so easy to pull that Porsche, but it only needs 10 yards pulled back and it would be behind the barrier altogether.
Yeah, I think they might be able to do this just with the yellow flag out at turn 11, Paul.
You've seen more racing in the States than I have, Shay.
I've seen issues dealt with just like that.
Yeah.
It's very helpful that the spaces in the barrier, the safe locations, are marked on every American track by different colors. Here it just happens to be bright orange so that it sticks out. And the driver of the Speed Lover Porsche, who is Richard Verberg, did a great job to position his car such that the pickup truck can almost just throw a line on it and pull it straight backwards, and then readjust to tow it back through the paddock area and eventually back into its garage. So it should be an easy enough issue to deal with.
Exactly, I think it's going to be a push, so they're not even going to tow it. It's going to be a push back to a position of safety. Yes, the orange marking on the edge of barriers is now a common feature throughout the world to enable drivers to pick out fairly easily where the gaps in the Armco or fence or wall are. driving there from the 401 car, who came across that yellow flag zone just at the wrong time as he was trying to lap the 188 AC Motorsport Vincent Rademacher car. 401 is in the hands of Ross Smith at the moment, the racer's Edge Sin, which failed to take the start of this second portion. The car was absent somewhere, but then it appeared from the back of the garage and went out on the track and joined in a couple of laps after everybody else.
And as of 2 laps ago, is no longer the last place car for today's race.
Excellent.
Yes, so all of our running cars are now together.
Who has the dubious honour of being last then?
The HP Racing Ferrari with their gearbox issues.
Okay.
Having retired on lap 326, and right now the racer's Edge Sin is completed 329.
And in answer to some questions that have been posed, the record distance for this race, 608 laps, which was completed by the Herbert Porsche, or B one because it was a different one then, but a Herbert entered Porsche in 2017. That was the record distance, 608. At the moment, I'm scheduling, or if we keep going at this rate, we'll get to 616, possibly 617 laps. I mentioned earlier on we've been code 63 for a long time. Had one brief 7-minute code 60 period earlier this morning at 18 minutes past 8, and so that's the only incident that we've had since then. So apart from that, teams have been choosing their moments when to pit based on when they run out of fuel or when the tyres give up, rather than anything else. And in a way that makes it a good clean race, but it does mean that the Black Falcon Mercedes has been able to very much consolidate what was a 1-lap lead at the beginning of today's race into what is now a 2-lap lead, although that lead does come right down when the Black Falcon Mercedes makes its stops, but it is making longer stints, so it may well be that they're able to just stretch their fuel a little bit longer over the next couple of stops, and then they'll be able to maintain the 2 laps even through the pit stop cycle, because on the last few occasions the gap between the Black Falcon pit stop and the Herbert's pit stop has come down and down and down.
The car that needs to be concerned about a gap coming down is the Herbert Porsche, the number 91 with Daniel Alleman behind the wheel. It's now only 18 seconds ahead of Lucas Stoltz, who is charging through the field. 30 minutes ago, that gap was north of 45 seconds. So that's a good effort that Luca has put in to try and reel back in second place. But Daniel Alleman, who hasn't driven as consistently in yesterday's race, at least, as he did in the year that they won.
No, exactly. Certainly last night he was struggling a little bit. His lap times at the moment averaging 2 minutes 11.5. Lucas Stoltz behind him averaging 2 minutes 9.7, so 1.8 seconds a lap on average quicker for Lucas Stoltz. Alleman up to about halfway through his stint, I reckon, but the first of the 3 leaders to stop will be Ben Keating in the Black Falcon Mercedes, looking at about another half an hour though for Ben, so in that phase of the race, which unless we get a code 60 to interrupt it, will be fairly consistent running from everybody out there.
Chapman Dakota is now driving the 906 Kelly Moss Road and Race Porsche Cup car, leading the 991 class, putting in 2:21s, or certainly that was the case last time around. I just wonder whether during this stint, Greg Gorski got ahead of that car on the track. The gap is only 14 seconds, and Gorski seems to be able to lap about 2 seconds a lap faster in the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan. Now that suggests to me that the Lamborghini is going to have to pit next of the SPX cars, unless, of course, whilst I was away, Koreuser and the team there had a problem. But Wout Schlaus is just about the fastest guy piloting that Mark II this weekend, and he's down in the 2:17s. So we have had a jumble up of the order in SPX, which actually favours Lippert Motorsport once again.
Absolutely right, Johnny. And the reason is that it was a problem for the 717 Koreuser car. They spent 15 minutes in the pits at their last pit stop.
Right.
And whether that was to do with getting wheels on and off, I don't know. Shay will tell us.
I would imagine that that's what it was. We didn't see any of the stop, but they did have issue with the right rear the last time that they came in, which was opposite from the left rear, which was the problem the first time that we saw the car.
Right.
But they were preparing new studs to try and fix whatever was keeping it stuck.
Right. Okay. Slippery studs.
Yes.
The 77 Mark II V8 has yet to be driven by Jim Briodi today. I think Jim might have had a late night last night celebrating his 100th start in a 24-hour race.
Yeah,
well, he's entitled to.
Indeed so.
Got to drive tomorrow.
Well, yeah.
How many times do you ever start your 100th 24-hour race, though, Paul? I mean, it's a big deal.
It's already in the record book, having started it, but they'd love a good result as well, i.e. a race win in the SPX category, and having looked strong for much of today, this rear wheel problem, whether it be on the left or the right, has proven to be significant. 12.5 seconds now separate Daniel Alleman and Lucas Stoltz, so that's coming down at about a 2-second a lap rate currently, and we'll have a good old dice therefore for second place in the GT series in the not too distant future, assuming Stoltz can get there before the next stop. But then again, Daniel's only been at the wheel for 35 minutes, so I think that's going to be a real on-track battle.
It will be, and you're absolutely right. The only reason that Stoltz is behind the Herbert Porsche is because at the last but one pit stop for the top sport Mercedes, they had to change the brake disc in the front, and that meant that it spent longer in the pits, and that allowed the Herbert car to go past because it had a quick pit stop, and so that was what allowed that change to happen. And otherwise, prior to that, the top sport Mercedes was more comfortable in second place, but of course whilst these two are squabbling amongst each other, they're certainly not holding each other up, but they are pushing on as hard as they possibly can, and that means that the gap overall to the race leading Mercedes, the Black Falcon car, is certainly not going up, I'll put it that way. It's not coming down very much, but over the last, well, in fact, since today, the gap has been pretty much consistent at those 2 laps, which it sprang up to at the beginning of the race due to the Herbert Porsche coming in for more fuel, which it needed because it wasn't able to take on more fuel at the end of yesterday's race. So the pit stop that was made towards the end of yesterday's race by Black Falcon topped them up with fuel. Effectively meant that they started this race, although on paper they only had a 1 lap advantage, they were very quickly able to convert that into a 2 lap advantage.
The other thing I noticed is that 2 drivers that had an incredibly close fight earlier on today are back in their relevant cars. So Trent Hinman and Shane Lewis in the Volt Racing Porsche and the CP Racing Mercedes. Shane did ask, I think it was Joe Bradley at the time, can you come and tell me when Trent's back in the Volt Racing Porsche, because they'll chuck me into the CP Racing Mercedes and we can renew that fight. The problem is 44 seconds is the margin between those two, and that's the tail ender in the A6 Pro. Unkind to call it the tail ender because it's still 4th in the GT series, but the last of the Pro entry, and then the A6 AM leaders who are CP Racing, Charlie Putman Racing with Shane Lewis back at the wheel. Joe is watching the MRS GT Racing Porsche in the pits.
Yeah, and also behind that, the 978 Porsche, that car's just been pulled by us on the end of a tow rope and to its garage further up the pit lane. GM Livman is now taking over the number 980, and he will continue this car. It's currently showing 15th overall, just coming off the jacks now. Bit of a, now then, that's a drinks bottle on the roof there. They don't want to let the car go without removing that. GM just getting strapped into the car, so the drinks bottle not quite ready to go in. Just to let everyone know what I mean by drinks bottle. Each driver has an individual bottle that sits in the car and is pipe fed to the driver. It plugs into a system, and a button on the steering wheel will shoot a jet of fluid, and that's whatever fluid the driver chooses, whether that be orange juice or water or a mixture of isotonic drink. And GM Lippmann takes the 980. I'll have a pop up to 978 and see what the problem is there. The car was not running, and it was on the end of a tow rope. So we'll find out.
We're taking bets up here. I've drawn the straw that says drive shaft.
I think you're going to win.
I think my straw says the same thing, Paul.
Yeah.
You haven't mixed these up very well. 2:14.416, a good time from Václav. Now, unsurprisingly, a Belgian, very rapid again in the Mark II V8, a triple Dutch supercar champion, and that car sounds great and goes particularly quickly when Václav is at the wheel in the 717.
I'm just going to go back to your story of Trent Hindman and Shane Lewis. It was actually the other way round, because Shane Lewis got into the car first, and then Trent Hindman got into the number 73 Volt Porsche. As a result of that, Shane is coming towards the end of his stint now, and Trent Hindman is really only halfway through his. So I think Shane is going to have to come into the pits before he catches up with the Porsche, I'm afraid. So that little battle that we were looking forward to isn't quite going to happen, at least not on the track this time.
Okay, that's a shame, but such is the way of the driver rotations. And actually now, the Porsche in a clear 4th place, as I say, A6 Pro car, so that's really where we would expect it to have been, occupying one of the top 4 places in the GT series, and the A6 AMS 5th and 6th in that race.
The ST Racing BMW GT4 that was a class leader came into the pit lane quite some time ago, dropped down to 3rd in the GT4 category. Harry Gottsacker stayed behind the wheel after they added what John Hindhaugh referred to as a Chardonnay glass size amount of Pennzoil to that car. It went back out, and it is still not feeling very good because Harry Gottsacker is crawling around the backside of the circuit right now as he comes through. That turn 18. Ooh, he's wiggling it side to side too. Maybe there's a bubble in the line and he's trying to wiggle it free as he goes through 19. I think that'll be coming back into the pit lane this time once again. That looked like such a promising day for the BMW, and now it's looking like a struggle.
Yeah, a young man, Gottsacker, still at the wheel to perhaps head into the pits for the BMW M4 that runs 3rd in class. An update for, the 980, Joe?
The 980 was the MRS car with GM Lippmann. They're clear. The car that was towed into the garage is the 978, and that car is looking very good for you guys getting it right. It's been put on some high stands. That's allowed at least 4 mechanics under the rear end, kind of under the engine bay, which is also where the rear axle is. So there's a good bet that it is a drive shaft failure. The attention is in the drive shaft area on the right-hand side of this car at the moment. And there's the errant drift, has just been flung out, and hopefully if Fabian's listening on the stream, because Seb's right over it. It's a broken drive shaft, completely snapped, and there is the culprit for the problem with this 978. It's UJ failure, actually. It's the joint that's failed, I would think.
Right, so when it goes into the drive train, you mean, rather than into the wheel, or into the hub, rather? Which end of the drive shaft's gone, do you think?
Yeah, I'm not sure, I can't see, because that one hasn't snapped on the shaft. That's been taken out. That's all intact. It's where the bolts have snapped around here. I'm pointing, which is great. It works really well on radio. But
it works great when
that is really hot.
I can imagine. Yeah.
But the bolts have snapped around the area where the joint bolts into, and that's where the bolt holes are. That's where it screws in, and the bolts are still present. The bolts have snapped. That's where the shear point is.
Yeah.
So rather than the shaft snapping, it's very rare. You're very unlucky. It's the bolts that have sheared on this one.
I see. Yes, and that's the weak point. Everything else
can you
on
see
that shaft. Yes, yeah, we can now.
Have I described that adequately for our?
I would have said so.
Oh, good.
For our radio audience, yeah, I think that makes sense. And I would imagine that the weak point in that whole assembly will be the bolts, and it's probably just one that's gone, and then put extra stress on the other 3 or 4 of them.
And the point that people have been making is that some of those stresses caused as much by the nature of the circuit with the bumps, because if you can imagine a drive shaft driving wheels, and then you bang on the wheel in the opposite direction to the way that the drive shaft is turning, then you're going to put quite a lot of pressure on it. So I think the culprit, or the scapegoat for the drive shaft breakages has been the bumpiness of the circuit, or possibly too many aggressive use of curbing.
Question for you in that nifty little screen all the way off to the right. How long was the 388 out on track before it just came into the pit lane? Could it have been?
It was 6 laps, I think.
6 laps.
I was 11 laps.
11. So the last time it was 10 laps,
yeah.
and this time it was 11. So whatever the problem is, it's recurring at the same time.
Right. Yes. I mean, the way he was shaking it from side to side was indicative that it might have been a fuel feed problem.
Yes.
But I mean, a BMW should go something like 30 laps rather than 10, so it suggests that it's a pressuring problem or a fuel pickup problem or something on the 388.
464 Mercedes that runs in the GTX specification for this weekend. Therefore, actually entered in SPX and third in that category for the Black Falcon Team Techstar crew. Norbert Schneider is at the wheel of that, and effectively battling with Wartschlaus and with Greg Gorski in their Mark and Lamborghinis, but that car's losing some time during this stint. Norbert Schneider is, now that's car 464, so Schneider is, I guess, an AM. Actually, on the official entry list, I haven't got whether he's a pro, or a semi-pro rather, and an AM, but I'm guessing with the rest of the crew being AMs, that would fit.
Change
sorry,
for a second.
I breathed in sharply to get your attention and then pointed out of the window. The reason being that the change for second place that we were expecting to happen has happened. Lucas Stoltz had just got past Daniel Adderman as they went out of turn 20 that time. So there were nose to tail across the line as they were on the last lap, but this time the Mercedes has got itself back ahead of the Porsche. So Lucas Stoltz with the Top Sport WRT Mercedes back into second place. Daniel Adderman held on as long as he could, but it was inevitable that Luke would get past in the end, and you were right, Johnny. You suggested it would be before the end of Daniel Adderman's stint. Daniel still has another 7 or 8 laps to go on his fuel, on his tank full of fuel, so he'll be out there trying not to let the Mercedes get too far up the road, and then I'm expecting the Herbert Porsche to come in, and we'll get Robert Renauer back behind the wheel, I suspect, for a stint or a stint and a half.
The ST Racing BMW out of the pit lane, out on the racetrack once more, and still trundling around. It's just heading up toward the top of the S's now, but not at any lick of speed. And it is still driver Harry Gottsacker trying to diagnose what's wrong with this car. It's going to be another few minutes yet, though, before we can get it back to the pit lane once more.
Yes, it's a long way to go. It depends what the problem is, whether it's going to stop altogether out there or whether it's going to just trickle home.
So 388 almost home again with Harry Gottsacker in that middle sector and trying his best to stay out of the way of everybody else. The 717s come in to make a pit stop from second place in the SPX category, and not too far away from one another are the Lipet Motorsport and Kelly Moss Road and Race Lamborghini and Porsches in different classes, but only separated by 13, 14 seconds. 17 into the pit lane. Joe?
Sorry, Johnny, 717, you described that coming into the pits. That car has gone nose first, drove straight, well, didn't drive into the garage, it kind of rolled it and that was pushed, but that means it hasn't stopped on the pit apron and it's gone straight into the garage, so a problem for that car. Unless they're preempting that problem with the wheel.
Could be. Are they getting an angle grinder out rather than a wheel gun? Because that seems to be the only way that things will come off.
That was only a 10-lap stint from that car.
Yeah.
That is way too soon.
Yeah.
Well, I think they weren't due in for another 10 minutes or so.
Or more.
A lot more than that.
I mean,
I was told 2 o'clock to head down there for Jim Briodi's
right.
stint.
Who told you that? Pat Briodi?
I forget now, I think
Core Oyser, okay. Well, yes, keeping an eye on the strategy as well, but well, it may well emerge with Jim Briodi at the wheel, but Wartschlaus has had to cut his stint short after 395 laps total for that car.
Yes, I mean, what Core always had described as the problem when he was in the car was a loose wheel, that it had actually come off, and that was not quite the same as what we had on the rear right, and what looks like to be the rear right again for the Mark II V8.
And the aim right now is just to get the car lifted from the garage floor so that they can work on it. Do it in stages, Joe.
Yeah, you got to do it in stages. You get it on the first set of stands, and then the jacks then apply themselves to the low stands. That allows you to get the next stage of the stand in, if that makes sense. So the jack lifts it, that enables you to get the first stand in, and then the jack stands on that stand, and it goes up twice the height of the stand, if that makes sense. I hope that made sense. I confuse myself and I know what I'm talking about.
Those are incompressible jack stands, aren't they? I mean, they're very strong, and they're designed to just be at a certain height constantly.
Yeah, basically the first stand is just to allow a wheel change. So the air jack is what I'm talking about. So the air jack works, pushes the car, pushes down, the car goes up, you then get the stand around the air jack, so that if the air jack fails, the car will just then rest on the stand. If you need to get the car higher, you close the stand off, you retract the air jack, close the stand off, and then send the air jack again. It then pushes the air jack onto the stand.
Yes.
So then you get another level of height.
I see. It's like
and
climbing
then
a wall
you
a little
put the
bit.
next stand in, which solidifies the whole thing twice the height. So you've got two stands under there effectively.
Yep.
You could go even higher if you really wanted to. We've seen people like Audi at Le Mans put their LMPs about 2 meters in the air to get right underneath the car. But right now they've got the car up in the air. The bonnet stayed down. The left wheel is off. They're taking the rear diffuser off. I think we may have a drive shaft issue. Another drive shaft issue. Wow, different model and make of car completely as well. Rear wheel drive though. Let's have a word with Core. Core, what's the problem?
The floor is loose, the diffuser.
Ah, right.
The bolts broke out.
Oh, that's good. I thought it was much worse than that. So it's only a loose floor, which is huge, by the way, the whole rear of the car, which is a pretty important bit of the floor, because that's the diffuser as well at the rear of the car, which is where it gets its downforce.
Indeed so, and that rear diffuser, well, hopefully is still intact, and they've just got to stick another bolt in it to make sure that it's safe again rather than replace the whole thing. It might require, though, drilling a new hole through the diffuser and into the bottom of the car to be able to put another fixing in. The number 4 WeatherTech Black Falcon Mercedes heading now through the early part of the lap, out of turns 8 and 9 over the Yump, and that Mercedes moving around on the road every single time it hits that. Now going to dive up the inside of an MRS GT Porsche to put another lap on JM Littmann, but good to have that car, the 980, back in the race after a slight drama during the last pit stop.
55 minutes into his stint is Ben Keating in the Black Falcon Mercedes, so 10 minutes, 15 minutes at most for that car still to go, and we'll see whether or not it goes back to Felipe Fraga. Björn Blekemolen probably deserving a break, having done 2 stints already today. Felipe Fraga did a stint after Jeroen's first stint, so it's kind of Felipe's turn, and again it will herald once Ben Keating comes in, not very long after that, we'll get the second and third place cars coming in as well. Not because we've had lots of Code 60s matching up the strategy, but it's because the Black Falcon car has really just occasionally been able to get one more lap out of its tanks of fuel, and that means that they've been able to just narrow that margin where they've been closed up upon by the cars behind, and that's going to be becoming an increasingly small gap.
Do you think it's going to be just this one stint for Ben Keating again? Because he did an hour and a bit yesterday, didn't he? An hour and a bit today, and that will be his 2 hours done then.
Yes, I suspect that's what he will do.
Still 7 hours and a minute to go, so Keating could get back in for another stint. I mean, if they continue to do an hour and 10 for each of the drivers, they could go through everybody again.
Yeah, I mean, the bizarre thing about having a race that starts at 8 o'clock in the morning is when it goes through till 9 o'clock at night, you probably can get quite easily 3 stints a day into and keep going well. So not beyond the bounds of possibility at all that we'll get each of Ben Keating, Jerome Bleekenberg and Cooper McNeil and Felipe Fraga into the car for another stint yet. With 7 hours pretty much exactly to go now. 6 hours elapsed today, and that means 17 hours elapsed altogether of the 24 hours of COTA USA.
The 388 BMW did make it back into the pit lane. It's been there for 4.5 minutes now, just to give you an update on that car. Also in the pit lane, still receiving work, is the number 114 Autorama Motorsports Volkswagen. We saw the sister car have an issue earlier on during the race, right at the beginning of the race, actually. And we believe that the same issue plaguing the 114, but that car's still back in the garage, as is the 978 Speed Lover Porsche, in now for just under 18 minutes.
So 17 hours now completed, and 6 hours, 59 minutes, 40 seconds still to go. And let's take you through the standings then of the race so far. Remember, it's 2 races in 1. However, the 717 has been released from the pit lane and is just seeming a little bit recalcitrant in getting back up to speed. This is the car that has had an adjusted floor.
He forgot to turn left to go into the fueling area.
Yes, he did. Right.
They were telling him to go get fuel, and he went straight out and then stopped as if to figure out, can I go back?
Okay, so that's the reason why there was a slight hesitation. And this is Wout Schlaus, who's stayed at the wheel of the car. Let's do the standings first, and then we can get back to this. Black Falcon lead the way. Ben Keating driving the Mercedes from the WeatherTech backed team, and it's 434 laps completed. Lucas Stoltz in the number 90 car, second. A couple of laps between the 2 Mercedes AMGs, but a good run from Lucas Stoltz to get ahead of Daniel Alleman on the road. And Herbert Motorsport, therefore, slipped back to 3rd position with their number 91 Porsche 911 GT3R. Volt Racing's Porsche number 73 is in 4th place. The Car Collection Motorsport Audi number 34 is 5th. And the A6 Am leader ahead of the number 85 Mercedes of CP Racing. The 991 class leader is still the 906 Porsche from Kelly Moss Road and Race. That's being driven by Chapman Ducati currently. Then it is Lippert Motorsports SPX leader, the Lamborghini Huracan ST, with the 710 on the doors, and Black Falcon Team Techstars Mercedes is in 2nd place, 9th position of the GT cars. Coroy's are racing still in 10th, although question mark as to how much further Wout Schlaus couldn't do. Bearing in mind he's only done 10 or 11 laps, so there's still plenty of fuel in that tank. But the idea, I'm sure, was to put some fuel in it during that stop. The 450 BMW M4 of R8C Jorgensen Strom running in 11th place, ahead of the Porsche Lorient Cup car 911. Zorg Rennsport's 451 BMW is a GT4 car and it's 13th, ahead of the similar BMW of ST Racing. MRS GT Racing's Porsche is 15th with JM Littmann at the wheel. The Racer's Edge Motorsport Sin is car 401. That's now being driven by Ross Smith. And the Speed Lover Porsche number 978 is in the fueling area, with Richard Verberg bringing that car into its latest pit stop. HB Racing's Ferrari is a retirement, as are the Top Sport WRT Mercedes and the Winwood Racing Mercedes. One's a GT3, the other's a GT4, and the other cars that entered GT Series no longer running. TCE Series is led by Evo Brokers in the Red Camel Jordans.NL Cupra. AC Motorsports Audi RS3 with now Vincent Rademacher at the wheel is 2nd. That's car 188. Fabian Dance in 131 back up to 3rd position. So vast improvement for Top Car Sport by Baz Kooten, purely by keeping out of trouble. Now 2 Cupras in the top 3. The next TCE car is the TCR Volkswagen Golf of Autorama Motorsport. Jerome Oge at the wheel of the 112. fifth position in TCE is Monlau Competitions Cupra with David Tin driving car 107, ahead of the BMW of Zorg Rennsport, Michael Nielsen driving 851, and the 114 car of Lucas Deserich in the Autorama Motorsports sister car. That's another Golf, and it is running in 7th place. The Honda, long time a retirement. That happened early on in yesterday's chunk of the race. So what about 717? The Mark II V8 from Corroyser Racing missed the fueling area entirely, and that's still working its way around. Also, Lucas Deserich, 7th in the TCE Series race, possibly a little bit slow. The 131 though is on the pit road now, and Fabian Dance has brought that Cupra in. But Paul,
to third place
yes,
in the TCR class, Fabian Dance. So TCR still with that lap between Ivo Breukers in the Red Camel Cupra, Vincent Rademacher in the AC Motorsport Audi, and then 3 laps back to Fabian Dance with the top car, Baz Cooten Cupra number 131 in the pits, but in third place.
I love that they brought their pit stand with them, that it's a pit board, but when the car raises up onto the air jacks, there's a fan that's just this battery-powered fan that blows air through the intake, so the car doesn't overheat while it's up on the jacks getting the tires changed. It's so ingenious to see. It was really useful at Barcelona.
what for you?
No, for the team to
get the team to point it in your direction, perhaps.
I wasn't hot.
Of course you were.
The car was.
Weren't.
I was still in a sweater, Johnny.
In Barcelona?
Shorts and a sweater.
That's ridiculous.
No, I'm kidding.
The 107 car heading down the hill to turn 11, and David Tin now hoping that this car will remain reliable to the finish. They've had all sorts of difficulties, and Stuart Hall admitting to us earlier on that now the focus is just to get as much AM drive time in as possible between now and the end of the race at 9 o'clock tonight. So Chris Kemp will, I'm sure, get a few more stints. David Tin currently at the wheel. Tom Black is the third of the AM drivers, the non-pro drivers, joining Stuart Hall this weekend. 717, interestingly, hasn't come back in, so maybe they are happy to just run that car out of fuel, and Jim Briodi is due into it next. Now, Joe's estimate was that was going to be around about 2 o'clock, but obviously the hiccup with the loose floor could well have put that strategy slightly out of alignment. Maybe give it another 5-10 minutes before we see that car back on pit road.
Yeah, Ward currently on his third lap of this stint, so I think as Shay said a moment ago, there's enough fuel on board to take it on for another 15 laps or possibly even 20 laps on the assumption that they filled it up at the previous stop, which we'll assume that they did. So no immediate need for fuel for the 717 car, and it seems to be running all right. I don't think we mentioned, or if we did, I'll repeat it, Charles Espenlaub is now taken over at the wheel of the 85. We did mention
No, we didn't.
So Charles Espenlaub at the wheel of the number 85 CP Racing Mercedes. He's still in second place in the A6 AM class. This is the first time that Espenlaub has been in the car today, and because of the way that car is running as an A6 AM Advantage class car, they are constrained to only having Charles drive the car for 6 hours in total, so that's partly why we haven't seen more driving from Charles Espenlaub today, but I think on the amount of drive time he's done thus far, we'll be able to see a full stint from him now, and then certainly another stint and a half before the end of the race, so plenty of drive time left for Charles Espenlaub, and that will be in an attempt to get the 85 A6 AM class ahead of the car collection class car.
The last 2 years here for Putman, Espenlaub, and Foster have been reason to celebrate. They got the win in the 991 class back in 2017, and then they got the win in A6 AM last year, but they also claimed the championship here last year. So that was a very exciting end of the season. They're looking to try and replicate that happy excuse to have a big party at the end of the day. I mean, there will be champagne one way or another, but whether or not it's for ending a full year off well or just a race, they would rather have it be both.
And there are those tracks, I'm sure, for many that hold very good memories, and perhaps that little psychological boost makes you go a bit better. And then there are other tracks that you've got dreadful memories of. For example, the guys who were running the Mercedes, Winward.
Yes.
I mean, you know, coming to the COTA 24 hours every single year and not yet getting a result, they must almost dread coming here, but hope that the luck will change. But yeah, those little past histories can have an influence on maybe which way your race is going to go.
The problem for the Wards, Johnny, is that this is their home track.
Well, yeah.
They live in Texas.
Yeah, I'm sure they've had other good races here outside of this series. Okay, Shay can't remember one. Let's move on.
Yep.
I think, is it Joe still in the pit lane?
Yes.
I'm going to get Joe to do his usual and ask him to be in two places at once, because Daniel Alleman due into the pits in the Herbert Porsche, and also Ben Keating due into the pits next time around in the number 4 Mercedes from the Black Falcon team. So as memory serves, Black Falcon and Herbert aren't that, are they a long way away?
Opposite ends
They're
of the pit
opposite
lane.
ends,
Yep.
okay. So you will pay the money and Joe can take his choice as to whether he goes toward Black Falcon and Ben Keating or towards Herbert, where Daniel Alleman will be coming in. So it we touch and go who comes in first. I think probably Alleman will come in first and then Keating will come in second, but it will be on consecutive laps, I think.
And the other car we're expecting in on this lap, according to Joe's information, is Trent Hinman in the Volt Racing Porsche, because the team are preparing in the pit lane for it.
It's early too.
Coming in after the two that I've just described, the Volt Racing car, but I'm prepared to be surprised.
Well, there isn't a rule in this championship, as there are in others, that you know, you have to come out of the pit lane within a lap of the car pitting. Sometimes that's done on safety grounds, sometimes that's done on strategy as well, but only sending your crew out when the car is genuinely coming in is sometimes written into the regulations. But a Creventic pit lane is normally very, very busy, and it's a job to try and work out who's involved in what team. You have to wear those day glow jackets. Have you got one of those on, Joe Bradley?
No, I don't have to. It spoils the aesthetics of me. The 91 is in and has taken on tyres, and a new driver just filing past me now. So that's on cue. So if Paul's estimation is that the leading Mercedes, car number 4, will be next, that'll be due in next. But I'm standing by the 73 Porsche, Volt Racing Porsche pit, who've been waiting slightly longer than the Herbert team. And there's the number 73 Porsche just going straight by. And the team looking, so they are well prepared and out here. I'm not going to say prematurely, just early.
I did tell you it would be either Herbert or Black Falcon coming first.
Yeah, I said, confirming what Paul said. I know you don't just make this stuff up, Paul. I know you go. This is taken off your assumptions. Aren't really assumptions. They're definite presumptions.
Joe, I wonder if there's a radio communication issue between Trent Hinman and the wall or the box, as it is for Park Place, because normally that's the sort of thing that you agree on beforehand, a set number of laps for them to then come into the pits in case you have a radio communication failure. Maybe they're just hoping that Trent hears them at some point and realizes to come into the pit lane.
Well, it's only a short lap here, so getting the tyres and the air guns ready is probably the hardest part, or the trickiest part, even though it's relatively simple to do. We've now got the new driver. Who is that? Richard Heistang. It's Heistang who's taking that car next. Mike Johnson's come off the Pratt Perch, which is stationed just inside the garage door, and he's down here talking to his crew. It's all quite relaxed, actually. There's no sort of sense of urgency. There's no sort of nervous anticipation. It's all pretty much, matter of fact, matter of course. Mike Johnson rubbing his hands and pointing at the screen, the big screen across on the grandstand, where he can clearly see where his car is on the track. And I'm sure there's no issue with radio, or else what I would have seen, Shay, if that was the problem, we would have seen a pit board being dashed across to the pit wall and being waved frantically, or even, a pair of socks or a T-shirt being waved frantically at Trent as he went by. But there was none of that. It's all very calm and regulated and disciplined.
You're only a lap out, Joe, because look to the pit lane entry and there'll be a bright yellow Porsche heading your way.
Yeah,
So Park
can't miss
Place, we're in position.
You can't miss it, can you, JP?
You can if you're looking the other way. True.
You can see that car from space.
It sometimes disappears at night, but then on the main straight, you can very easily pick it out. Anyway, it's heading straight for you.
I do like this fluorescent yellow on Porsches. We've seen it before at the...
Sorry, I took you down there. We saw it. You've seen it before at the Nürburgring.
Yeah, we've seen this car at the Manthey cars with a very similar sort of illuminous green and illuminous yellow like this one. It's looking great as well with the flashes of black rubber marks off the pickup and the bits of rubber flying off of the cars, giving it a really well-used, typical endurance racing look about it. And then the rear of the car with that oil smear, the oil residue from the exhaust. Off its jacks. Mike Johnson definitely talking to his driver, Chase, so there's no problems with that. He gives the signal. Oh man, I've got the best job, haven't I? Just look at that, just breathing that tyre smoke there.
I don't think every Porsche needs to be that brightly coloured. It just needs to sound like that. You can present it in all black, frankly, like Herbert do, and it's still fabulous. And yeah, right on the rev limiter there as it worked its way away from the apron and now into the fueling area.
Yes, so either the Gen 1 or the Gen 2 Porsche, both having the same very distinctive engine note as they leave the pits. And I'm quite sure that Joe's got the best grip in the world, but it's
he
close.
thinks he has.
So the 73 car on its way with Heisen at the wheel, high stand at the wheel of it. We've already had the 91 car now with Robert Renauer at the wheel. Ben Keating didn't come in on the very next lap after the Volt Racing Porsche. He stayed out for another lap, so once again Black Falcon just stretching the fuel that extra lap, and it'll be it was 33 laps from Jeroen Blekemolen when he was out in the number 4. Ben Keating is on his 34th lap now of the stint, so just I mean, Black Falcon undoubtedly deserve their lead, but now 34 laps completed for Black Falcon, and in comes the Ben Keating car to drive past Joe Bradley, presumably, and up to its pit garage.
An hour and a quarter for Ben Keating on that stint. That's a good effort.
34 laps, yes, absolutely. Ben not quite as quick as Jeroen, but within a second a lap of the Flying Dutchman.
MRS GT Racing Porsche rounding some of the more complex turns here at the Circuit of the Americas, but now Ben Keating arrives in the pit lane for Black Falcon.
Yes, he does, and he's getting out, as you guys presumed. He's done an hour and a quarter, was that what you said? An hour and a quarter, that's a good stint, isn't it, around here? It's a very, very physical circuit. In my opinion, Corta is the most technical circuit to drive in the world. It really is. It's throw the textbook out and you've got to approach it in a completely sort of non-conventional way at certain points on this track. The car's already got its tyres, it's already into fueling. I'll grab a word with Ben.
Indeed, I mean, what was impressive about the stint was not the fact that it was an hour and a quarter, but the fact it was 34 laps. So on a tank full of fuel, he's managed to be economical. And the question for Ben, I suppose, is to what extent he was conscious of the need to save fuel as and when you can get to him, Joe.
That's Felipe Fraga in the car now, by the way.
It is indeed, yes. So Felipe having his second turn behind the wheel today, and in as well now comes the top sport car. So number 90, Lucas Stoltz, comes in having completed his third stint of the day, and he will be handing the number 90 car over to possibly Martin Conrad, who's not driven yet today.
I suppose, though, still in this middle portion of today's running, it's easier, more appropriate to go that little bit less hard on the fuel consumption, and that's trailing the car into the higher speed corners, I suppose, just easing off the throttle and letting the momentum of the car carry you into the sweepers. And you can also change gear to go up through the rev range slightly earlier as well. and maybe it's more so on the bronze driver that doesn't offer that quite that bit of speed to be able to do that.
All of them in that Black Falcon car have managed to go a little bit further than their counterpart in either the top sport car or the Hairbear car, where the Hairbear car gets less fuel at each pit stop when it comes in, but it's been very impressive performances from Black Falcon. They really have, they've pushed everything to the limit of what they have to do, whether it's pushing it to the limit of the fuel, pushing it to the limit of what the car's capable of doing. Don't know that car, this is another question for Joe to check with Ben Keating, is whether that car's actually had a new set of brake discs on it yet. Pretty sure, yes, they did one last night, didn't they? They did a brake disc last night before the intervention, and so whether they're going to be able to get through the whole of today without any more brakes, we'll have to find out.
Well, let's take the opportunity to catch up with Ben now to find out what he's willing to tell us regarding that last stint.
Ben, that illuminated number 1 on the side of the car tells me that everything's good so far. But what we want to know is, how conscious are you during that stint of conserving fuel and being conservative with the fuel?
So for me, I wasn't being conservative on the fuel. I was trying to go as fast as I could go, but definitely trying to conserve the car. We're not always taking the fastest line around the track in places because we're trying to avoid the hitting the curbs and bottoming out on the bumps. So all of us are being a little bit more conservative with the car, not necessarily with the fuel. Sometimes I suppose that means being a little bit more conservative with the fuel, but I think the team is a little bit more comfortable going an extra lap every stint now. I think we were stopping a little bit early yesterday, and since we started watching the 90 car go one extra lap, we said we should be able to do that too. So that's what we've been doing, but it's good. There's a lot of pickup out there, a lot of really big balls of that sticky Hankook rubber. They're bigger than they were yesterday, and if you hit one, you know it. It picks up, and it'll mess with your suspension and your steering wheel, and pretty loud in the car.
Local knowledge here at COTA, I would imagine, is a bit of an advantage, especially with putting wheels. There's some vicious curbing here.
There is. I've said it over and over again. This place is really starting to develop some character, and so and that's what I love. The first year I raced here, it was just open. It's a fun track, a great location, great facility, but I didn't feel like the track had any character. And now I'm loving it.
Well, Ben, you're an international race driver, World Endurance Championship. I'm sorry, yes you are. You've been around quite a while now on the international scene. Where do you put COTA on that list of tracks? Technically, physically, where is it? The most challenging, I think, is arguably the Nürburgring. Where do you put COTA?
I would say top 3, mostly because I've been really successful here. And most racing drivers, they love the tracks, they love them back. And, I think I raced here in America, the last year of the American Le Mans Series, and the first years when IMSA came here. And I think Jerome and I together won 4 out of the first 5 races we were here. So you got to love a place like that.
It likes you as well. Thanks, Ben. I'll leave you to get cooled off, and thanks for talking to us. Ben was literally just out the car and finished with his engineer, and he was quite willing to come and tell everybody at home just about his stint. Thank you, Ben. Ben Keating. Always a pleasure to talk to Ben Keating.
And his car now taken over by Felipe Fraga once again. Fraga, Blake Molan, Keating becoming a well-recognised trio in world sports car racing. And it's Fraga's job now to stay in front of Robert Renauer, who's been put into the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, and Martin Conrad in the TalkSport WRT cars. And on that last lap around, actually, Herbert able to overtake the 90 car because Conrad must have come in. Yes, he's now 25 seconds back.
Just take over the car from Lucas Stoltz. So I thought it might be Conrad taking it over, seeing as he's not driven it yet today. But so right there. But as a result of a faster pit stop by Herbert compared to the Top Sport team, it was a 4 minutes 28 second pit stop for Top Sport, and Herbert turned their car around in 3 minutes and 43, so 45 seconds quicker just about for Herbert Motorsport than Top Sport on that last pit stop, and a lot of that is due to the fact they're only putting in 85 litres of fuel as opposed to the 105 that the Mercedes takes on. But that doesn't account for all of it. It accounts for some, but not all of the difference. So Herbert very quick and efficient in the pits, and that's meaning that we're getting a good battle between Herbert and Top Sport, between Porsche and Mercedes, which if it would be for Black Falcon out there in the lead, we're thinking what a good battle we've got in the lead in between these two. But Black Falcon means that these two are just squabbling over second place.
We should see Robert Rennauer as the